Coffee is coffee is no less than a massive blessing. Give me a sec. I know I complained like on Tuesday that like, oh, I woke up and like I just got out of bed. But then here comes Thursday to show me what that actually looks like. Okay. I'm going to assume it'll also take, if it takes from Enclave, then I'm so screwed. Pilgrimage of Compassion, and it's going for a month. Event bonus units, they are all of the Sea Terror sample. So they're all of the egos, specifically. 1,000 for Ishmael. The rest have to be earned through the rolls. Get 20 pulls through the event. The rest, it's still pretty typical shop then. Then this also applies for weeklies too. Please claim your progress rewards ahead of time as they will become unavailable after the event is over. So yeah, you have to go through there. Clearing via hard stages will automatically clear the corresponding noble stages. Oh, wait, then what's the level rec for... Wait, the level rec's still 55? Interesting. Then I might as well just do it here. Welcome. As I'm like, I'm gonna have to like slowly wake up while actually drinking. I can only use these four? Wait, and Amiya's here too. This is interesting. We are currently... I can't have you on Unbullet. This is currently... Might be better if I... This is the Arknights collab with Limbus Company. I have 0 contacts for anything that happens in Arknights. I've heard very positive things, especially about the writing, but for anything beyond that, I did play a little bit of Arknights a couple of years ago, but I don't really... I like tower defense, but I don't like tower defense like that. I need Gloom and Sloth. Have Gloom, I don't have Sloth, which would mean this would be better? Yeah. Sloth, Gloom. Sloth, you don't have Gloom. You don't have either. It has to be something that gives you Sloth and Gloom. Would it be Twin Hook? Yeah, Twin Hook. Thank you for petting PP. I need to get an emote for him. Like, I have a small bias for like bodega cats, and it's kind of why I want Vivi. I want Vivi to be more incorporated. Sloth and Gloom, Sloth and Gloom. So it'd be better if I just... No. Because that's the better one. This one has... Gloom. This one has Sloth. I am slowly waking up. I'm slowly waking up, but it's going surprisingly decent. It'll get a lot easier when I start drinking my coffee. But I have to make sure that I have this team set up right, because I assume that these are going to be the main people that I'm going to be using for like all of this collab. Sloth, Gloom, Pride. Sloth, Gloom, Pride. Sloth, Gloom, Pride. Sloth, Pride, Gluttony. Do I have... Sloth, Gloom, but that's more for like a duo unit. I might just have to stick with Lord of Hongwan. Cavernous Wailing. Actually, the Cavernous Wailing would work better because Ishmael would be on the team. Alright, so we see how this works. A little sleepy. I did wake up just like a little bit ago, but that's why I have this. Because I need to stay awake. I can't just sleep in anymore. I was exploring a lobotomy corporation branch when my consciousness sinks into the depths. The sense of cognition, itself a concept without form, floats into the shadow of an ever-winding river, swept up in its currents to nowhere. I mean, there's still a bunch of stuff that you can do in your own home to like work out, or at least like doing crunches, sit-ups. Squats are also really good for you too. When we ran into an abnormality. But Saw told us that Hongwan's lobotomy corporation branch should be free of any abnormalities. Wait, so we're still inside... We were still inside K-Corp then. Not K-Corp, H-Corp. The abnormality, which had appeared out of nowhere, was more otherworldly than we'd encountered so far in our journey. If this is going to be... A pull-up bar is also very helpful. Deep blue. It was fathomlessly blue, and seemed to have pulled that... It seemed to have a pull that endlessly drew us into itself. Just as I was about to recall this abnormality, a myriad of sceneries and a flood of incalculable thoughts crashed into my mind like wild waves before ebbing away from its shores. Still retaining the very flowery prose. I was already lost in a drift somewhere within my own consciousness when I realized this. Just how long am I going to be adrift? The sensation of my own consciousness floating away is quite the unfamiliar one. I floated in that strange state for a while. An unfamiliar voice seizes my aimlessly drifting consciousness. Are you Dante? The fog of my vision clears as the voice breaks through the waves, and a concerned expression comes into view. Yes, I am. What a relief. Gregor, I think Dante has come too. Wait, how did you ran into Gregor first? It's low-key soothing. I hope it would be by this point. Especially given how much of this I'm used to reading. Because I don't know, for certain games, like, I don't really go to, like, animated of trying to act everything out, because doing that would be very draining for how much text there is in this game. So I prefer reading it like, softer, I guess, is the way to put it. So who are... Wait, she can also understand me? I was about to ask further questions to the stranger with the particularly long animal-like ears, but... I felt the drowsiness coursing back with the terrifying memories of the dream, rendering me unable to speak. If it helps you fall asleep, then that is perfectly okay too. I have to get a hold of myself. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, I barely managed to wake myself from slumber to get a grasp of my surroundings, only to find myself surrounded by more unfamiliarities. She looks great in Limbus's style. There was that stranger from earlier, sitting atop a rock and silently taking in the sights. A young girl who probably saved my life. Wait, so were those animal ears after all? Okay, that's not important right now. I have to prioritize figuring out just where in the world I ended up in. So we're standing by the Iberian coastline. How are you feeling? A little out of it, but I'm okay otherwise. Iberia, huh? Yes, we're in Iberia. She's understanding me with no issue. Well, given that we're next to an ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to Eucorp's Great Lakes. Dante, you would not make it through the lakes. Iberia was an unfamiliar name, but that was all I had to go on, given that the city was still full of more unknowns than knowns to me. I radioed your colleagues when you briefly woke up earlier. They'll be here any minute. I see. She looks really cute in the Limbus style. Wait, my colleagues? You must run to the sinners then. The fog of my mind immediately cleared as soon as I realized that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen. Sinners? I think so. I ran into them earlier. They were looking all over the place for someone with a clock for their head. It was a pretty unique description, so I could tell right away that you were the person they were looking for. So this clockhead does come in handy. Manager, Bud. Dante. I guess it makes sense why they would be the first two to show up then. Or at least, like, these four specifically. I'd woken up in an unfamiliar place to an unfamiliar face, and in the midst of all this all-around sense of displacement, the faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Gregor, Honglu. Miss Rabbit here told me she found you unconscious by the sea. Phew. I came as fast as I could, and oh boy. I was worried that something bad might have happened. Glad to see you're doing fine. Were you lost at sea? I don't know. Well, I do think I'm fine, though. I guess not having any way to drink water's finally come in handy. You should go get that checked out just in case. Wait, your head's waterproof, right? Gregor takes a moment to steady his breathing, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cigarette. Good morning, Taco. Coffee counts as water, doesn't it? Immersion. Fine. For immersion, I'll drink it. Well, he doesn't seem that concerned. Maybe we're not actually in that much danger. So, what happened? Where are we? Do you remember entering that Lobotomy Corp branch Shichun told us about? Ah, yeah. Yeah, we ran into a new abnormality and got sucked into it before we even had the chance to do anything. We got sucked into an abnormality? Man, I really thought that was it for us. Especially with you getting stuck in there too, Manager Bud. But when we came to, despite waking up with our faces down in some ditch, we were all fine without a scratch. Though there was quite that mess when we realized that you'd gone missing. What abnormality could have absorbed us like that? We wanted to search for you immediately, but it took a while before we got a better bearing of where we were. Ah, so we're not in U-Corp's Great Lake. Some of us consider that to be a distinct possibility, but it's unlikely. Ishmael was really certain that we are not in District 21. She did concede that we might be in an unknown area within the Great Lakes of the Great Lake of the outskirts, but that doesn't seem likely either, given what rabbit-eared lady there said. Do you still not have her name? The outskirts region of the Great Lake. I've met all kinds of people from all over Terra, but I've never met anyone who referred to Iberian Sea that way. Terra. Iberia. As I found myself puzzled by these unfamiliar terms, a very obvious question suddenly struck me. Speaking of which, who are you? Huh? Really? You fellas haven't introduced yourselves to each other yet? It's just that it's all just a lot to take in. It's understandable. You did just wake up from a pretty harrowing experience. She is... actually, would you like to do the honors yourself? I'm Amiya, the leader of Rhode Island. Please, just call me Amiya. I'm Dante, manager at Limbus Company. I know I'm late, but thanks for saving my bacon. Doctor was on the cover, so I'm actually interested if we'll run into them as well. It seems that this Rhode Island is a pretty big corporation, but... Gregor trails off ominously and scratches his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. This young lady with rabbit ears doesn't know what the head is at all. Yeah, okay, that would make sense, because any type of corporation, anyone from the city is going to assume it is tied to a major corp. But if they're not tied to a major corp, that at least helps dislodge them from the idea that they're still, at least within the city's confines. As far as I know, there aren't any organizations in Terra with the same characteristics as the one Mr. Gregor explained, at least not with a name like The Head. Also, sorry, it's Rhodes Island, not Rodeo. Sorry, Gregor's kind of bad with names. So, what you're saying is that we're not in the city anymore. At least pretty quick on the uptake. It'd be weird for any higher-ups at this huge corporation to know less about the head than we do, let alone be completely clueless about it. Well, maybe we've stumbled into a previously undiscovered zone of the outskirts, or the ruins, probably. Or maybe we found ourselves in a completely different world. Of course Hong Lu would be able to say that with a complete smile. If their conjecture is correct, we're in way bigger trouble than I thought. This wasn't like the time we accidentally stranded ourselves in the outskirts via a door in the corridor. Amiya stared at me with some concern as though she felt my distress. I think I can draw a connection to something else that's happening here. Really? Yes, recently, anomalous signs and events have been occurring in Iberia, ever since a mysterious dimensional door appeared at the sea. It has been said that this dimensional door is connected to something very, very distant, to something that we've never observed before, so... It seems reasonable to theorize that the dimensional door is how we managed to cross over to this world. That would mean that the abnormality would be connected to that door specifically. I really would have appreciated Faust's input. Where'd all the other sinners go anyway? A bit late on the uptake to be gawking around for the other sinners now, don't you think? They're at a settlement near here, where they're all helping out with various odds and ends of the village, while taking turns searching for Dante, of course. You know, I never thought about how difficult it would be to search for someone when we're like fish out of water too. Man, barely got even a wink of sleep since yesterday. Wait, was I out since like an entire day? Everyone's got to be really tired then, so it's just the two of you out here for now. No, Ishmael and Yisong are the other half of the search party. We just happen to be the last group in the rotation. Yeah. They must be searching elsewhere to find you, Manager Bud. We got the news early thanks to Mia's comm scare, but the other team didn't. Yeah, we got lucky. The other team, well, we don't have any way to get in touch with them, so they're probably continuing their search until their shift is done. Oh, are we talking about that village you mentioned earlier? Uh-huh, right. You've not been there yet, huh? I guess it's a bit off the beaten path. But we're going to have to rendezvous with the other sinners anyway, so let's head to the village for now. Something seemed to pique Amiya's interest as she fell into a contemplative silence before carefully speaking up. I would like to accompany you there. Sure, I don't see why not. You helped us find Manager Bud, and more importantly, you seem to know a lot more about this place than we do. I don't actually know Iberia that well either, but I should be able to be of some help. They've closed their borders and have practically locked out any foreign influences from affecting them, but I did get a briefing before the mission. Closed borders, huh? Then how did you get in, Miss Amiya? We fucked her— oh my god. What is that name? We followed Dr. Kaltzit. We followed Dr. Kaltzit's directions and illegally crossed the country border. Illegally? Oh, does that mean you crossed the border without obtaining any permission, Amiya? We had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate how and why the dimensional door came to be. So this isn't within their normal realm of jurisdiction. It's normal for pharmaceutical companies to be doing that. Large pharmaceutical companies often dispatch their agents for missions. Yes, Rhode Island is, in essence, a pharmaceutical company researching treatments for people infected with oropathy. We also work to prevent and assist in the management of various situations that occur in high-risk areas. High-risk areas, huh? Wait, what about your companions? I doubt you came all the way here on your own. That's, we were forced to split up due to certain forces that were in pursuit. Wait, stop. Amiya's ears twitched as she came to a stop and began scanning the surrounding area. Then, there. As we stood about confused, Amiya noticed something, pointed towards the seashore hidden behind large and cragged rock formations. What are we supposed to— huh? Oh! I shouldn't be shocked that we're seeing other characters, but I still am. There, we saw someone wielding a lengthy greatsword, bickering with two familiar faces. This is going to be very interesting, because I think of like literally every game that I've played with like collabs like this. Arknights is the one that I probably have the absolute least experience with, both in terms of like the characters and the story and setting. So I'm coming at this from a completely foreign perspective. Even with like all the collabs that Granblue has done, like I'm way more familiar with a bunch of the properties that they've done. Even if it's like vaguely like Code Geass. Again, move. You're in the way. You needn't worry as you do. We have had ample experience battling monsters who are much like them. Listen, I'm not worried. It's... Come on. Better to have 3 fighters than 1, right? Besides, you're the first person we ran into out here, so we've got a lot of questions to ask. Yisong, Ishmael. Dante, you are unharmed. And here I was getting ready for a 3 days long search. What a relief. We were all really worried that we might never be able to find you. We managed to find them thanks to help from Miss Amiya here. Amiya? Are you two acquainted? Not a good time for a reunion. It can wait. Oh my god. I literally, like... I am... Thank you, Chance, for the raid. I am literally, like, still kind of waking up. I'm in the middle of coffee. But thank you. I am... tired. Konnichiwa-sa. Konnichiwa-sa. That's pretty good. Hello. I am a relatively local alchemist. I am a variety streamer. I've been doing morning streams on like Tuesdays and Thursdays, typically around this time. They've slightly been a little bit more gacha focused, but like Mondays, Fridays, and Saturdays, I'm typically like a normal variety streamer, jumping between all sorts of different games. I'm so sleepy. I'm a night owl, so it's near my bedtime as the sun rises. No, I understand that. I've been like that for a while, sometimes too. Like, I can completely get it. I'd say as I'm, like, clutching this coffee for dear life to stay awake. But yeah, no, I've been playing Limbus for a long time, and I'm currently reading through the Arknights collab. Even though I have zero context for a lot of the Arknights stuff, but it's still very... It's interesting being able to see a collab like this from one perspective that has literally zero experience with the other. Which gives me a very authentic experience from the character's perspective, I guess. But yeah, I stream Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays, typically around 6 p.m. EST, and go for like maybe 4 or 5 hours, sometimes more, sometimes 7 hours. Tuesdays and Thursdays, I usually stream around this time for either whatever I feel like, or I might be starting to do that just for gacha at this point. And Saturdays I try to do something fun. Like this Saturday I have crowd control for Resident Evil 4, since it's getting close to October, and it also gives me just an excuse to play Resident Evil 4 again. Thank you for the follow. All customers are welcome to the Atelier. The link can be found down below. I'm still not used to being raided. It is early in the morning. I literally got up like after... I got up after like 30 minutes of I got up after like 30 minutes. No, oh my god. I woke up. I realized, oh, I'm technically 30 minutes late to stream. I got everything set up for stream. I made coffee. I started stream. And I immediately started streaming. So this is like roughly like my hour of like where I'm still waking up. Still waking up. But thankfully Limbus typically has a lot of reading in it, so I'm able to somewhat coast by with this. I'm not nervous. I'm just very slightly sleepy is all. Which is why I have the coffee. Give me like 20 minutes and I promise that I'll wake up. I promise. Especially when I get to like at least the first stage. But like being able to read this has been very nice for like a gradual ramp up, I guess. But yes, thank you for rating. Feel free to go get whatever you need to eat if you just want to rest and I guess listen to me read for like a couple minutes until you hear a bunch of metal clanging and flipping coins. That is also completely understandable. But yeah, thank you again. Scotty, are those organisms the seaborns that Seaborns Dr. Calcit mentioned? They're sea terrors, to be specific, the less sophisticated ones among them. And they're probably here for me. Oh, so we get to blame you. Sea terrors. Ugh. I hear the sticky noise of something viscous slithering against the rocks. When I turn to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smell the heavy, wet scent of brine. That's weird. It almost looks like an abnormality, but it's not. At the end of my gaze await strange monsters, unlike distortions, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I'd ever seen. It's as though the sea itself is encroaching on the land. Hopefully I'm out of chat jail. You're not in jail. You're perfectly fine lurking. Lurkers are always welcome. See, that's why you have that. And you're also free to pet Fifi whenever you want. He typically likes the quiet as well. I need to get an emo for Fifi, like, sooner rather than later. I was almost certain we were at the Great Lake, but I'm not so sure anymore. Her experiences with the thick scent of brine at the Great Lake must have put her in a wary mood, as Ishmael seemed to be a lot more apprehensive about these monsters than anyone else. Do you think those creatures would be whales or mermaids? I don't know. The Great Lake and the outskirts are full of unexplored mysteries after all. Dante, what do your senses say? It's unclear. I'd say the closest comparison I could make is with the whales, but even that's not conclusive. That's weird. More enemies on the horizon. We should prepare for battle. Doesn't seem like we can talk things out with them, though. So let's take them out. Dante taking, like, actually more of a forward stance this time. Now, the big question is going to be, is this a focus encounter or a normal one? Okay, I need to turn her up. That's cute. Also, this music seems unique too. Wait, it's weak to like... Okay, no, it's weak to Pierce, Blunt Slash, Pride, Gloom, Gluttony, and Sloth. Oh, so yeah, Hongwon's fine. They don't seem too difficult. Whoa, what is that? Nervous impairment. At 30 stacks becomes staggered. Then take fixed damage equal to 25% of this unit's HP. Wait, what? Okay, these things inflict sinking. When on top of Nether Sea Brand, gain Clash Power +2 and double the amount of nervous impairment. At 33% or less HP, convert all coins on this skill to unbreakable. Okay, so you have to be very efficient then. Less than 33% for enemies that have about like 60 would mean that they have like 20. That means I really can't like afford taking any hits then. How many enemies are there? 12. Okay. It's probably way too early to use something like Blind Obsession, so I just have to deal with it. Somebody else will at least get a skill 1. So if I'm using... yeah, I might just be better off switching to... these enemies are so weak to Pride, I might be better off switching... either Hong Lu or Gregor. Your excellent command reminds me of Doctor's very own. Your skills are like just out of elite operators. A bunch of references that I'm just not gonna get, but I'll take it. I wonder what these things like actually look like in Arknights now. And like, I'm kind of... that's cool. Okay, I know enough to know that that was the... that was actually... I honestly love whenever collabs do that, where they take the other game's visual aesthetic for something. All remaining enemies have retreated to the sea. Good work, everyone. Didn't think I'd have to deal with anything remotely like this outside the Great Lake. You can say that again. It would have taken us the whole day if that Scotty character didn't accompany the other half of the... nah. If that Scotty character didn't accompany the other half while Miss Rabbit helped us from a distance. As we were catching our breaths after the battle, I heard a brief hum. When I turned to look at its source, I saw Scotty glaring at me with palpable alarm. Strange people who transform. And ahead of a clock? Why are you saying that while looking so sad? I guess they're both technically true. While it's nothing more than a theory at this point, I think they have a lot to do with the dimensional door we're supposed to be investigating. Nice to meet you, I guess. I only hear a ticking clock. Wait, so Scotty can't hear us, but... that's because only us sinners can hear Dante's voice. Huh? What's up? No, I'm just wondering how Miss Amiya could seemingly understand Dante. We got pretty far before somebody actually asked that question. Yeah, what's going on here? Yeah, it completely flew over my head that I didn't even question how weird this is. Their voice sounds like a ticking clock to me too, but I don't know. It's almost like I can sense what they're trying to say, what kind of emotion they're trying to convey. She wouldn't be the first one. There's been other characters who are like that, especially Virgilus, but still. Her explanation reminded me of the blue boy in Sinclair's past, but I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Amiya that I felt from them. So she can kind of read me like how Virgilus can, I guess. Well, I don't think it's a bad thing. That's true. It's been a bit of a hassle to always need files to Honglu to translate for you, Dante. I'd like to know exactly how she can understand Dante, but I don't think we're getting the luxury of time to sit down and figure this out. So are we heading back? Sounds like a plan. It's not like we know anywhere else to go, right? Oh, and Miss Rabbit here will be tagging along too. She said she'd help us find our way back. I'm glad to be working with you two. Also, Miss Ishmael, Mr. Honglu. Took the words right out of my mouth. You've already helped us plenty, and you clearly know a lot more about this place than we do. The journey is long. Perhaps embarking on it ere the sun's fall would be wise. How long's the journey? No idea. It's not like we have a clock with us. I do know it's not that very far, though. We just need to walk along the coastline for a bit. Scotty quietly points in my direction. Ah, Dante can tell us the time because they're not on time. Honglu, you're so lucky that I'm liking you more now. You're lucky that I'm liking you more now, otherwise I would have been very upset if you said this before. Then why the clock head? I didn't exactly choose to get myself a clock-shaped head. I looked away from Scotty's inquisitive eyes, which were quite solidly focused on my head. The coasts of Iberia are hardly good places for people to live. Those things can go anywhere in this world, but they thrive at places that meet the sea. So how did people manage to build a village at a place like this? The monsters are called Seaborns, or Sea Terrors, yes? While it is true that they pose certain difficulties, they were hardly the kind of monsters with the strength to bring scourge and drive out the local populace. Don't judge them based on that brief skirmish. Huh? She's telling us to be on our guard, right? Scotty can be a bit curt, but she's not a bad person. Okay, now I can see why her and Ishmael probably align then. I don't think she said anything wrong. Nothing rules out the existence of stronger variations of these creatures being out there. Scotty's concern only served to fan my curiosity, but something about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry, so I quietly quickened my pace as we walked through the village. Interesting. Even the complete screen music is different. How many did I get off of that? I got 70. I'm trying to think like what would be a faster... Okay, and then that's just normal reading. I'm going to do this briefly because I forgot to do mine yesterday. Gloom. I want to run through this quickly just to make sure I can get my stuff done. Yours is a skill 1. Yours is skill 1. Yours is skill 2. Yours is also skill 2. Do I not have a skill 1 Gloom for you? Yeah, that's skill 3. Skill 3, but also... You'd also... No, that's skill 2. Yours is a skill 3. I think this is still like the best team I have for Gloom real quick. Because I'm tempted partly to roll for this. To roll for these. But I also do not get a choice of like whatever ones I got. Like this is complete luck for all of them. Wait, that's completely unclashable. No, this is another... When first used in battle, consume 1 fewer wrath. Huh? When used for the first time in battle, consume 1 fewer Wrath, 2 fewer Sloth, and 1 fewer Pride. So first time use, it becomes 1, 1, 1. At 1 plus mana and Scabbard, activate Unbrilliant Glory Incandescence instead. So this, but that's only when at 1. The skill does not hit an enemy, does not trigger defensive skills, and external effects cannot trigger. After attack, gain 1 mana in the Scabbard. After attack, kill 25 SP, and then get offense up and damage up. Huh? Wait, this is only a WoW. External effects cannot trigger the skill or to be reused. At 40 mana, the Scabbard become clashable. Huh? At 40 mana in Scabbard, use this skill, and until the skill ends, this unit cannot be staggered from damage and gains clash power. What? Okay, how does mana in Scabbard work? For every stack divided by 8, gain 1 aggro, so you draw attention. Max 5 rounded down affects this leftmost skill slot in the dashboard. For every stack divided by 20, gain 1 protection, so that means you can gain a max of 2 protection. Gain 10 stacks at turn N. Can gain up to 20 per turn. Okay, so you hold this for 4 turns. So you hold this for 4 turns. At those 4 turns, that's when you use that. That's when you use it at like normal. Oh, plus 1 mana is kind of after Building Glory instead. Yeah, so it's an install, huh? Consume all mana in the Scabbard and gain the following effects. At 20 mana in Scabbard until the skill ends, this unit cannot be staggered from damage and clash, gains power plus 20. Which means that this turns into a 30 roll with a possibility of a 35. That's crazy. Okay. For every stock consumed, if you're at 40, you'd recuperate 2. Recuperate 1 ego resource in the following order: Pride, then Wrath. So you would get back 1 Pride, then 1 Wrath. You're being refunded part of the cost. What? For every stack consumed divided by 10, so a max of 4, gain attack weight plus 1. For every stack consumed divided by 10, max of 4, again, gain defense up once per turn. If 40 stack was consumed, the fourth coin? The fourth coin deals 100% damage, and this unit gains protection plus up 2. Before attack, deal 5% for every burn/tremor on target. Okay. I'm trying to think, like, that means it would be Fire Fist? After attack, heal 5 SP for every target that was staggered or killed due to the skill's damage. If you have the max weight of 4, that means it would be plus 4, that means plus 20. That is basically a full, not a full recoup, but it's a heavy recoup of the cost. 5 SP for every target staggered or killed to just go max of 25. Oh, so you can get back 25. After attack, gain 1 mana in the Scabbard. Wait, so, okay, yeah, so you use it once, then it stays on you. If the skill does not consume 40 mana in Scabbard, the leftward skill slot gains 4 to aggro next turn. So if you use it before then, you can use that as an aggro. On hit without cracking, if this is the final coin, and if the target has plus 15 tremor potency, trigger tremor burst, then reduce the target's tremor count by 1. If this coin was used 4 times, deal sloth damage equal to tremor on target. That's interesting. Wait, what? Gain mana in Scabbard when meeting one of the following conditions. Gain 1 for every 3 HP damage taken from a hit. Okay, you can gain those pretty quickly. Gain 1 for every 5 shield HP damage taken from getting hit. So you want this on something kind of defensive. Shield HP though? Gain 10 per staggered ally when other allies become staggered. Gain 20 per dead ally. If this unit is staggered due to damage, and if this unit has plus 40 mana in Scabbard, fix all this unit's resonance values to 2. Huh? If this unit is staggered due to damage, and this unit has 40 mana in Scabbard, fix all this unit's resistance values to 2. For the next turn, recover from stagger, once per encounter, unless it's a forced stagger. That's so interesting. These are really unique. Gain 4 poise. Final attack plus 1 for every 5. Poise potency plus poise count. So I can only think about using this on like full stop. On normally. If the unit does not have Thunderer or High Thunderer, recoup half the ego resources and SP cost. So you also still get a refund. Huh? If this unit has Thunderer, gain plus 1 attack, 1 attack weight and deal 25% damage. And deal plus 25% damage. If this unit has High Thunderer, gain plus 2 attack weight and then deal 45% damage. After attack, gain 5 Thunderer. If this unit has Thunderer or High Thunderer, consume all of it and gain High Thunderer. Gain 1 offense up. So yeah, so it's like an immediate aggression up for offense and defense. So that's an additional plus 1 for like 2 turns. Additional plus 1 for like 2-3 turns. Then at turn end you lose a stack. Then what turns into High Thunderer? This unit has Thunderer, deal plus poise potency % damage on crit, so that increases your crits. This unit has high Thunderer, deal plus poise 40% and inflicts sinking. Interesting. Wait, how do I get High Thunderer then? Oh. Wait, gain 2 offense level up and defense level up per stack. Max stack of 5. That means you can get 10 offense up and 10 defense up. What? Wait, but then how do I still get... Turn end, among the ego resources consumed to use remain oneself Hong Lu, Sloth, Gloom, Pride, gain 1 ego resource for the least owned affinity. Yeah, that's a refund. This unit has Thunderer, High Thunderer, consume all of it and gain 5 High Thunderer. So that's if you use it after having Thunderer, so that means you have to use it within 5 turns. Oh, you would have to consistently be using it to maintain the Thunderer and High Thunderer. That's very interesting. Deal plus 1 damage for every Thunderer or High Thunderer stack loss are consumed in this encounter. Yeah, this is a ramp-up ability. That's really cool. Usually people like actually read these before the event comes out, but I am stupid. If the main target has Burnt or Rupture, final power plus 3, so you can use this either on Adder Blossom 7 or Peisho. Deal plus 1% damage for every 1 Rupture potency on main target. Ooh. No, then you want this. Then you would primarily want this for Rupture then. So 7 or Heisho. Deal plus 1% damage for every 1 Rupture potency plus Rupture count on a main target, max 25. Yeah, you would want this on the Heisho then. If this unit has Hardened Shell Barrier, multiply this effect to its maximum cap by 2? What? It's just a hard multiply? Okay. After attack, gain 10 Hardened Shell Barrier. Heal self and one ally with the least HP percentage by 30% of this unit's max HP. Heal 15 SP for 2 allies, including this unit with the lowest SP. Wait. 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 Hang on. Heal self and one ally with the least HP percentage by 30% of this unit's HP. Okay. Theoretically. $250. 30% of 250. I promise I can do math. Half would be 125. I promise I can do math. Half of this would be 125. Half of this would be 75. So like 80. 80, 85. Heal self and one ally with the least HP percentage by 30% of this unit's max HP. If this unit is at max HP, heal 2 other allies instead. You... Heal 15 SP for 2 allies, including this unit with the lowest SP. That's 3 people getting a 15 SP heal? SP heal on top of HP heal, just for having this on? No, just for using this. And then the max HP increase based off of if this unit has Hardened Shell Barrier. That's if you have this at all. Gain stack divided by 3, defense level up. Divided by 3, so if you're at 9 divided by 3, that means you get 3. Max 3 rounded down. Yeah, so, okay. Immediately before getting hit by an enemy, consume half of the Hardened Shell Barrier and gain protection equal to the stack consumed. Half of the Hardened Shell Barrier and gain protection equal to the stack consumed. So if you get hit first turn, that would be max, it would be 5. It would immediately consume half of it. Turn end, lose 3 stacks, max stack plus 10. So again, this is also something that, like, because if this unit has Hardened Shell Barrier, multiply this effect to its maximum cap by 2. And its maximum cap by 2. Multiply this effect and its maximum cap by 2. So that means that you'd be dealing 2% for every 1 stack of Rupture up to a max of 50%. What the fuck? It's a damage steroid on top of a heal, on top of a protection. While still inflicting Rupture and Burn, presumably already on a unit that you want to have, on a unit that you already want that's inflicting Rupture. Turn start, heal self and one ally with the lowest HP percentage by Hardened Shell Barrier, stack percent of this unit's max HP. If this unit's max is that, if this unit is at max HP, that's turn start. Hardened Shell Barrier stack percentage. If this unit's at max HP, heal 2 other allies with the lowest HP percentage. If the heal receiving units are 25% or lower or are staggered, multiply its effect. Increase healing if the unit is staggered or less than a quarter HP. What? Turn end. If the last ego skill Faust used during this encounter was Command Meltdown, lose only 1 stack of Hardened Shell Barrier at turn end instead. Okay, no, this is a setup for like her own thing. This effect activates the same turn that the eco skill is used. Yeah, so that's to make sure that you get only 9. Okay, that's a guarantee that you maintain 9 at the end of your turn. These are all really good. Burn. This is just sinking, but boys, that's so much damage though. That's a lot of damage for Honglu. But that's really interesting. If I had to say... Wow, that's hard to pick. I think Faust easily got the best one. Like, there's so much utility in that. Honglu. Honglu, I can only think of really either using that for... fucking... Tang Tang, or Full Stop Office. But like, Full Stop already does so much damage though. It's just making like that version of him better until he gets like more poise IDs. High damage. No, that's not. Because that also does sinking too, so it could have more uses. So I think Faust got the strongest one. I think Faust easily got the strongest one. Gregor has a really interesting one that's widely applicable. Honglu has a really good one for Full Stop. Where is... When using this skill... When attacking just a single target and focusing encounters, a core and its connected parts count as a single target. Because it has attack weight. Coin power +2 and deals plus 100% damage. So that means it starts at a base roll of 10. That means it can go up to 22. Because 4 times 3. The main target has higher than 1 gloom resist. Deal plus 5% damage for every 0.1 excess resist. Max of 20. Interesting. That allows you to kind of just brute force through it. At +2 gloom resonance, deal plus 10%. Okay. If one or more targets are killed, deal sinking potency on each target. Gloom damage against 2 random enemies. Max 15. What? Max 15. Prioritize the targeted enemies with the most sinking potency. Okay, so this gives her a little bit of synergy with the Honglu ego. But also, this inflicts sinking and tremor, inflict blind. There are staggered parts broken or killed units among the targets, inflict 2 sinking against a random non-target enemy once per turn, and focus encounter each part counts as 1 target. When attacking just a single target, apply to 3 targets instead. Trigger tremor burst and reduce target's tremor count by 1. This is very straightforward. But this also works incredibly well with Molar Ishmael. Combat start. If there's just a single enemy, this unit's leftmost attack skill on the dashboard gains clash power +1 and deals 11.5% damage on hit after clash win, including ego skills, for the turns in which this unit returned or substituted in. Min and max speed +1, clash power +1. So this is good regardless. The passive is definitely useful regardless. But if you want this for sinking tremor, then you would want that on Molar. Because this one's constantly doing sinking tremor. Which gives her a lot of very... Because that's also an HE, so you would switch Wing Beat. Hang on, now I'm thinking. Because you could switch Wing Beat. Because this also inflicts Rupture, but that also... Tremor, Tremor, Bind, Sinking. No, that fits really well with her kit. That's honestly really cool. Now I'm curious. Like, no, that's really interesting. I like it. This hardly looks like a village. It's more like a ruins of one, isn't it? It doesn't seem like they've done any proper upkeep to the place. Not in a while, at least. This isn't a ZZZ stream, but like, I'm trying very hard to... how do I say it? I don't want to say understand the reasoning, because I understand the reasoning, and my eyes being stuck on it is the reason for it, but still. A thigh window is a very crazy concept. They're really here living together. The strange buildings tell the stories of former prosperity from a bygone era. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground. On it, I see a rotting sign marked with the name Faro Muerto. Everywhere I look in this village, I see evidence of long, silent abandonment. We don't see these kinds of abandoned-looking ruins often in the city either. Well, yeah, there's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on the free real estate, be it a syndicate or a corporation, and fix it up. Better than this, at least. So where are the sinners? Huh, there's a clearing down there where... We were entrapped betwixt the twain of great ships, narrowing winds against our sail. Okay, they're pulling so much from the Great Lakes. Thinking is hard, I get it. Only... I'm trying to save phase. It's hard to think when you have a thigh window staring right at you. Oh. And that is where young Ishmael boomed, her command most resonant. Say no more. I didn't even have to try to search for them. That unmistakably sonorous and familiar voice echoing triumphantly between the empty buildings. That's Don Quixote's voice when she's sharing her adventurous tales. There she was, atop a low podium like an actor on stage, regaling a group of people in rags with tales of her adventures while traveling, like a traveling thespian. Answers, ye dogs, oarsmen. 'Tis the moment I, Ishmael, the first mate vessel Mephistopheles, shall never... Stop. Hold on. Just what do you think you're doing? Young Ishmael unhid my mouth, for I was about to regale them with the most fantastic tale of adventures of the Great Lakes. Miniature Esquire? Rarely, thou hast returned with Miniature Esquire safely in tow. What, they found Clockhead? Oh. A burning clock for a head. When I was a child, I heard a story about a legendary Sarkaz with a flaming head. Why would someone like this visit our humble village? While their exterior may carry elements that inspire fear in some, there is no cause for alarm. Mersault, have you always thought that it was this scary? Yeah, they might look like that, but they're Dante, our manager, and the rest are... Oh, hello. I'm sorry, who are you two? They're two very nice people who helped us find Dante. This is Amiya, leader of Rhodes Island. And this is Miscati, their operator. They'll be coming along with us for a little while. Eh? With us? We believe that the dimensional door, which we at Rhode Islands are investigating, has something to do with why you suddenly woke up here in Iberia. As Amiya was bringing the sinners up to speed. The villagers, who were staring at us curiously, approached us. Did our conversation manage to convince them that we're not a threat? I sure hope so. You are friends of our saviors. Saviors? Verily, it is quite the grand title, yet this is indeed the word by which we address. To be more precise, by saviors they are referring only to Faust and Otis. Huh? Faust gave me a light nod when we made eye contact, but I could tell that her lips were drawing a very, very subtle, subtle smiling arc. So I'm guessing something did happen. They were quite mistrustful upon our initial arrival. Wait. What did Otis do that made people appreciate her? What business do outsiders have here? What if they're from the Inquisition? Oh no, what do we offer? After all we went through to get here. Calm yourselves, everyone. None of them are carrying what appears to be their scriptures or lance. Let's first try to see who they are. Inquisition. Man, I don't think they're going to trust this anytime soon. They're all old curmudgeons. Let's stink, then PTSD. You can't do that, Ryoshi. We can't pillage their storage depots. Looks like they already have it hard enough as it is. I don't think STNC is a good way to get started either. Should we just find help elsewhere? Just look at how thin their arms are. I don't think they're in any shape to help us out. Perhaps we can inquire as to our whereabouts ere we are able to decide our lodging. Well, the landscape is certainly reminiscent of U-Corps, but I don't recall seeing or learning about any place that looks like this, though I can't say I've been to every corner of U-Corp. I ask again, what business do outsiders have here? Their fingers are tightening around the grips of their weapons. Prolonged silence will most likely turn this into a hostile encounter. We can't have that. Hi, we're from Limbus Company. We're fixers of justice. Yeah, that. Fixers of... Boy, don't you know when to keep it down? Fixers. That over there is a ship blueprint, isn't it? Are you looking to repair a vessel by any chance? All these construction materials seem to suggest so. She's not the type to take threats like this lightly, but she's the first to try to reason with them. Chief, this does not concern you. It's not something a mere outsider can understand. Curious. I've never seen an energy source like this before. Have you run the test to rule out any stability issues? She's not acting out of pocket, but she's definitely... In a situation like this, usually she'd be the first to just say we can power through them. It seems to power the heat exchanger via some method comparable to the utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thoughts on this, Miss Faust? The general design structure is somewhat old-fashioned, but there certainly are inspired parts of the design, particularly with the usage of core energy source. While its stability would need to be further studied, this technology seems to be incredibly energy efficient. You identified all that by merely glancing at this blueprint? You must be the village chief, then. If so, I have a proposition for you. It's not... It's not her acting weird. Because it's definitely in line with something that she would do, or something that... or like a way that she would act, but... It's definitely a situation of note, to say the least. In return for assisting in their ship repair, we were promised a ride on their vessel. Miss Faust has theorized that perhaps by going out to sea, we may be able to find a way to return to whence we came. Does that mean we can find a way back somewhere out there in the sea? Nothing is certain yet, Dante. At this moment, we are working based on a hunch. A hunch? Sensing the implicit omen, in her choice of words, I slowly turned around to look at Faust, who nodded solemnly in response. If we're really in a different world, even her Gesellschaft has to be... No issues were encountered in the repair process. Yeah, so she's flying completely blind on her own. Faust smiles faintly as she looks around. Then she pulls me in by my hems. She whispers in a low voice. My connection to the Gesellschaft is currently operating at suboptimal levels, Dante. So it's still connected at least. So it's not as bad as the warp train, but it works in only like a limited fashion here. Weird. Indeed it is. However, even exchanges of simple information are taking up to dozens of hours by current calculations. So it's not completely severed, but it's way, way diminished. Is this a warp train situation? Because we're in a different dimension. The cause should be identical. We've been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. However, Faust is aware that the pathway to our original dimension is yet to close this time, unlike the situation back at the warp train, aboard the warp train. So we still have a route back, in theory. There is some type of connection, which is why hers is still connected. So, to get back to where we came from, indeed, traveling through the pathway is the most feasible solution. And from that, you came up with the whole plan to repair the ship and sail out to the sea. Yes, well, I am also a genius after all. Amiya conjectured that we probably came through a dimensional door of sorts. Looks like that dimensional door might be what Faust is looking for. With high likelihood, yes. At least there's a way back. I find myself calming down a little. Oh, speaking of which, when do you think we can wrap up the repair job? As fortune would have it, a majority of the most time-consuming parts of the repair have already been completed by the locals. It shouldn't take us more than a day or two to get its core part shipshape again, Executive Manager. Back to the Asuka saying. We'll be staying here a few more days then. How did you manage last night? Well, like I said earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy looking for you this whole time. We took turns helping with repairs and resting, but I doubt any of us got a proper night's rest. Still, we weren't cold thanks to the villagers who kept the fire going for us all night. Not to mention how they helped us a ton with the local map they drew us. Oh, and also, Chief handed us this earlier. What's it for? Looks like a sack to collect water. Huh? Give it here. I know how to get that installed. Wait, so they've been drinking from the seawater? It must be to repay Miss Faust and Miss Otis' efforts at repairing their ship. Yet, the service they provide us is certainly quite generous, even when taking the transactional nature into account. They're really giving us the best treatment they can, huh? As for food, we managed to find ourselves with some cookies and bread Rhodia keeps in her pockets. She's just stashing food consistently. Didn't want to eat into her food supply when they're already pretty tight, you know? That... It's small, but that's such a thing for Rhodia. That's really cute. She carries enough cookies and bread for 12 people? I'm not gonna complain. They did offer us some nosh, those dried fish things, but we refused. I ain't about taking food from the needy. No need to concern yourselves so much with our hospitality. You have done more than enough to earn your keep. I turned around to look at the source of that low rumbling voice and saw an old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish itself amongst the other villagers. There you are, Chief. Is there a place for us to stay tonight? We do have places... We do have places to shelter from the misty humidity, at the very least. There's an empty building there, so feel free to occupy it for the night. Oh, are you sure? I mean, I don't mind sleeping in the streets myself. Hey, speak for yourself. I've been looking forward to sleeping with a room over my head since like yesterday. You'll catch colds. You'll catch cold sleeping in the elements in this environment, which is fine by me for the rest of you, but we cannot afford to have executive manager or our honored guests suffer that fate. Honored guests? Wait, why are you puffying up to them? Huh. I heard what happened from the 4 who left in search of the executive manager. First, I would like to begin by imparting my infinite gratitude to you for finding and rescuing the executive manager. I hear that you are a leader at the pharmaceutical company. This acquaintance shall certainly come in handy in case her stay becomes significantly prolonged. She can't even, like, remotely stop herself from scheming. I'm just surprised by her boldness to say something so materialistic when they're standing right there. Can I stay in your village too, Chief? The village chief took a brief glance at the hems of her right wrist, then nodded. Welcome to Ferro Muerto. You're welcome to stay as long as you want. And please, do let me know if you find yourselves without food. Our food supply may be tight indeed, but you have enough to share with those who've helped repair the vessel. Oh, you better not go back on your word later. I wonder what kind of local delicacies await. Dried fish like they were eating earlier, maybe? Hey, Chief. What is it? Just how are you surviving out here? By the sea? Oh, perhaps the question of how we are surviving may be somewhat misdirected. For we are only pursuing every possible avenue because we must survive. The chief responds to Quadi. I don't know why I keep saying Quadi. I don't know. The chief responds to Scotty's perceived hostility with a hearty smile. After leaving some firewood for the night, he left. I'm going. Can't learn much from here. Huh? You're going somewhere at this hour? Scotty, does this have something to do with the coast? I remember what you said before we got to the village. Something about coasts are hardly good places to live in. Dante wants to know if this has something to do with the coast. She is remarkably good for someone who is largely kind of just going by vibes. You. Do you understand the Eiger language? Ager? Ager language? No. Dante, Scotty just spoke in Agarian. I couldn't understand a word of Scotty and the chief's conversation because I don't speak Agarian. Huh. It may only be that there were enough lexical similarities between one of the city's languages and languages Scotty spoken for them to comprehend the meaning. Weird coincidence. So basically like an immediate autocorrect. Or like language. Not autocorrect. Auto-translate. Anyway, I have some things to look into. Something you're all too slow to see. What does she mean by that? You still have to tell us about it later. Please remember, you're not on a solo mission, Scotty. This is a team effort from Rhodes Island. Will do. Scotty nodded lightly before leaping off into the night, out of our sights. I'm kinda worried. She's not the best with people, but she's also pretty thoughtful. She'll be okay. Oh, should we head inside? The sun's starting to set already. Oh yeah, we can probably just pick an unlit building and stay the night there, right? Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward, we made our way into the nearby unoccupied building. Hopefully this one won't at least melt around us, but still. Can never be too certain at this point. Terra. So I'm assuming that this is going to be just like a lore breakdown of like the entire setting. It's not fancy, but it's quaint. Definitely gonna feel like a downgrade considering that we just left Hongwan, but still. We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a hall large enough to house all 15 or so of us. Okay, now we're ready. With the curtains on the windows removed, the smoke has an exit. Oh, I thought we'd be doomed to shudder ourselves to sleep. With this soaking wet firewood and all. I had no idea that'd work. We just have to get a small fire going underneath it until the wood dries up and catches fire. The downside being all this smoke. It's clear that she has some field experience, unlike some fools I know. I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone. Bequeath upon me thine ingredients, young Rodian, for I shall conjure thee a pot of special fixer soup. You're making soup with cookies and jelly? No, no, no. You're not getting anywhere near the kitchen. It's been so long. It's been so long, I almost forgot. You are not getting anywhere near the kitchen again, not after what you cooked up last time. Well, I must admit to a certain level of interest. As many of our fellows Viscera are oft racked with intense agony upon ingesting dishes of your making, perhaps it would be wiser that we save the occasion for a safer environment. Because I didn't play the... Did you make void soup? We can't let her cook. We can't let her cook. It's been so long for me, especially because like I did that event when it first came out, that I almost completely forgot about that. Yeah, no, I don't trust Dawn to cook. I don't trust Dawn to cook at all. We cannot allow her to cook. Right, don't you remember? We agreed to leave cooking to Mare or Odie if we were ever in a situation like this, remember? Did we? See, I think it's become sort of an unspoken rule after everything that happened. Remember, back during last year's cooking contest at K-Corp? They were the only two who managed to get remotely positive reviews. Yeah, damn. It's been so long since, well, no, because there was other important stuff that came up during that event. But, like, the cooking contest specifically is so... It's so funny that that finally comes back after so long. Oh, does that mean we'll get to try Otis's cooking once again? Denied. We still have plenty of high-calorie foods like cookies and jellies here. I find no reason to do something so inefficient. You can cook, you just choose not to. Why? I'm glad to see everyone's still energetic, given the circumstances. It can't be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment. Well, we're all quite getting used to thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleague, Samia? She shook her head, concerned. They might have lost their comms devices. Or maybe they ran into some other trouble. Could they be in danger? I don't know, but I'm sure they're okay. The doctor. Dr. Kaltsit. I don't know how to pronounce that name. They're both more than capable enough to look after themselves. Oh, the doctor and Dr. Kaltsit are together right now then. Long have this curiosity lingered with me, thus allow me to inquire. Corporations are, by their nature, organizations in pursuit of profit. Yet, the activities of your corporation resemble those of a charity organizations, as opposed to a pharmaceutical company. Is there aught that might explicate this blurred distinction? Ah, I wanted to know too. How come a pharmaceutical company like Rhode Island's helping people? That would be a concern of Honglu. Something about what Honglu said brings back unpleasant memories. It's very notable that it is specifically Yi's song related to Kanto 4 and Honglu, whose Kanto we just finished, both asking that question, especially of a pharmaceutical company. The horrible experiment seen through the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering, the embodiment of greed that left a terrible wound in Honglu's fathoms. The pharmaceutical companies I've seen in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, chose to obsess over the profit it could provide. There are many in Terra who are suffering from a disease. The disease crystallizes you. It spreads deeper and deeper into the infected's internal organs, eventually culminating in their death. It's called oropathy. Amiya showed me the back of her right hand, dotted with what appeared to be obsidian crystals. Oh. Its appearance reminded me of the bio-treatments from the back streets, but there was something more to it, something more restless, more sinister. It's a terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any recorded cases of full recovery. But there's an even worse problem. Pray tell, what could possibly be worse than an incurable, deadly disease? While it varies region by region, discrimination against the infected is widespread against Terra. Wait. Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment. Yisong began with a dark expression. Some are quarantined in places with terrible, inhumane conditions, and there have been massacres too. I don't mean to be callous, but is this oropathy highly contagious? No. There have not been any recorded cases of infection by contact, as long as the subjects are alive. Then why? But when the infected dies, the crystal growths on their body decay and turn to dust, scattering, which is what spreads the plague. So it's only in death does it become something contagious or more widespread. Then barring environments like active battlefields where casualties are to be expected, staying within close proximity of the infected in daily life seems to pose hardly any risk. So, what's the problem then? They're already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window. Then Rhode Island's goal has to be, yes, it's important to develop a cure for oropathy, but I think what really matters is that we change the circumstances for the better for the infected. So, they're trying to cure a disease that has no record of any full actual cure, but in the midst of that are also doing their best efforts to make sure that the infected get, or at least treated like humans. Or at least like people who deserve to live. That's not going to be an easy endeavor, though that is what gives your effort more meaning. I hope you can achieve that goal, Amiya. I really do. Sob for truth. The city, this world. We both live in worlds full of surprises, don't we? What kind of world did you come from? This city. What kind of place is the city anyway? The kind of place with too many pointless rules. The kind of place where the moment you think, isn't this too much, you see something even worse. Try as I might, I can't think of a single positive thing about the city. The center seemed to be in agreement, as most of what came after was quite scathing. The kind of place where good deeds rarely go unpunished. Rarely ever go unpunished. Where sympathy is a good attitude to have if you like getting stabbed in the back. Nothing good ever works out there. It's a shithole. It's an irrational place, full of absurdities. Absurdity is an omnipresence. Interesting. It's very interesting coming from Mare of all people. Therefore, it is not a subject by which one should be aggrieved. Hang on, that's... Absurdity is an omnipresence, therefore it is not a subject by which one should be aggrieved. That's coping, Mare. That's you bleeding a little. We can at least grouse about them, though. I mean, it's the only thing we can do. That's her also letting that depression sink in a little bit more. Thinking that the only thing that she can do is complain. It would be more correct to experience more and acclimatize oneself to it instead of complaining. That's... there! That's so interesting. They're two sides of like a very similar response. Like neither of them feel like they can really do anything about their circumstances or what they've been through. So instead, one copes by saying there's nothing I can do about it, so I might as well not let it agitate me, while Rodian's like, the only thing I can do is complain, so that's all I will do. Whereas Merritt sees no point in complaining. That's so fascinating. And that works really well for their stories, too. This is such an interesting moment for them both. We can at least grouse about them, though. I mean, it's the only thing we can do. It would be more correct to experience more and acclimatize oneself to it instead of complaining. Rodian says... Complaining is the only thing we can do. We can't really hope for any type of change. Result's saying because we can't change anything, you just gotta get used to it. And don't let it phase you. Don't let it hurt you. You did say something like that last time. Just as the mood was starting to turn rather sour, Don Quixote's shout shattered through the awkwardness. Verily, nary a good... Verily, never a day goeth by untarnished by villains and their fell deeds. Yet worry thee not, for where evil riseth, so doth fixers of justice too. Don Quixote jumped from her seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy crack and the sound of small pebbles trembling down. Don Quixote, watch out. Who are you? Wasn't this house supposed to be empty? And from behind a wall she accidentally broke down. An unfamiliar visage of a villager appeared and stared back at Don Quixote. It appeared that she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. How farest thou? You find someone reading and eating out of your fucking walls, and you're like, how are you? Fair is thy foot, you gotta apologize first. Last seemed a tad too hyper today. Apologies, for I had hardly expected the wall to crumble with such ease. Sure. Maybe with ease for someone like you or Mare, but still. Art thou unhurt? Any injuries? To? Pray tell, to what? Forget the apology, I just want to know what happens next. The fixers of justice rose up to do what? Ooh, hast thou come to hear the tale of fixers? I don't know about coming to us, given how Miss Don Quixote was the one who punched the wall down. Ahem. Oh, is it too late an hour? I don't mind waiting till morning if you want to sleep. Nay, not at all. 'Tis quite early an hour for tales, in fact. Prithee, seat thyself here. You ungovernable fool, calm down. We don't even know who she is. Ungovernable really is, like, a very key description for Dawn. I'll take it. And don't you forget to share those fixers' tales over there in the corner to not disturb our sleep. Thou makest the request most unattainable. These tales deserve to be announced to the world with great gusto from the center. Yeah, that's the best way to hear those kinds of stories. But we should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. Name's Mayers. How should I put this? Did you meet the village chief earlier during the day? He's my Gramps. Oh. That nice guy. So he had a granddaughter. Yet I have not seen you once, Miss Mayers, under the sun. My, you're right. I thought the village was completely dried of any young blood. Like Rodian said, while we didn't see Mayers out there, there wasn't anyone else in the village we could comfortably call young. You're telling me? Gramps is worrying over nothing and told me to stay put inside. Going on and on about the dangers that the outsiders pose and everything. It seems that they do not give full faith to their saviors. There are things you cannot share even with whom you trust with your life. Though, I would like to know why. That's a very interesting way of phrasing that, Otis. I wonder why you said it like that. Why did you say it like that? There are things you cannot share even with whom you trust with your life. I wonder why you feel that way. I wonder why you feel that way. My, so there are a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this... So are there a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village? No, there isn't anyone around my age in the village at all. If that's the case, I guess I can understand why he'd be overprotective. Anyways, it's our turn. We are. I'm good. I heard enough to get an idea. You did? Pray, how didst thou hear us, via listening device most secret upon our chamber? Mayers tapped the side of the wall, the part that was still standing anyway, and smiled ironically. Bad soundproofing. I could pretty much hear everything. Don Quixote, right? Everything Don Quixote practically saying during the day. Verily, I see. I think you could really do it with some sense of embarrassment for once. Well, I guess it's a good enough for introduction, so... Care to regale me with the tale of fixers who bring justice to evils of the city? She even has, like, sparkles in her eyes. Indubitably. Then, this shall do. I shall regale thee with the tale in which the legendary fixer, the arch-magnificence herself, the Red Mist! There's no coincidence that now she's bringing up Red Mist. Suppose that killed any hope of a good night's kip. But don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting the hay, no matter how noisy things are? What? Don't take me for some kind of hibernating bear or something. Look, I even had trouble sleeping when there's noise all over. I'd say bear in hibernation is a pretty apt descriptor. They would cut away from Dawn like the second that she starts talking about Red Mist. Sure. The one time I really want to hear whatever tale that she heard of the Red Mist, but sure, whatever. Fine, I guess. For all that grumbling and moaning, he dozed off before any of us did. Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head touched the ground, some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Mersault had entered sleep in his usual steadfast adherence to the routine, while Faust laid claim to one of the few available cloth sheets as soon as the close of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners who had spent the entire last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, the fixer of the Sway Association's first section, Sway Association first section. Though the night was no longer young, Don Quixote was still vigorously sharing tales of adventures without even a single sign of fatigue. She's not determined to do this until sunrise, is she? Aww. I guess it's okay, since Mayor seems to be having fun. As I continued to watch the pair with some mild concern, Amiya, not yet asleep, approached me. This city Miss Quixote speaks of seems to be teeming with fixers of justice and exhilarating tales of adventures. Did you actually experience all of them yourselves? No, of course not. Don Quixote's stories are usually those of other famous people. But she's telling it with such vigor that it almost sounds like she was there herself. Well, I guess if you really want to get into it, some of them might be retelling of Don Quixote's personal experiences. Ishmael replied uncertainly, thinking back to the plays we were made to watch back in La Mancha land. Well, I think all of those stories, even though they're only partly true, just go to show what a ridiculous place it can be. We wouldn't need fixers of justice to begin with if we really lived in a just world, right? A really good place to live would be quiet and peaceful without someone having to force it. That's true. I hope there'll come a day when Rhode Island can be a normal pharmaceutical company in the future. Hmm? Something wrong? No, I just thought Miss Mayers and I made eye contact. Did she overhear our conversation? I looked her direction as well, but all I saw was Mayers excitedly reacting to Don Quixote's tales. Oh, what happened then? Thus spoke Lady Otis, boldly before the soldiers who stood in our path. Thou presumest to stand in our path, servants of a master most unworthy. I, Otis, shall educate ye on a manner maketh. Don Quixote was now retelling the stories of Limbus Company's adventures in Hongwan, and Otis, who could no longer stand Don Quixote's unintentional alterations of the story, jumped to her feet and shouted, "Damn it, what kind of nonsense are you feeding her? I never said anything like that." Verily, certain aspects of this retelling may have been exaggerated. That's Tales of Adventures for you. Things are bound to get a bit dry when a story is told too realistically as is, right? You know, nothing, not even anything resembling a proper record or a book remained once the profound silence swept through the village. What is the profound silence? So I've always had a craving for these kinds of stories. But Iberia doesn't stop Iberians from emigrating, contrary to their tight immigration control. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? It's still a challenge across the border, especially since we're going to have to pass through larger cities that are managed by the Inquisition. You don't seem particularly fond of this Inquisition. Why is that? That's because this village was formed by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and fled. So, the Inquisition is like somewhat of a standing government, similar to the head. But what kind of organization is this Inquisition? Sinclair asked, face turning cold upon hearing the word Inquisition, and that people fled from it. Gee, I wonder why. Yeah, the Nigel and Hammer we saw back at Claw aren't the kind of memories that are so easily forgotten. According to Dr. Calcett, the Inquisition is what filled the power vacuum when Siberia fell to chaos. So they're an interim government. That its inquisitors are the rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of Iberia's cities from lawlessness. That alone kind of makes them sound like good people, though. Yeah, they are, but there's the Church of the Deep. The Inquisition will go to whatever lengths to deal with incidents related to the church that worship Seaborns. Phi, an organization that worships these monsters. Those monsters. It seems that cultish fanaticism is a plague wherever we go. I feel like people with all kinds of wrong faiths and beliefs are so common. See, the Seaborns are the ones that messed Iberia up. So following their logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who seems even remotely connected to them. Ah, okay. Are you saying that Iberia is like that because of the Seaborns? Those things from earlier. I guess they were kind of troublesome to deal with, but they didn't seem that strong. Anyways, it's just what I heard from Grants. But the Inquisition executed many innocent people too, in their crusade against the Church of the Deep. For those who proclaim to be on the side of justice, they seem quite fond of committing such villainy. It seems like a reasonable policy decision to me. But it must pose a clear danger to the daily lives of civilians. Yeah, I heard I was the only survivor. Everyone in my family died. You must have had to endure such a long period of pain. To be able to say something like that with such composure. You know what they say about trauma? It makes you funnier. For Iberia, they are Heroes who would bring back the land to its glory days. But to Grant, they were just oppressors making his life difficult. That's why we've all come here, fleeing from the Inquisition's gaze. Yet, wherefore hast thou decided to settle at a place that is so, run down? Indeed. Yeah, I know. But it's not so bad once you get used to it. Besides, we managed to find a new path thanks to you guys. A new path? Well, it's getting late. Well, you'll be repairing the ship tomorrow, too. This place really has no soundproofing at all, huh? Good talk, everyone. Hope we'll get another chance to do this tomorrow. After seeing Mayor to her room, the other sinners, those who were still up anyway, and I laid ourselves on the hard stone floor with only a thin layer of cloth between it and our backs. A mysterious world that is neither the city nor the outskirts. But it seemed that the lives its people led were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. That's a really... Chris had placed that art again. That's a really nice bit of story to just get us, like, kind of caught up with what's going on. Vessel masses. Slashing, piercing, gluttony and sloth. Not gluttony and sloth, gluttony and... Gluttony and gloom.
걸맞는 곳이어야 할 거다.
No, you're better off as a Blue Branch Adept. Not gluttony, sloth. Assuming that pride would also still be useful, I still can't use her then. Let me think. Slashing, piercing, gloom, sloth. So it'd still be good using the Heisho pack. I'd just be lacking piercing. Ooh, but gloom. No, so hierarch could work then. Welcome, Effie. Pride, gluttony. Okay, we're gonna go Heisho Pact in the vain hope that I just need to worry about, that I just need to worry about slashing. Sloth.
어디서 뱀 기어가는 소리 죽음께서
잠깐 이번 보는 눈은 있네요.
Keep you. That means I also can't really use... No, I can still use... No, I would have to use Sync, because... Gluttony. No, Gloom. Uh... 7 sec? No. It might have to be... I'll do 7 just for the rupture.
현장 지휘자가 필요한가?
이 경로는
Just to be like a little self-indulgent. It's so big. Amazing. I didn't know that there were remaining vessels of this class in Iberia. ISB her name here. It is called by the name of Rebellion de las Masas. Rebellion de las Masas. Revolt of the Masses, is it? A name very much mired in peculiarity, indeed. Hong Lu chimed in that he was rather fond of it, with its size being about the same as the boat from his home, while Ishmael quickly jumped to correct us that its size alone wasn't anything special at the Great Lake, but it's still pretty big compared to Mephi or the Indigo Elder skiff. I thought it was going to be somewhere around Mephi's size, at most. Are you sure you can get the ship fixed in a day or two? As I briefed you yesterday, the great majority of the time-consuming repairs had already been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repair efforts only concerns a few components within the vessel that the villagers could not repair, which shouldn't take us much time. Unless parts that are unfamiliar to Faust are also malfunctioning, such as the core engine. Remaining parts should be sufficiently managed by Faust. Despite Otis's confident declaration, I could not help but feel oddly unsettled as I looked at the ship. I don't know why, but something tells me that we don't want to linger here for too long. Still, please be thorough about it, just in case. Faust is very... She's definitely eased up. She had her own quirks and her own way of being very, I don't want to say dismissive. Well, she kind of was. She was kind of dismissive, but not in the same way that like Otis or the other characters were. Just very pompous, I'll say, in her own way. I'd rather not sit on a sinking ship again. The experience of the Great Lake was enough. Do not worry, Dante. Unlike Mephistopheles, most functions on this vessel, buoyancy gear, propellers, steering gear, are all in operational capacity. This repair should be much easier than the case with Mephistopheles. They seem confident enough. It should be safe this time around, right? Are we taking that rope to climb onto the ship? No, there's a lift-like apparatus down there. It should take us up to the ship. Its stability was verified yesterday. Let us board the lift. You're 100% certain, right? The boat is afloat right now, Dante. I don't think it'll be sinking anytime soon. Wouldn't that be nice? Oi, are you two going to Oi, are you two just going to faff about down there? We're heading up now. No, we're going with you. As I made my way into the vessel's bridge. Oh. This music, though. I was created by the extravagant interior that was as gaudy as its exterior. This isn't real gold, is it? Sure is shiny as heck in here. I've got butterflies in my stomach. Aesthetically satisfying. But too ostentatious. Not quite my style. Exactly up my alley. For some reason I didn't realize Dante made indignant clock noises when they spoke. Yep, that's how Dante speaks. The tick-tock, tick-tock. Our young Mephi is also quite the excellent vessel, yet I imagine the adventures we can embark aboard this vessel most lavishly... imagine the adventures we can embark on aboard this vessel most lavishly decorated. As Faust and Oz were working on one of the control panels, Ishmael walked up to another and interfaced with it before giving a knowing nod. This must have been an investigative or research vessel of sorts, but it does seem a bit extravagant for one of those, though. Look, coordinates, updating in real time. It seems... The coordinates seem to have been set somewhere out in the middle of the ocean. Maybe it points to a small inlet. Nope, no inlets here. What are you doing here? How did you get aboard? Blimey, lass. You should know how to sneak up on people. Mares? What? Did I actually surprise you? I did ask if you guys were gonna come fix this, if you were gonna come fix the boat today. Still, I didn't know you'd be here. Why are the coordinates set to this location? There are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates, collectively known as Eiger. What? There's undersea cities? Gramps' home. Wait, is that also where Scotty is from then, if she speaks the same language? I see. Understood. What was understood, if I may ask? It is now understood why the promise to repair the ship was sufficient to earn their trust and title of saviors. What's she on about? Someone get translating. Consolidating and cross-referencing the observed particular circumstances of the village and the statement from the village chief, alongside information garnered from the exchange with mayors, it is possible to gauge the significance of the ship's repair as to the local populace. They are not Arknights because of the big boat. This is very specific to this setting, or at least this location. Rhode Island's is much more inland. Of course, while this may constitute a sequence of logical connections that pose a certain challenge for Heathcliff to comprehend. Never mind, there's that pompous thing. The elf lady is from Arknights, right? I don't know. As far as I'm aware, Mares is at very least like a character for this collab, but Amiya and Scotty are definitely characters in Arknights that I have seen before. Why do you have to be such an asshole sometimes, Faust? To employ any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in a more digestible language would constitute a pursuit in inefficiency. There's that very Faust way of speaking. I applaud your growth, Heathcliff. I applaud your growth. Lower the baton, I implore you. I shall explain it in full. I was wondering when Miss Smartass would start gabbing like that again. So what's she on about? Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing the bat. He placed it lightly over his shoulder with a sigh. A brief observation of the village seems to suggest that their subsistence situation was quite dire. Much of the daily sustenance consisted of dried food, most of them made from long-term storage purposes. Considering what Scotty said about the coastal areas are full of danger, maybe those dried seafood aren't from around here either. Maybe it's the food they packed when they first came to Faro Muerto. Some villagers were armed, yeah, and those sea terrors weren't exactly that formidable, but given the state the villagers are in, I doubt they'd have an easy time repelling those monsters. Indeed, and that brings us to the question of sustenance. Right, I get what's going on here. The lass and her granddad are about to visit their hometown, and they're trying to get some food supplies from there to feed the villagers, and convince them they're planning to use the fact that they're from the same neck of the woods. Or sea, I guess. Oh, so we're not just repairing their ship. We're repairing their food supply plan too. Huh? What's wrong? It's, While the expressions were rather crude, Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, and easily understood. The sinner stared at him with mild surprise. And I did too. What's with them annoying looks? Wait. Oh, you sods. You don't think I'm that dim-witted, do you? Top-notch intuition. It's just that it's been a while since you've shown this side of yourself. Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition always been excellent, and he'd often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with impressive speed. You know, when you really think about it, it's kind of your fault for... I've been too soft on you lately, haven't I? Oi, get back here! He'll swing at Sinclair, but he won't swing at Faust. Now, with those fools out of the conversation, was he correct? Otis looks away from the usual chaos and asks Mayers. Honestly, I'm surprised. He was on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village. At this rate, we won't last another year. But the Eiger, well, I'm sure they'll welcome us with open arms. I don't want to come off like I'm overly worried, but do you think they'll welcome the others too? Unlike mayors in chief, they're not Eiger. I believe they will. Amiya knows something. Iberia suspects and hates the Eiger for no other reason than that we're from the sea. Oh! Okay, that explains a lot then. Our home cannot have fallen. Our home cannot have fallen so low as to abandon a group of starving land dwellers. I will say, of like, especially the previous intervalos, especially Spring Cultivation and this collab, everybody's getting like a really good... There's a lot more equal division of like who gets something that's like very important to them. Prithee, might thou explain to us who the Eiger are? I had initially thought it to be a reference to a region, yet it also seems to refer to an affiliation of sorts. Maybe there's something like nest dwellers. Though, I don't think I've heard of a nest that accepts backstreets peoples with open arms. Or maybe they used to be some kind of... they used to be some rich folk? If they call them nest toffs Eiger... Oh my god, I hate you. If they call them nest toffs Eiger here, then does that make the rabbit-eared lass Eiger too? Wait, in the world you came from, do they not distinguish between races? That completely... went over my head. I genuinely didn't think about that. In all my time of playing Lobotomy Corporation in Runia and LobCorp, like... I don't think race has, like, really been brought up, like, at all. That is not entirely true. Delineation between races has is a concept that does exist. Though I only saw them in the fathoms, there were those terrifying things called the cuckoo spawns. However, as a general rule, it can be said that humans should be the only intelligent life forms in the city. Do you give Limbus points for being a gacha with POC? Runia and Runia has a lot of color in it too. But like in terms of like because especially when it comes to Heathcliff being black is a very it's a very specific thing when it comes to interpretations of Wuthering Heights. Like I hate that I have to bring it up because like there's a new movie coming out and like there was a lot of debate about the depiction of Heathcliff in that movie and if he was going to be black or not, because him being black is like a genuine, very contentious part of Wuthering Heights, just as a book itself, which feeds into different readings of Wuthering Heights, because him being black changes parts of the story from just being kind of like this aristocratic focus on romance and how that works between classes, and like how much more subtext is added by having Heathcliff being black and his relationship with Catherine. So having this Heathcliff from Limbus Company with all these characters that are based on very notable literature canon, having this Heathcliff be black is like it is a distinct choice. Like that's not something that you just kind of stumble into without making conscious decisions. Because like no, even in Runia, one of the, to skirt around certain descriptions, a very significant fight later on, which is connected to very high ranking positions in the city, one of those people that is very significant is black. And like, yeah, certain faces in certain places is like kind of like a big credence thing, and like depending on how it's used can either be very disparaging or like actually uplifting. But no, the way that Project Moon at least has been using race, it's not like it doesn't exist, especially again with the use of Heathcliff, with Heathcliff being black. Like it is significant, but it's not like the city has so many other more important issues going on that like racial segregation can't be a priority in this setting. Like, I didn't think about that at all until just now. Because, yeah, only humans are allowed in the city. That is the only rule. So everyone in the city has to be seen as human. Where they stand on that totem pole is something else, but that's more a designation between the nest, the organizations, the fingers, and if they're like born into backstreets or not. The people of Terra have slightly varying appearances depending on their race. Like my caudus ears, or just rabbit ears. And I've got pointed ears because I'm an Eiger, though it's not a characteristic every Eiger shares. The closest idea to what they are discussing appeared to be, Don Quixote seems to be struggling to finish her sentence. Yeah, I can imagine why. Mersault stepped in to continue. By context clues and the manner of word usage, including the means of classification, the closest example in our world would be blood fiends. Similar external appearances to humans, different natures, comparable sapiens. But like, the difference between a human and a blood fiend is way more significant. And that's not something that's just like exclusive by like skin tone and necessarily like a few external extremities. Looking very closely at Dawn, but again, that situation's far different. 'Tis my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to their nature that maketh coexistence with humans difficult. It may be that the Eiger are also. I'm sure some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence with others difficult, but they're probably rare. Then wherefore are they made subjects of suspicion and hatred? That's their association with the sea. Well, the language is new, but the idea itself is pretty similar to the city folks like us. Think of feathers of fallen wings, kids born in the back streets, people who replace their body parts with prosthetics. The form differs, yet in essence, we find the thread. Something about how we keep finding these similarities in the ways of our lives, despite finding ourselves in a distant world with different rules, races, and humans. Felt oddly discomforting. This is such a fascinating concept that like doesn't get brought up like at all in like other gachas. Like, they're talking about how systemic oppression works in their settings. The point is, you guys are doing us a real solid by fixing the ship. Let's move on from these gloomy conversations, okay? I want to show you the cooler parts of the ship. This way. The ship tour may have to wait. The repairs are almost completed, but an issue has arisen. Issue? Well, that's not reassuring at all. Multiple life forms identified ahead. Assumed to be a sea terror horde. The ship's radar system seems to suggest the vessel is surrounded. They're the same monsters from yesterday. Executive Manager, please order us to prepare for battle. Damn it, are they the sea terrors you encountered? They look different, but yeah, probably. Bit different. There's a lot of them. But if our last experience tells us anything, we should be able to handle this. Amiya, please support us in battle like you did yesterday. Canst thou fight, young mares? I feel like I'm gonna get in your way. Then guys, find a place to keep mares as far as possible from the battle. And let's hurry down there. We don't want them damaging the ship any further. That's so interesting. That is such a fascinating conversation to have.
오, 기운이 솟는다, 단테. 가서 빨리 때려 눕히자고.
Wait, I'm back to Rudy and Ishmael supporting me. That is such an interesting conversation that I would not expect from literally any other gacha. And not one that I have seen from literally any other gacha. Like, that's really cool. That single conversation has done more to make me way interested in Arknights even though I probably still won't be able to like play it like nearly to at all like a consistent level. But like that's at least made me certainly a lot more interested, especially in the setting.
고작 이 정도 탕내야 저
완벽한
해충들을
한방.
도려내라.
시원한걸?
묘야,
Dad.
음식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
길을 열어라. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
오, 머리 좋다
그렇게 서
단테.
있으면
방금 완전 좋았어.
떨어질 수밖에.
Yeah, them all being weak just makes this perfect fodder for Lord of
그
Hongwon.
인간도 이건 인정할걸?
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
That's so interesting.
놀라운 명령이네요.
I never would have thought about that unless it was like explicitly brought up. That's so cool.
이것밖에 못하는.
Answer me my Heisho packs. You're kidding me. A 5%? Whatever.
묘야, 길을 열어. 죽었네. 다음은 어디로? 하나 넘고, 둘 넘고.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
How many? Oh, that's 20. Never mind. I thought that was gonna be like a lot shorter. How many bullets is Marisol at? He's at 8. Is it worth loading up? I'd say it's worth loading up.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
이제
고작 이 정도 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
이제 깨우치시게.
I also did hear that Arknights had like a couple of really good stories. Especially later on. Well, I would say like quote unquote later on, but like that later on was like one of the recent chapters when I heard about that thing. I'm trying to remember specifically what chapter it was. It was one in that, I think it was one that was set in space, but I have like zero context.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
I love that. That's that's honestly really cool.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지.
Small tide. Is this gonna be another battle or? Yep, straight. Ooh, what are you?
지금 달려들면 딱 좋겠어요.
Basin Sea Reaper. Oh, that is a full mechanic. When in standby state, does not use attack skills until taking damage. You're like an actual proper. When this unit takes damage in standby state, enter combat ready state and use attack skills starting next turn. Combat ready. Start in combat ready stance. Inflict 3 nervous impairment to all enemies. All enemies with less than 15 nervous impairment. Min max speed +3. Gain 1 offense up for every 10% missing HP. Whoa, what is this? Turn end combat ready state. Take fixed damage equal to 10% HP. So I have to be selective about when I attack this thing. And I can't use my guard skill anyway. But if this won't trigger... Okay, no. It's just better to brute force it then. Because this won't trigger any of the response attacks.
도려내라.
틈을 끊어. 말을 아끼죠.
그거 그렇게 하는 거 맞아? 거의 선방망인데.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
묘야, 길을 열어라.
Oh, that hardly did anything. Also gonna be a lot faster too.
혈염도 바로 모아쳐라.
효과적이네요.
I don't think I've ever heard that voice line from him just yet.
전탄 격발.
Come on. I'll at least take one if it means I get the stagger. Or at least the tremor burst, I mean.
놀라운 한 방이네요.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르게 그 인간도 이건
Okay,
인정할
it's
걸?
not staggered. But one hit and it will be. Better off for the build up. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Because Gregor doesn't have a chance of winning this. So he's better off guarding.
흑수묘,
12세기
뒷박질 침파.
Wow, the power counter worked.
열어졌지.
방금 전에는
If it gets tapped
굉장했다고.
once, it's dead.
베르게 그 인간도 이건 인정할 걸?
Save the Lord of Hongwon.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
틈을 끊어. 놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고
So at least isn't too bad. And I'm really curious what like the boss will be. Because it's not like we're gonna go into a Fathoms.
목을 떨고
깔끔하게 뭐라고.
고작 이 정도 넌 놈을 틔울 수도 없겠고.
Presumably. Or I could be very, very, very wrong about that.
베르게 그 인간도 이건 인정할 걸?
Like, it could be very possible that we actually do. Especially if Mayor's gonna stick with us, which makes me really concerned.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
But we can worry about that later.
완벽한
묘해.
한방. 시원한 걸?
길을 열어.
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어.
무용하군요.
Damn.
다음은 어디로? 하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
That thing survived all the way until the final wave. I'd rather get the resonance.
흑수묘, 뒷박질 준비. 무용하군요. 이제 깨우치시길.
That status buildup is also kind of scary. Oh, that is a completely unique look.
숨통 끊기.
That at least explains...
가치 없군. 죽어라.
I'm not liking those. That one took like a while to get rid of. The remaining entities have all returned to the sea. Is everyone okay? It was just like our last skirmish. Sea terrors that had surrounded the ship returned to the sea even before the battle came to an end. And their retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to be just running away. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. Yeah, they don't operate like normal abnormalities. We're doing peachy, but what about the ship? Fao, is the ship okay? Minor damages to the hull, but nothing that would impede the ship's operational capabilities. So I noticed during the battle, I might be wrong of course, but I think I noticed how around the end of the battle, those monsters were starting to go after the manager. You're probably right, actually. I noticed too, at some point during our battle, those monsters realized that it's the manager who's committing the rest of us. I sensed the very same. Their movements were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior. Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like them? That ain't much of a question, innit? They must have all gone mental. I'm sure they have many reasons, but Seaborns are beings of infinite potential. So much so that there's a superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or new element, they transform themselves in other Seaborns. So we have an enemy that is rapidly adapting to us and our strategies. Maybe that's their draw. That fascination may be an attitude most befitting a researcher. Yet the transformation of fascination into idolatry is, if I may be frank, not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable. They just remind me of whales. And can they adapt to learn our language to communicate with us? What? Going by everything we heard, I think they sound really smart. Mayer's eyes went round at Honglu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. I heard that there was a Seaborn who could talk. If not humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its testament to their language, I can only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One, to communicate with others, to communicate with humans. The other, to deceive humans. More often than not, it's the latter. What about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak. Distortions are phenomena in which humans transform into monstrous forms, first absorbed after the White Knight and Dark Days incident. There we go! Put one up on the tally again. Therefore, that example is irrelevant to Otis's supposition. White Nights and Dark Days. She whispered quietly, but as we were standing rather close to her, we all caught on the hint of joy in her voice. The Pillar of Light in the city. Did it really... Did Dawn talk to her about this? How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Mayers? Oh, that's... Ain't it obvious? We got the culprit right here. The storyteller lass has been gabbing on with no end. Yeah, she's been talking non-stop all morning about all kinds of stories, hasn't she? Huh? Yet I have never gotten that far. How does she know about the White Nights and Dark Days? You again. You didn't get so lost in your own stories that you blabbed about our company's secrets, have you? Nay, why, I would simply not. As Don Quixote was subject to yet another round of scolding, Amiya stared out toward the sea, worried that sea terrors might start crawling to the surface once again, before turning toward us. I wonder which of the two the Seaborns are. Their sense of self is really, really faint, so I don't think they'd be in either category. I think it's possible that they learned human language out of instinct, that the power of speech might help them survive. It appears that you, Miss Mayers, are quite the expert on the subject of Seaborns. Your knowledge of them goes beyond what fear of one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. Do you, by chance, worship the Seaborns? I don't worship Seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just desire for survival. Miss Mayers, does that mean if Seaborns were somehow able to hope? Maybe so. Is that so? The repairs are complete. As we were conversing, Faust descended from the ship with the neatly organized set of tools borrowed from the village, repairs completed. She is making me very cautious. I'm guessing repairs are done? Yes, the ship is ready to set sail. Did you have a departure time and date in mind? I'd prefer if we could depart as soon as possible. We don't have a set time or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail this late afternoon at the earliest. That soon? As you've seen, we don't have a lot to bring with us. By the way, how far out to sea do you guys need to go? We need to find this dimensional door of sorts. I could see the dimensional door's light from the beach at night. It was faint, but given how the light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine its location somewhere around the coastal waters. So we can go back tonight. The first order of business is to relay this news to the villagers. Yeah, back to the village for now. How does she know about the dark days and white nights?
또 한 줄 키를 남겼군.
I'm willing to trust. I'm willing to trust that Dawn didn't let that spill.
홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍로가
There's something going on in the village. Yeah, I hear it too. I'm hearing people shouting and hollering. When we returned to the village, ship repairs completed, we were welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me there were approximately 20 people assembled at the village square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Who's that over there? Inquisitor. I think we've been found. That's so striking. The Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote, so really small. The sword and the lamp hanging from her waist sits in stark contrast with the more run-down, ramshackle village. She almost looked like a fixer from the city. So the Inquisition has discovered our village. The pink and white. The pink, white, and black is so... Did you really think that you could forever stay out of the Inquisition's gaze, citizen? That's a naive dream. You really do sound like the Had then. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation under charges of suspicion of membership with the Church of the Deep. Last known location, Salt Flat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you have been identified next to pirates in the fringes. From a criminal to an outlaw, what a dramatic evolution of your career. Why you gotta smile like that? Even the way she holds that is so... It reminds me of like croquet. But it ends here, now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition. They have never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They are not like me. They've disregarded the Inquisition's authority, evading the gaze of Iberia, and found this sodden coast to lurk in. Tell me, I'm not supposed to find that suspicious. She's... She has a very... No, I like her look too. It reminds me very much of, I'm trying to remember the name of her role specifically. God, it's like driving me nuts. I'm trying to remember the role, that Garion carried. And I'm like very specifically using Garion. Da 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 da. Because this is gonna annoy me, like, exceedingly if I don't remember it specifically. Because they're clearly making a lot of parallels. No, don't worry, don't worry. I'm looking it up very quickly. Because it's specifically the role that she had, because it's also the same... Oh, this is gonna drive me nuts. Because they're trying to make very clear connections with the head. They're making connections with the head, the claw, his name is Burrell. I hate you. Because they also appear in a very similar role. An arbiter. Like, it reminds me very much of an arbiter, who had also a very similar role. Tell me I'm not supposed to find that suspicious. What are you talking about? You can just start arresting people left and right with a tenacious... You can't just start arresting people left and right with a tenuous suspicion like that. You shouldn't. We only wish to live a quiet life, ma'am. Is that so? Then you might find yourself returning to this village one day, as long as you're telling the truth. Which is not an option for you, Fabius. Mayors, was Chief really a pirate? Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while. And even when he ran with the pirates, all he ever did was share with Finbeat's jerky to villages. Or carry Agarians between them. Even if you're telling the truth, Mayors, I doubt the Inquisition will be lenient. Well, what now? I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following the proper legal procedures? Is that really your concern right now, Otis? I don't know much about the laws of Iberia, but Dr. Kalsit told us that the words of Inquisitors were pretty much the law here. It is likely that she's following the proper legal procedures. The procedures are precisely what the villagers have fled from after all. Yeah, she's like an arbiter. And then it is decided. Otis quietly dragged me to the side and whispered outside Mayor's earshot. The sinners who were right next to me seemed to have picked it up, though. Executive Manager, we'd best immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and sail out on our own. It is unwise to involve ourselves in this conflict. I hate that I'm in agreement with her. I hate that I'm in agreement with her, especially considering that even in a situation like this, in the city, I would also be in agreement with her. Even if, like, I'm slightly off in my assessment of an Inquisitor being akin to an Arbiter. What? Are you seriously suggesting we just let him arrest the villagers? Didn't you hear what the Inquisitor said? It seems cut and dry to me. If this is standard procedure with no local laws broken, we are in no place to involve ourselves. Our best hope is to take the ship before they impound that too. We can't do that. Even at standard procedure, if they're working within the law, it's not... They stayed up to hear Mayor's story too, didn't you? You stayed up to hear Mayor's story too, didn't you? You know, the N-Corp Inquisitors were working within the law too, when they came for the village. That was standard procedure too. Sinclair. If anyone had stepped in then... Sinclair's right. But still... I know what you went through, but I'd still rather not take that risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I will try my best to figure out how to sail that ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in Ishmael to quickly learn its controls. Genuine growth, damn. I can't say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean currents here, Otis. We can get the ship going, but I can't guarantee that we'll reach the dimension door without any trouble. Do you know anything about the sea currents in this region? Not much, but I know the coastal sea somewhat. And you can't fight the Inquisitors directly here in Iberia. Fleeing with the ship might be the better option. What should we do, Dante? Yeah, I guess it's kind of awkward for us to just take the ship and go, huh? How about we try to talk to the Inquisitor then? I think we should at least try to hear them out first. Them being the Inquisitor and the Chief both. Honglu. Look at you making decisions now. If the discussion goes well, we might even be able to get the Inquisition support. Really? Like Mr. Honglu said, we should hear them out first, then try to convince them. I agree with them both. First, let's at least see what the Inquisitor has to say. Rabbit's right. Are you certain that translation was accurate, Sinclair? Right? There's no way Ryoshi would choose anything other than violence, right? In scenarios where she knows that she would be able to kill them, but in a situation like this, when the only other time that she did stay her hand like this, or at least try to as much, was when she was dealing with the finger. That means that my assessment of her being the Inquisitor being akin to an Arbiter actually would be accurate. Because Ryoshi's really good at sensing out people's strength like this. That means this Inquisitor is way above our pay grade. Idiots. It's because the other options are pointless. Inquisitor's seen us. We're already under suspicion. She would doubtless try to stop us if we flee now. So talk first, lower her guard, then attack. Pretty sure that's not what Amiya meant. Well, if she's already onto us, then we shouldn't give her any excuse to attack us by running away. She's not gonna hear me. I was wondering what you were doing there, lurking in the background. Just more before you finish. Take whatever break that you need. Guarantee I'll still be here, probably reading. A clock-shaped head. Are you from the Colombian Union? Huh? They're wearing a clock for a head due to reasons, but they have nothing to do with the Colombian Union. What's the Colombian Union? Tick-tock what? Which language are they speaking? So she can't hear me. Regardless of whether you're from Colombia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone this village. You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm quite certain that you don't know enough about these villagers to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying here? Two days? Buddy, don't just tell them that. 2 days. Alright, enough of this chicanery. Get out of the way, outsider. The attempt appears to have been made on quite the unstable ground. Please lend us your ear for a minute, Inquisitor. I'm Amiya, leader of Rhodes Island. Leader of Rhodes Island. Yes, I'm aware of Iberia's closed border situation. I felt hope swelling within me as Amiya began with confidence. Unlike Sinclair, alas, it was short-lived. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort, I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. Oh, so not only are we dealing with outsiders of dubious origin, we have a legal entry as well. Aren't you just lovely? We had to, because the issue demands urgency and... I've been briefed. Brazenly crossing the border, didn't you? Why does she have to have that smile? I don't know how urgent that issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Iberia and its Inquisition. The High Inquisitor is handling the Rhodes Island issue. Stay put and wait for consequences while he and that chatty med doctor of yours talk it out. Do you know that your treatment may depend on your negotiation skills? High Inquisitor. So there is a position higher than her. As for the village chief, I understand that you have the right to arrest him, as he is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of an interrogation and has been sailing with the pirates. However, it is an inhumane treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. Inhumane. This decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They lived for years right next to the highly suspicious Iger. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them as well to verify whether they have committed any acts of treason against our laws. Ah, okay, so I'm right. Side question, because it's appearing out of my vision. Is that a gun? That is. It's holstered. She's walking around with like a magnum like that? This isn't going anywhere, is it? Listen, they've been surviving for years upon years by the coast without the protection of the Inquisition, and that simply cannot make sense. Oy, I think I've heard enough from you. Ain't it funny how you're blaming them for what is essentially a failure of your responsibilities? And now you roll up in here only to go, they shouldn't be alive. I'm arresting them all. What are you saying? What, are you saying these people should all be dead or something? I am. There's no other way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this. Not for this long. The Inquisitor's reply only seemed to fan Heathcliff's wrath as he lifted his bat and began striding forward. That's it. Lass, if you ever so much as touch the tip of a single villager's hair. Please calm yourself, Heathcliff. But Honglu stepped in between them. Get your bloody hands off me. I've had enough of her. Continuing to threatening her will cause something irrevocably bad to happen. I believe you know that yourself, Heathcliff. What do you suggest then? We're clearly not making any progress by talking this out. Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor. What do you mean that people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? I mean it literally. Even by some miracle that they actually do survive, They should at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits' end at the inevitability of the calamity. But they look too healthy. The heck? Then shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive through so much hardship? I'm an inquisitor. I'm not some crazy person on a power high who goes around accosting and arresting civilians of Iberia straight to the gallows, okay? I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation. It's just that I don't have the time or the energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. I promise them a fair judgment, whichever way that may be, after a proper investigation. So stop it with the obstruction of justice. The Inquisitor brandished her rapier threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration. Dante. Without the full picture of circumstances, Faust advises against further antagonization of the local political authority. I agree with Faust. I get the feeling that she isn't a kind of heartless inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocents, like Miss Mayers told us about earlier. I don't think she's anything like the Inquisitors of N-Corp we saw back at Claw. They were right. We didn't have the full picture of the circumstances. Getting in the way of an Inquisitor, who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area, was most likely a bad idea. It isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your questions. Continue to obstruct me, then, as the standoff was showing no signs of ending. Miss Mayers, I can answer your questions. So for now, let's do as the Inquisitor says. Mayers, who had been hiding behind us ever since we returned to village, suddenly stepped forward. Yet, what of thy grandfather and the villagers? It's alright. I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitor doesn't know. What do you mean you'll answer the questions? About the profound silence. Mayer's response to Otis was but a single concept. I didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. That's what they called the calamity that destroyed Iberia. Okay. I'll admit, I'm engaged. Spinning clock. I don't like that. It's not showing me any of these. It's only showing 3 enemies too. I'll stick with this. Worst comes to worst, we still just deal, I guess. You. Decades ago, a great wave ravaged through Iberia. It wasn't long before the seaborns carried by the waves diminished Iberia's brilliant civilization to this. The waves, the profound silence, then must have reduced the village to its current state as well. That's why they're cautious of the sea. Okay. Is there any reason it's called the profound silence? It doesn't seem to be the most appropriate moniker for a calamity like that. It's because the sea went dead silent before the waves came. The silence then claimed ships out at sea, then the cities of Iberia, then the Iberians. No one could say a word in face of an ineffable calamity. What are you? No average Iberian citizen should be privy to any of the information you're sharing. And the Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the profound silence. They pretend to be Iger from the sea, delude the citizenry of Iberia, and are sowing chaos in her lands. Who or what are you? So that's why they're arresting the Eiger left and right. I can see the thought process, but... Huh? So it's understandable why the Inquisitor would want to arrest us. Dante. This isn't good. Sharing that seems to have been some kind of a taboo-like thing for the Inquisition. The Inquisitor wordlessly stared at Mayers. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion, but... she's afraid. There's fear in the face of a threat. There's fear in the face of a threat. Not the fear of the terrified, no. It's the fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. The High Inquisitor once told me that, should I come across an Eiger who knows too much, there's a sliver of a chance that they may be of assistance to Iberia. Cease. Cease. Thou art threatening the innocent with the brandishing of a firearm. But most are seduced by the allure of the sea. Thus they are, with little doubt, our foes. The High Inquisitor told me that, should I come across an Eiger who knows too much, there's a sliver of a chance that they may be of assistance to Iberia. But most are seduced by the allure of the sea. Thus, they are, with little doubt, our foes. Who's that Iberia? Who's that Eiger that they would be talking about then? I've got a bad feeling about this. Get out of my way, outsider. Final warning. Run! Quick on the uptake as always, Rhodia slung Mayers over her shoulder and ran past the villagers, while the sinners scattered in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor draws her firearm, and in the midst of all that action, Don Quixote rushed toward the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. Don? Thou shalt go no further. I, a fixer of justice, shan't abide by as thou persecute them. Forsooth, 'tis a battle delayed, not avoided. This clash is inevitable. In that moment of crisis, seconds before, this could irrevocably make us a new enemy. Monster. A large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster burst forth between the two of them. Who is it this time? You're tall. That's enough meaningless bickering. Dr. Calcet. Do you know her? She's Dr. Calcet, Rhodes Island Medical Department's. Dr. Calcet, behind you. Shoot first, talk later, is it? The negotiations are over. From this moment onwards, Rhode Island's now operating within legal capacity on Iberian territory under the Inquisition's authorization. The Inquisitor fired a blast of that firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Calcet managed to deflect her. And the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the wall of the building he stayed in last night, before punching through several other buildings behind it. What type of caliber is that? That was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. That penetrated a building. Though their walls may be weaker than the head standard for what counts as a building's exterior wall, to punch through so many is... What a precise point it makes. Now's not the time to stand around and press. It is a violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm, That is a gun that is outright not even allowed within the city. We're not in the city. Don't lose your heads over this. Taboos don't apply here. My head knows that to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still. That is enough of that discussion for now. It is advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand instead of deliberating on a taboo, the jurisdiction of which does not reach this far. Yeah, so the situation's gotten slightly better, right? If she's Amiya's friend, she's our ally. Besides, she's got some super powerful looking prosthetic gear looking thing too. Is that what you think? She also has the obsidian poking through her arm. I apologize for the disappointment, but I'm not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination ally might not be entirely correct. I can see why you would now be the one that Faust gets her ego from. However, if I must define my allegiance, then let me inform you that the closest label would be that I am Inquisitor Irene's ally. Is her name Irene? Dr. Calcet. Amiya. Outsiders. As much as you would like to deny it, the Inquisitor's suspicions are true. While it can be said that the process by which he reached that conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself is, without a doubt, correct. So they're actually connected to the Church of the Deep. That is one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the Church of the Deep. They are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps the village itself is a dilapidated church of their congregation. Our village, a church. Just look at our buildings. Where would we even congregate? Your thoughts, Faust? There are not many resources by which we may analyze the decision. However, the fact that Amiya's colleague has made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings the accused defense into question. Yet, I can hardly believe that young Mayor is lying to us. Hold on, you've been chatting plenty with the Inquisitor or whatever. How do we know you weren't aligned with them the whole time? I see you really are all entirely in the dark. An expected outcome, given that all of you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional door. As fortune should have it, there is no need for you to know it anyway. Truth is truth unchanging, without the acceptance from an arrogant group of outsiders. Besides, soon. I'm sorry, it seems we've mired you in this trouble. Say no such thing. We shall not abide by one such injustice. We shall not abide by as one such injustice is perpetrated before our eyes. The village has already been identified by the Inquisition, and the Inquisition has even brought an ally. It seems quite unlikely that word should resolve this conflict. But we promise you, we will take responsibility for what is done. We have benefited far too much from your warmth and kindness to do so. The village chief, with a benevolent look, pulls a dagger from his cloth. And I immediately knew what Calcet was about to say. We're fucking stupid. Take responsibility. You don't have to go that far. Blimey. We are now departing for the sea. Yet, as we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here, I must ask you to join us for this journey. Become our bloodkin. What are you doing? The unanticipated, or perhaps I was simply in denial of this rising dread, ambush did not end there. Damn it, the Inquisitor was right. The villagers suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons they had concealed in their clothes, and it seemed that they were coming for me as well. Amiya, on your left. Amiya materialized a black ribbon-like apparition, parrying away the dagger flying in my direction. But another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. The charging villager's back made a visceral, crunchy noise. Someone flung them away. Didn't mean to be this late. Scotty, let me catch you up to speed. I know the situation. This fishy smell was what I went to investigate earlier. What about the sinners? Unlike Amiya and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we had a silver lining in that the Inquisitor and Khalsid's quick understanding of the situation and subsequent retaliation led the villagers away from the sinners. How? I didn't notice any hostility or aggression. What an odd thing to say. Why would we hold any animosity against you? Why would we intend to kill you? We are not trying to hurt you. We are simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. Until we were obstructed. I apologize, for our unfamiliarity has caused you trouble, Inquisitor. I won't make a big stink about what happened. What's truly unforgivable is that the heretics tried to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to flee the Inquisition. And, even if you are outsiders, any lives lost on Iberian soil are my responsibility. It's my fault. I'm sorry it came to this. Wait, lives lost? We're still alive, you know. We can shake off a stab wound like... This is the most unfortunate outsider. Okay, so being stabbed is something far worse than what it actually is. Your friends are either going to die or turn into seaborns. The daggers that stabbed them were laced with the flesh of sea terrors. Once that happens, most die, and survivors become overwritten by their cells, becoming nothing more than sea monsters. It's like the pallid whale. That's not a very big deal. Everyone was acting like this was it for the sinners, but hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock. It's not that bad. My only concern was that I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they fully transformed into seaborns. The golden bow helped deal with the whale's palification effects, but I had no idea how it would interact with seaborn transformations. Better go for it now, I guess. We should just kill them before they turn. I appreciate Dante's ability to be super curt about this. But like, they're right. I know this must be very hard for you, but oh, what? Sorry to bother you with this, but sorry to bother you with this, but can you kill my friends? And preferably in the least painful way, you know? We look so insane. But Dante's right. Like, this isn't a problem. Oh, sorry. Was the last part kind of too much to ask? Like, stab wounds, one thing, perfectly fine. It's like, oh, your friends are either gonna die or turn to horrible monsters. Alright, just kill them then. Oh, wait, don't give up already. If we bring them back to Rhodes Island, we should be able to do something to help them. How should I explain this? Guys, can you... Dante, I know what you mean, but... I just can't right now. My strength has rapidly deteriorated since the ambush. It's kind of tingly too, so maybe they use some kind of paralactic cocktail. Just trust me this one time. I can assure you that I'm not just giving up on them. But Amiya, can you understand the outsider's speech? So even Kalsic can't hear me either, so it's only Amiya. Yes, it's just that they're making a pretty difficult request. Yeah, they're probably not used to a very, I want to say, easy response of like, hey, just kill them instead of trying to help them, because it makes it easier for me. But it is easier for me. They want me to kill all of their friends before they transform into Seaborns. Did you swing before you even finished saying okay? And before we even knew it, Scotty had already decapitated his sinners, none of whom resisted. She's... You know what? I kinda got it. I get the appeal now. I get the appeal now. Scotty has won me over. Amiya seemed to have been taken aback by how fast Scotty jumped into action. What are you doing? Scotty? Don't let this spook you. This is just how we roll. And so the clock turns. The decapitated heads creep towards the headless torsos, connecting them with threads of blood. The sensation is that of reversal. It feels as though the sinner's eye and I are severed from the rest of the world, rewinding in isolation. Is this rewinding us going back in time, or are we defying the concept itself? This pain is multifold worse than the sensation of a straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart. As the currents of death reverse, I sense a deep, crushing isolation. That's different. Their wounds are disappearing. Resurrection. Metapsychosis, or time reversal. Puzzling. I have no knowledge with which to interpret this technology. The cost seems to be that the pain is transferred to the one who rewinds. But it seems too small a price for such a great power, though the discussion of whether this can be categorized as power should be explored later. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I couldn't stop shaking. All of my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude. Still, I took a moment to collect myself and ordered the sinners. I don't know just what they're thinking, but we should be able to find out once we take them down. You dare deceive the executive manager and try to take their life. Prepare thyself, for thou shalt not now pay the price for making a mockery of justice. They didn't need to give Dawn such a cool pose for this. Yeah, we couldn't just let this slide, you know? How unfortunate. I had high hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins. One of us already is, but that's a different type of blood fiend.
다들 힘이 솟는 것
Oh,
같네요.
this is a focus
지금
encounter.
달려들면 딱 좋겠어요.
Toppies. And they're 50. Sea Terror Assimilation. Gain 1 stack at turn start. Gain 1 offense up to turn end. If Allied Center has 5 stacks with this effect, it escapes battlefield. Oh. When an Allied Center has a defense skill equipped while it has this effect, they escape battle at combat start. Interesting. We have no idea what they're weak to, so we're going completely blind then. These are all neutral, so I have to go with whatever's best then. Unbreakable. This one's still the only one that's neutral. Final power +1 for every sinking on target. Combat start, gain 50 shield, turn end. This unit has remaining shield, gain +2. So there's no point in attacking him right now. I'd rather just focus on killing these two especially. This also being a focus encounter should help Lord of Hongwon slightly more. And the rest of the Heisho. They also start with a slight sanity advantage. Oh, come on, you're so close. Enemy's not helping us either, so I can actually switch this back down. United Will. I'd rather stop you right there. Slashing and Pride seem to work against them. They might not have like a specific advantage. The sooner I can get one to like a stagger state, the better. $163, $168, $164. Rather just spend it on you then. Feel my rage. Both of these are just gonna be on their own. Even if it breaks, it's still... You still get the follow-up. Okay, that's useful at the very least. Them starting with a slight sanity advantage makes this a little bit more tricky, but it shouldn't be too difficult. Come on, that one was so close. I'm especially gonna want Yisong to maybe start focusing on the main guy. That's 3 staggers. Their sanity keeps rising. Heal 3 SP for every surviving ally. This unit has remaining shield. Inflict 2 sinking a target. This unit's within the On a hit with an unopposed attack, inflict nervous impairment. Okay, that explains a lot then. Oh, you apply buffs to each one. Okay. Yeah, so the sooner I get rid of these guys, the better. I don't really have an attack that's... For allies with the least XP, that would be... Honglu, Ryoshu... Honglu, Ryoshu, Sinclair... And it'd be a toss-up between either Yisong or Mersault. I honestly rather go for it because this is going to be the most useful like right now. But I'll save that for a sec. Tapping you would instantly... Okay. Then we're gonna do these three. Ooh, not good. 4. So then you. That's hopeless. Sinclair would also struggle with that too. Okay, so then that's gonna be the one that Faust clashes with. Neutral. That's the best I could do for right now. Perfect.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
And I got a free stagger.
완벽한 한 방.
There's a bunch that are probably gonna die this turn, hopefully. Slashing resist is down too. Come on, that one was so close to dying. Come on, Mare. Okay, and it looks like once they're down for good. Honglu still has a way to go for his next skill. Or at least his next skill 3. It's better off if I just kill as many as I can right now. Favorite, but it wouldn't kill. You're 6, so whoever is attacking would need to deflect you like immediately. That I can deal with. So somebody needs to attack this. I'd rather make sure that one of them is gonna die. Actually, I'll attack you. Okay, that one's guaranteed to die then. If I can set him up to the point where, like, I can capitalize on the stagger, should be able to clean up pretty easily. Come on, Sinclair. Easy.
한번 휘두른 걸로 이렇게나? 완전 멋있는 걸?
He still doesn't have a skill coming up. Rite of Liberation. What is that? Gain +1 coin power for every sinking on target, max 2. The target has bind, final power +2. Sinking on hit without cracking, inflict nervous, inflict bind, inflict sinking. I'd rather do Chain of Others to just not deal with that. Dimensional Shredder would also just deal with this. The rest I have no problem with dealing normally. These are all skill ones. Hongli would have the best chance for dealing with that. Then that means that these two just attack him normal.
받아볼 텐가.
And there's a stagger. That means that this is kind of excessive, but whatever.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
That means that this is also really excessive.
색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
This is absolutely killable.
그치?
Do I have anything to like make sure that it does? Don't really have anything, but no, this should be more than enough.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Especially with the rupture stacks.
넌
Yeah.
튜스도
Ooh, what is that under you? That's such a great... Wait, I think they're heading to... He's running himself into a dead end. Are they seeking refuge at the sea? Wait, that's where his ship is. That's where they're headed. They're trying to board the vessel en masse. Wait, but we never told them that the ship was repaired, so how... Ain't it obvious? The whole village is in on it. I ain't surprised that they'd send someone to spy on us. Or they know a way to get the ship floating even in its broken state. Vessel... Massas? Massas. Vessel Rebellion de la Massas. The ship is moored at port in that direction. Wait, it can't be. Irene, who was preoccupied with battling the rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep, who were in hiding, quickly gave chase. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the repaired ship, slowly departing the harbor with a horde of sea terrors between us and them. How can a vessel of that size become operational this fast? The exterior, the name. It must have been constructed during the Golden Age of Iberia. Golden Age? But how are we supposed to chase that? What if we built a raft and rode after them? So simple-minded. Mate, come on. Sea's full of sea terrors. It won't get very far before it sinks. Do you see something, Emiya? Keep looking in that direction. Oh. The vessel Massas soon disappeared into the mist and the village was left empty with nary a sign of people even ever having been there, as though this getaway had all been premeditated. Leaving only Mayors. So she was like the only one not in on this?
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수
A three-way agreement. Damn it, can't we just take another any ship to go after it? It's a research vessel. It couldn't possibly be very fast. This'll be difficult. So she's a named character. Even if it's a research vessel... Yeah, even if it's a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the Golden Age of Iberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem, because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left, which are all anchored too far from this location to be feasible options. Do we have any recourse? No, not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. Which is the real problem. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes, but most eyes of Iberia, the lighthouses, were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, does that mean that there's still some left? Just one, as far as I know. The one in Gran Faro, but that lighthouse cannot be used at this moment. That feels like a callback to something. That's a call to something that I have no context for. There's another. There's a lighthouse you can use. Really? Huh, are you really going to give one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yet young Scotty hath already confirmed her to be safe. All I confirmed is whether she's a Seaborn or not. Can't know if she's a cultist. 'Tis true, yet... Once we saw the mayor's was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us all the time. At all times, and keep her within Irene's eyeshot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what happened, given Scotty's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with the sea monsters. Besides, they all left her behind. That still also does not explain how she has knowledge of the dark days and white nights. But Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with the Eiger is that she simply knows too much. Where could she possibly have gained access to all that information? See, she can't even answer that question. But let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of that lighthouse, for example. They're ticking rapidly. What did they say? I like that she's at least on the up and up and knowing that the ticking is my speaking. Dante says that we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse. That seems like a reasonable suggestion to me. Or does the Inquisitor have an alternate solution to this conundrum? No, but... Fine, let's hear it. I won't interrogate you about how you have access to things that even us Inquisitors don't know. At least not right now. Faro Muerto, Dead Lighthouse. That's our village name. Somewhere a little ways off from the coastline, there's an intact Eye of Iberia on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through. Off the coastline? Is that not connected to the land? I think it used to be, until it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wood and material from the village to build a raft. Is it near enough for a raft to be a means of access? The weather's not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast. Even you're going to trust the Eiger. I don't see why I shouldn't. I understand that Iberian mistrust of the Eiger is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Inquisitor Irene, what did you feel when you saw Rhode Island's operator? If you're talking about the Caddis... Caddis? Nothing in particular, other than a slight annoyance when she accused me of being inhumane. So you didn't harbor any hostility nor disgust. Not that you would have any sense... Not that you had any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I thought... I have no history of feelings for or against the Eiger. Such must be the same for the outsiders. What's she on about? She's conveying that in matters in regards to mayors, our opinion are more objective than Irene's. Finding the vessel Fabius. Also, it is very notable that Faust, like, is able to understand Calcit, like, pretty easily. Finding a vessel Fabius commandeered will be a benefit to all. Limbus Company will gain an opportunity to return to the city via the Dimension Door, while Rhodes Island will have a chance to study it at a closer proximity. And the Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel in which the technology from the Iberian Golden Age is contained. Very diplomatic. What, you're going to just hand that over to the Inquisition? Why should we covet what was once Iberia's? While there certainly are aspects to the vessel that draw interest, I already have a state-of-the-art masterpiece known as Mephistopheles. It's like, yeah, your ship's cool, but mine's better. I built it. Can I tell you how many times I built it? I made it. I'm a genius. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in mayors. We are in luck, Executive Manager. It is quite fortunate that our interests align exactly with that of the first strangers we encountered in a strange land. Luck is right. Imagine if we were back in the city. It would have taken them like 3-4 free distortion nuts for us to come to this agreement. Sorry about having to saddle you with this, Mayors. Please, lead us to the lighthouse. Okay, happily. So when you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? I heard that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands. At least it was, when I saw it a few months ago. The lighthouse is in an inoperable state. We're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. The technology it's based on is completely divorced from the popular application or originum technology, so I doubt there's anyone out there who could work with it anymore. Then, you needn't worry about that. Here, we have an engineer and a researcher who are geniuses even among those in the city, so we should be able to manage most mechanical failures. Today is just a revelation. It's just revelation after revelation, huh? I can vouch for Limbus Company skills. I can also work on the simpler tasks. I've learned a thing or two helping out Gramps. Stuff about the lighthouse or various tech stuff. Well, then we should head to the lighthouse together? Then we should all head to the lighthouse together. No, I'll be leaving the group for a moment, and Mia will accompany you instead. So why do you get to split off? What? After all that, you're just going off on your own? Yes, to join the doctor. It is imperative for the successful execution of this mission. Of course, that hinges on Mia and Scotty remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I will leave it to the rest of you to take the Eye of Iberia, the lighthouse, back. Wait, what do you mean take back the lighthouse? Is there someone or something out there that's taken over the lighthouse called the Eye of Iberia? A likely supposition. Supposition. Amia, what did the manager of this company say? They're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. Not a bad intuition. Yes, there is a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by sea terrors. I don't know about overrun, but I've encountered them a few times when we approached it too closely. Normally, this is hardly enough personnel to attempt a raid on the lighthouse, but answer me this. Are there any limitations to their revival? There are no restrictions as long as Dante, the manager, survives. However, do note that battle efficiency depletes with prolonged battle due to mounting mental stress on the manager. No need to change the plan then. Amiya, use the communicator to alert me as soon as you're able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you. If it's just her who's leaving, then go ahead. I think we should be fine too. Let us commence the mission, vessel masses retrieval. Righto. Step 1 of the plan's the raft, right? Let's get on with it. It's done. Let's go. Huh? What? Why are you looking at us like that? Is there something bothering you? Must you ask? Just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump to action. Certainly lives up to the image of an employee working for a large corporation. Thanks, Otis, for the charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Scotty, who had already finished the first step of the plan, we were able to move on to step 2 immediately. Damn, she's proactive. And so now we have to retake the lighthouse. More of the same monsters. So it still should be no real problem.
사냥감인가 몸이 끓어오르는군.
After a while of carefully sailing on Scotty's raft along the coastal rifts, a gargantuan shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Eye of Iberia. Even its dilapidated ruined state, touches that are at once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even call these lighthouses guardians of Iberia. It retains the grandeur of the era, as it was built during its golden age. You really know everything, don't you? It is as you said, but now these lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the Banal Battalion. No one who's attempted to retrieve the lighthouse has ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say scary stuff like that, Miss Irene? We are literally about to walk into one. Don't you ever quit chirping. What are you, a foul beast? Stop yapping in my ear. Why is this one such a coward unlike the rest of you outside? You don't need to be so... She's not wrong, but like, she got so annoyed so quickly. I'm not a coward, I'm just voicing my... She did just say some pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs will take? The exterior is rather heavily damaged. However, from what is visible from the outside, its interior is quite intact. With Miss Faust's expertise, it should not take long. Yusong suggested with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. Then said something pretty concerning in response. Of course, my wit remains unmarred even in such uncertainties. The currents are pretty wild. Someone's going to have to stay behind and keep an eye on the raft. We can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either. I'll stay here and protect the ship. You sure you can handle this alone? I know you're strong, but maybe 1 or 2 more people should stay behind just in case. No, don't need them. Sea terrors will swarm the inlet if I go with you anyway. So this has nothing to do with you. So what she's trying to say is that she's worried about not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone, which is why she is okay with standing behind alone. Thanks for explaining. Some people just can't help but hop through an extra hoop, I guess. Well then, let's trust her. We'll be back, Scotty. Luckily, we didn't run into any sea terrors on our way to the lighthouse gates. The problem was the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissues. Reminds me of that L Corp branch back at U Corp. Though that was all white. I don't think I can do anything to force it open myself, so... Guys, can you pry open this door? Oi, move over. I'll pull from the right side, you grab the left, and... We'll pull together at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Huh? Something's off here. What are you doing? The door is firmly secured in place. This flesh tissue regenerates as soon as it's torn. Perhaps you need to tap into a wilder form of art to get this open. Well, what now? The strange flesh tissue growing on the gates is sea terror. It reacts to the lamp. but it's grown too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. Scotty might be able to open the door with her incredible strength, but... should I go fetch her? But, I think she's already fighting off the sea terrors from sinking the raft. So we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or ego I could use to get through this. So which one? Huh? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into view, then devoured my sight. It's not intuition or inspiration. It's different from those sudden flashes of realization. And it's not the star of that day that I think of from time to time. It's not the horrible door that I see every time I turn the clock either. The formless and black space in which I am not permitted to see. A faint noise, a whisper cuts through it. And through that opening, I see light. I reach out to the opening and see Scotty, born from a very, very warm gaze. Powerful imagery crashes upon me like the waves. Scotty, the staggering dancer wielding a blade. Scotty, who flaunts her flowing locks. And Scotty, the singer, humming in a low voice. Beyond the fringes of cognition, Scotty's existence has become engraved. The sinner who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is. So this is justification for manifesting that ego power. Dante, are you alright? I'm good. I don't think we'll need to send for Scotty. What? Hey Ishmael. I never used this ego before, but I think you need to trust me and accept it. What? An ego? I nod quietly. Well, it's not like we ever get to have a practice run with those ego. Whatever it is, seems to me our manager's found a solution. Her confusion is short-lived. She lets out a carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace once. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get corroded?
한눈 팔지 마세요. 내 몸은 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Interesting, that's like the second time that we've seen an ego use in cutscene. Cracks on the lighthouse are growing. I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it. Sorry, didn't think it'd be this strong. Well, the door's open. What are we waiting for? No, I mean, just what was the part where you... What? The part where I suddenly changed into a different outfit and equipped a different personality? Yes, that. Ahem, that is. This is most fascinating. That an ego can be drawn here and move the mirror of Mephistopheles. I think I connected to Amia's subconscious mind. There's this strange, unfamiliar light, and I saw Amia's emotions attached to her memories and experiences, so I just reached out to them. My subconscious mind? I just had this feeling that would work. Sorry about peering in without asking first. But I didn't see anything other than things about Scotty. All I needed were memories and emotions that could be used to understand the being that is Scotty. It's okay. I also have experience with gaining power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Do you now? Maybe that's how you're able to draw something from me as well, Dante. That is the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which delving into its principles is impossible. So that's called ego. Verily, of course, Limbus Company's ego is quite distinguished from the other kind of ego, which are bloomed from within oneself. You don't need to tell her more about that. That is enough. No further information is to be divulged to outsiders. Yet it matters not whether young Mayor or young Amia learns of this. I agree with the fool this time. The Inquisitor used artillery projectile that penetrates the outer walls, several of them in fact, of a building, and the head did not pursue her following that breach of taboo. This is clearly not the city. Ain't it better to let her talk her heart out than to hear her moan and whine about not being able to say anything? I am convinced. Do as you will then. Faust's reply sounded almost sulking, but Don Quixote immediately began to expound upon ego to Irene and Mayors anyway. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her, as the wet slithering noise from a distance had put everyone on edge. Can we do that later? We've got some cleaning up to do. So there were more sea terrors past the door. I think any sea terrors from the sea are all converging around Scotty, which means our only roadblocks for sea terrors still lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go. Let's take this lighthouse back. So that's the justification for pulling ego from a different source than we usually pull from. What the fuck is that? This unit's speed is fixed to 1, spawns in an inactive state in battles. That Nether brand may appear. When Nether brand appears on a battlefield, this unit becomes active and damageable. When this unit HP drops to 1 from damage, trigger Hand of the Saint and remove all Nether brand from the battlefield. When this effect triggers, Hand of the Saint becomes inactive for the next turn. This unit takes damage only from skills mainly targeting this unit and takes no other damage. When it becomes active, it removes all effects until back to max HP. When Nether brand is on, okay. Interesting. These are all still weak to the same thing. This fucking thing is still here. Who are you targeting, though? I'm better off using a gluttony skill. Skill 7. Da 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 da. This is fine for this one. And there's still this thing that's weak only... I was about to get really upset. This still should be easy to clear up, though. I'm very concerned about what that status thing is going to be, though. But I can worry about that when it actually becomes an issue. That laugh is insane. 3. Okay, he has Strider. Still only gonna be active after it actually attacks. This one is better to attack this.
시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못.
Because I'm gonna have to attack this sooner or later.
누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
아직 죽지 마라.
Another sea founder. These things are really abstract, and I'm saying that from the perspective of being used to seeing abnormalities.
베르게 그 인간도 이건 인정할 걸?
Okay, we're gonna use this instead. In this case, no, because she's too slow. He's too slow. So I'll just power counter that instead.
날개를
Because that way that can at least load up more salt.
펼 걸어.
Can you not roll heads? Honglu's gaining stats a lot,
가치 없고
but he should be fine. Killing it shouldn't take too long. I'm just trying to clear out as many of the side enemies as I can before I have to like actually pay attention to it. Burning up.
총알값 아까울 만한
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
8 of 25. Wait, these are Nether Sea Brand. Nether Sea Brand expands towards the center with each passing turn. Stage 1 Sea Terror. 2 for... Okay. What causes that though? Honglu's still the only one who can really clash with that thing.
받아볼 테니까.
Please, Honglu! How did you fail that twice? At least answer my... Ooh.
여자 찍어.
At least answer me my haste show is next, so I can hopefully use that to burn down the bigger enemy. And everybody's sanity is actually at a decent level right now. Of course, aside from Gregor's, but whatever, I guess.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르게 그 인간도 이건 인정할 걸?
That's not good. No, it went down a little. This feels like a status ailment from the game. Answer me my Heisha packs. Actually... Sun Shower would be really good right now. Sun Shower can kill that, should kill that. So it's these two that are gonna need the extra attention. So who's going after this? Sun Shower. Who's going after this? Okay. Yeah, this should be fine.
이단 차갑기를 본다. 저 해충들을
Foul?
도려내라.
틈도 끊어. 바로
Death mark.
묘야. 넌 푹 튀울 수도 없겠구나.
이제 깨치시게.
Come on, whatever.
이 스며들 듯하는 비. 우산이 새지나 않나 묻겠소.
한 번 휘두른 걸로 이렇게나? 완전 멋있는 걸?
And dead. That was the entire wave.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
Still 10 more. One is up. Still a little divided on our... Still mostly fine. I'm still just gonna use this though. Ooh, I need somebody to at least target that so that we can focus elsewhere. Another seat brand. I am just gonna assume that I need to get a little bit faster in terms of killing these things so that I don't have to deal with that status effect. Centers on top, another seed brand. At turn end, take fixed damage equal to 5% and gain 3 nervous impairment. Greatly increase nervous impairment stack. Seed hair is on top. Da 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 da. I am going to do what I believe to be the smart decision, and it is to ignore that mechanic. Simply pretend it does not exist. And just try to kill the enemies as fast as I can.
발톱을 걸어.
모든 결과들은 하우스트가 알아요.
That didn't hit the ones that I wanted it to hit, but I'll deal.
방금 완전 좋았어.
넌 푸름을 튀울 수도 없겠구나.
자, 숨통 끊기.
놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히
Come
파악하고 있으신
on.
거군요.
Easy.
전력으로 상대해봐.
Oh, I have the full Vanguard charge.
물 넘고. 뭐라 너. 너는 못 따라내.
I didn't expect that to kill, but okay, I'll take it.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
And that was a stagger.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
It's at 2 stacks now.
인간도 이건 인정할 걸?
Which means that this should be easy to wrap up. No, just brute force it. I don't care. Cavalry would still be better to clash for that.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
가치 없군. 죽어.
Because I also should still be within, me. I should also still be within the EX clear, right?
물 넘고. 꺾고 제쳐라.
그렇게 서 있으면
Good thing I overstacked on that one.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 다음은 어디로?
Yep, and that was everything.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니
Just in time. There's still 4 more. How much? How many am I at? I'm at 460. Rough tides. So we still have another floor to take more. Okay. Because there's this, and then there's 4 more after.
가보지.
So yeah, no, you're perfectly back and able. Don't tell me I just missed like a
다들 힘이 솟는 것 같네요. 지금 달려들면 딱 좋겠어요.
I can finish this quick. Lord of Hongwan, so I need to hold this. Accomplice was the end. No, it was only the end of that stage. They're taking the... Ooh. You're also Neo. They're taking the mission accomplished thing from, Ooh. From Arknights. If I do this... Foul do a power counter. Actually, if I power counter that, I still get the resonance. Then it's these two that I have to worry about. Okay, then this should be good.
고작 이 정도 탕로의 허덕이나.
Oh, I did not realize how loud that rain was.
올라온 한 방울이요.
I've been really liking this collab.
효과적이네요.
Like, it's been making me very interested in the setting of Arknights. Though I do wonder what the conversion rate would be from like one game to the other, especially given how different the the gameplay style is. But at the very least, the themes and like similarities between the settings seem very how do I put it? It feels very thought out. Like they put in a lot of time to make sure that it's not just like the characters kind of just thrown together to be thrown together. Like, no, there's a lot of genuine similarities and connective tissue between the two settings that, like, no, they could actually make something very interesting with this. Because I'm seeing a lot of the similarities between, like, a bunch of stuff that happens, or happened, in the city, and at least some of the story stuff that they've been teasing here.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 안에 숨쉬는 자, 요구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
I am a little bit terrified what's going to be at the end of this, though. Because I'm not expecting a Fathoms, but I don't know if it'll be a dungeon or not. But I am expecting a boss in some capacity.
이제 깨우치시게.
깔끔하게 물었군.
Food nutrients. That's just a guarantee 10 stack.
사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
Honglu's still better off for this. I can probably power through a lot of these actually, though. 3. 2. Still favored. I wonder... Actually, more salt would be better for that.
받아볼 텐가. 토끼를
Answer me my haste show packs.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈틈. 그거
No doubt they're right.
맞아? 너희 생방망인데?
길을 열어라.
아니 그
At least getting it closer to the stagger, which is all I really need to get a kill. These fights haven't been too bad, but I do like how they have been stacking up the mechanics.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
Because I am... How do I put it? I'm slightly privileged in the fact that the way that I'm managing these enemies,
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
I'm not really having to deal with nervous impairment. Yeah, next hit that thing is staggered. I'm not really having to deal with nervous impairment, which makes it a lot easier for me to just get whatever kills I need. You're still better off clashing against that, but you're gonna get hit. No, but if you clash, then you're fine. 75, 50, 57. You're better off for this. You can get an easy kill. Or a stagger. You'd be better off for that. Also not bad for stagger. Mersault can overpower that. I'll do a slightly more powerful one for that, and then Sinclair gets an easy kill. Actually, Sinclair can do that and probably clean up whoever's still standing. I can't believe he won that.
틈소리지 깨치시게.
마음 놓고 여러 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
아직 죽지 마라.
Please.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
혈염도 바로.
I'm starting to really like that voice line.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
Something about when Sinclair like actually kind of lets a lot out. It's like very, I want to say cathartic. Okay, and now the status ailment's coming up again. Faust still isn't really gaining. I'm gonna do this mostly just to help Faust. One, two. These two still die. Gregor can kill that easily. So much damage, but whatever. Wait, poise. That would work for Lord of Hongwan.
깨치시게.
That would be such a damage steroid for Hongwan, actually. Okay, I see the vision now. I forgot.
색색이 황홀하고
I forgot the cash out for that.
아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
You've gotta be kidding me that that survived that too. Whatever.
적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
그렇게 서 있으면
깔끔하게 물었군.
방금 전에는
Still an
굉장했다고.
entire another
그
wave.
인간도 이건 인정할걸?
I'm still only at 6 turns, and there's still 10 enemies left. Not counting these two, then that means 8. This should still be fine though. How close am I to Sun Shower? Sloth. Okay, no, so it's like right there. Can I get anything with Lust? No. She has Blind Obsession. Why does she have Blind whatever. I should have made sure to switch it before. Okay, so we're gonna be smart about this then. I'm still better off attacking it, but if I am better off attacking it, I'd rather do this.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
That way I can hit any type of stragglers that are nearby.
숨을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Even though that's probably gonna target the cat thing.
마음 놓고 열어졌지.
그렇게 서 있으면
깔끔하게 물었군.
Yeah, knew it.
여기에는 네 약한 부분도 쓰여있지. 자, 여기!
Then that wasn't worth it at all. I would have been better off just doing normal attack.
이렇게 하신 이유가 있으셨겠지만
I'm sure you had your reasons, but I'm not sure what they could possibly be.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
Okay, that's at 3. I'm gonna have to hit this thing soon. That thing's still only weak to Gloom. These enemies are getting a lot more. Like, I'm trying to speed up while also making sure that I can still do. Perfect. Enough. It's still targeting that. It is. Okay, so I gotta change, what, one more? Hang on, what if I do you? No, because you'll still target that one. Okay, so pull those back out. Okay, and then go back to what I was doing before. You, no, you, then you. You. I didn't take much damage, but that's good for the free win on top of the resonance that I'm getting. Then you. Then you.
일기당천.
I'm really trying to burn this as fast as I can without having to really care about the mechanic. Mostly because wasting a turn attacking that instead of attacking the enemies is just...
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어.
That's a time loss, is all I will say.
읽어줄까?
Because that was unbreakable. Sun shower.
이 스며들 듯한 비. 우산
That's...
세진한
Wait, that's Gregor, Faust, and Ryoshi who got staggered. That's really not good then.
방금 전에는
Last five.
굉장했다고. 베르의 그 인간도 이건 인정할
Everyone
걸?
is super close. Who... That enemy's close to dying though. Result can still probably get that. I need to hit this.
받아볼 텐가.
I'm hoping that this will cause Sinclair to attack.
말로 받았다. 모험하군.
It still staggered me. Okay, it's Yisong. Whatever, I'll take it.
꺾고 제쳐라. 이것밖에 못하는.
Please.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르의 그 인간도 이건 인정할 걸?
This is a precarious position, but should be fine. As long as this big thing dies.
발톱을 걸어. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
The burn gilded. Oh, that could have been bad, but no, that worked pretty well.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
The fabled knight.
좁은 곳이 좋겠어.
There are more sea terrors than we expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed their nervous system, paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without much trouble. Oh. Also, as the control room was, unlike the exterior wall, mostly undamaged, Val shared the good news that the repairs would most likely not take very long. Yisung was right. Fortunately, the inside was barely damaged. How are you progressing, Miss Faust? It's almost complete. Be best prepared to leave. You must prepare. Then I'll radio the doctor. Let's... A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom, and debris begins to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse's precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. The floor's giving away. What's going on out there? Something rammed against the eye of Iberia. I see aught shattering through the ocean surface, the sheer explosive force turning water into mist. And it is charging at us once again. What the hell is that? As Yisong noted, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. The figure looked like one of those knights of the city's western region Don Quixote would talk at length about. The lighthouse might crumble at this rate. Then we have no choice. We have to stop whatever's out there. Val, stay here. The rest of us will descend the lighthouse in. The lighthouse is almost fully functional. I'll only take some more finishing touches to have its light shine again. Which I can handle, so I'll stay behind. Seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I would much rather leave it to Faust, who is an expert. I've read about that Seaborn before. The fables and legends say that he is the last knight If those stories have any grain of truth in them, you're going to need all hands on deck to even have a chance at stalling it. You better prepare for a few days of interrogation once I bring you into the Inquisition. Your decision, Executive Manager. All hands on deck. Leave the lighthouse to Mayor's. We have to put a stop to that night somehow. What the fuck are you? Waves crest high and violent behind the spear-wielding knight. We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the night. The knight begins to charge at us, his steed splitting the very sea, and I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy. One day, wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day, he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breaths. Thus he rides against the currents, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, reproaches them, and eventually brings about their destruction. Faint memories having blinked through Amiya's fathoms flash briefly before my eyes, and the seaborn knight wields his great lance against surface sea terrors. He shudders as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. You obstruct progress and cover the lands. That is impermissible. This is the land. The knight and the sea terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy may be a viable solution here. Overcome the bellowing roar and try to talk to the knight. Who will overcome the bellowing roar and try to talk to the knight? You will answer me. We are not the sea. We are not its waves. The knight's great lance falters with doubt. Waves are the only thing that hold any meaning for him. Knight gains 3 offense level down.
것을 모른 채 할 수는 없으니.
When hit, inflict 1 cold against attacker once per skill. Lose 1 speed for every stack, so it's a bind. If this unit has 3 stacks after skill end, take 20 gloom and 20 SP damage, then gain 1 frozen this turn and next turn. Cold stack expires after all effects are activated. Turn end if this unit did not attack the knight expires. You'd have to hold your attack? Struggle. Combat start. Gain 8 protection. Combat start. This unit has low morale, half the amount of protection gained. You're annoying. When this unit takes damage, that brings its health down to 0. Nullify the attack. Then this unit is healed back to 100% HP and SP, and begins a new pattern. When attacking units with frozen, deal... What the fuck? Gain 1 offense up for every enemy with cold. If there are 6+ enemies with cold, gain +2 clash power up. Gain misery and calamity. Oh, cool. This knight panic type does not change when inflicted with an effect that changes panic types. You're going to be annoying. Do you have any resistances? Best we can do is just deal. Clashable Guard. On when heal 15 SP on loose 10 SP. Offset that. I wish the path to open. We just deal.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자, 누구 하나 살려두지 마라.
틈을 끊어.
혈염도 바로.
Incredibly lucky. I only did 19 damage. Sinclair got a cold. Cold stack. Even more Silk gained one.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
Mechanic. Prioritize the target with Frozen. Attacking a target with Frozen gain +2 attack weight, coin +1 for every 2 enemies. You're something else. I think I'm better off holding it for right now. Ryoshi might be the better option here. She is. It's gonna gain +2, so I want to give it something. Ooh, okay, switching you. I don't like that. Final power +1 for every cold on target. On the target specifically. So if I switch that for not Faust, I guess Yisong then. This is a fight, to say the least. He's too slow. Gregor might be better for this then. That means Ryoshi's rolling against that Raw. I don't like any of these. This is gonna be a real fight. The sooner I can get this thing staggered, the better. Its attack weight extended.
숨통 끊기.
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Aw. Two more Tide Hunters. Two more Tide Hunts. Where's your stagger threshold? 521, and you have so much protection. All resistances change to normal. Double the amount of burn, bleed, tremor, and rupture potency gained due to skill effects. Okay. Hive Mind. Won't lie. Might be a little intimidated here. Those are just utterly hopeless. might be better there. It's the one skill that I have to just roll against. In that case, give me Crow's Eye View. Shall be done. Is this one? Yes. I really don't... This has me, like, really cautious. She's frozen. That was just from clashing, though. Like, it didn't win any of the clashes, it just put it on. So it builds up, which means that I have to just maintain my momentum then. Answer me, Heisho Pax. And he froze.
저 해충들 도려내라. 하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
We're constantly freezing.
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
There's no way. The Sinner's relentless assault upon the night begins to slow. Though we don't have anything in common with the night, cold loneliness rides his bellow, insidious under the faint light. Are we waves or rocks in his eyes? The sea wets our hands, giving us no time to answer the question. Someone has to stand their ground next to the petrified sinners. We have to charge at the night. The nicest lance charge breaks through the gale like an unstoppable wave. Loneliness could not be shared. Everyone's frozen!
어쩌겠지 잘 생각해보라고.
This is a very particular encounter. Wait, who has all the aggro? Yisong. Oh, okay. That makes sense then. This is, not great. You're better off here. Who's better off targeting this? How close is Faust to... She needs one more pride. Favored, neutral. Favored, dominating, dominating. Okay. So then this one's free. I kind of want the powered up shells for right now. I guess that's the main lesson, is to use the guard for offset just so that we can get rid of the chill. The only thing that makes it a little bit difficult is that I can't really do that with Honglu, because doing that will send one of my units backwards. Okay, now it's worth it, because it'll at least send him back. There's Honglu. Offset, someone's gonna get the retreat order. fine using this then. Also get the enhanced power, so this is fine. Ryoshu's struggling here though. If Gregor's gonna be the one to retreat anyway, then I can spend this to add debuffs. Just means Yi-Song's gonna have to be the one to do this. If I power counter, that gives him Strider. No, he has already out Stride Breaker, so this is fine.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
No damage, but that helped with sanity. This guy's certainly persistent, I'll give him that. Just slap him with a bunch of debuffs and immediately run. Wait, he didn't retreat. These ones have to retreat. Or at least they need to guard. Hong Lu can at least attack. Time to see the specifics of these rules. So these are all fine. I'll hold the assault slightly just so that somebody doesn't get frozen. But then after this, after its first health quick gets depleted, then we're gonna get into phase 2. There's phase 2. Something's definitely wrong. Slay the ocean, slay the ocean. Plus 5% damage for every enemy with cold. Sinking, sinking. Gain offense up. Inflict 10 cold on target plus bonus cold damage. If the target has frozen, on kill, kill 20 SP. Oh shit. All we can do is defend. The knight rides upon the violently whinnying steed. Lance raised skyward, the knight races across the sea, splitting its waves. We won't succeed at this rate. Stall him, please, even for a second. Irene directs her hand cannon toward the knight. Her aim and will undulutes on the same frequency with the waves. We need but a moment to recover, topple the waves, go for his legs, not his lance. We have to stop the Knight's charge. Who'll put a stop to the Knight's charge? It has to be Hong Lu. He's the one with the highest sanity. Made it. The Knight's fierce charge briefly wavers when Sinner Hong Lu jumps in his path. The Inquisitor quickly capitalizes on this momentary opening. A blinding spark flies from her hand cannon, and the Knight is thrown off his steed. Slay the Ocean skill becomes clashable.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 순 없으니.
Dense shadow pools under the lone Knight. Caesarius of teeming flesh sliding against the flesh can be heard from beneath. Are they gathered to defeat the Knight? They must have first scattered there, believing him to be one of them, until they came to a realization that the Knight is a traitor to the Great Will. The Knight leaps off from the surface, but the sea rises violently in response to drag him back down. The waves crash high, gnawing upon the Knight, crashing him back down to the water surface. But he leaps once again, the cresting waves as the stepping stones. He belongs not to the sea. He stands tall against the Great Will, his head held high in eternal defiance. The unreminant Knight rides across the watery mountains and charges at us. A high-pitched and powerful cry resonates. The Knight's steed is sending out a warning of something. Steed meets steed. Caesarius, whisper or rustle. Sinner Yisong brings the Knight's charge to a stop, then the waves begin to crash in. Once, twice, thrice, but unlike the Knight in the back streets, the waves don't stop coming. He has always challenged the waves, and is fated to do so for eternity. The waves will always shake the sea until the day of the Knight's sinking. Struggle passive deactivated. Last Knight gains the Knight's corpus.
아래 행진이여.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
For City of Tides, Overlake Light. Fate's favored child. I didn't read that name before. Knight's Corpus takes 80% more damage. I can now clash this. Ooh, we're in a... We're in a bit of a predicament. Just need to deal as much damage as we can. There's no real second way out of this.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Must have taken a lot of damage. Crow's Eye View. The word unlocked. That's what happens when you have a game that's very flowerful in its prose.
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Like everyone here needs the guard. We're all almost at frozen. And I really don't like that. rather Honglu not be the one that has to defend, but we don't really have an option right now. Of course, clashable guards count as an attack. And that's gonna count as attack. That's frozen.
囚人に指名者を確認。至急対処お願いします。
이상이요. 행색이 이상하나. 그럼에도 이상이요. 내가 맞서. 내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상.
Have to be very careful here. I can't stagger him either. No, I want to save. I can't save that for last. She has the sanity for this. All these are dominating, so I don't need to worry too much. I'd rather Wingbeat go unopposed though. Crimson Strike Launcher. And then the free Crimson Spring. Wait, that's 3 though. That sucks. Whatever, I guess. This really feels just like blunt force. Somebody died. Answer me, my Heisho Pax. Is that Deathmark? No, she's frozen. That is a very annoying mechanic. Because depending on the defense skills that you use, you're just still going to get frozen. And I took a lot of damage for clashing and still winning a lot of those clashes. I'm out of rounds. The lamp's almost out too. We're holding him back for now, but we won't last much longer. No bullshit. I can last. The lighthouse, not so much. What difference does that make? The sinners were reeling from the battle against the enemy, who's more like a force of nature than human. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take long for the severity of the situation to dawn as I quickly began to rack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when, through the mist, the black space begins to envelop my vision once again. Wait, this is just like... And from the dark, light shines once again. I reached out toward it and see, unlike the earlier phenomenon, which focused entirely on and powerfully on Scotty, a single individual I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Casimir's. This place was filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless fans, an arena in which the test wins metal. But the one in Amiya's thought sits from all that glory in a very mundane-looking office. He wears a well-kept set of clothing, while his eyes are, with a slight squint, focusing on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of that scene was a banner hanging on the wall and a sword. Don Quixote was the first sinner who came to mind. Can she, our ardent admirer of knights and pursuer of glory, spin the energy from this sword as her own? Wait, no. He's different. He is. I need someone who doesn't pursue glory. Someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. The sinner who can detachedly wield the entirety of their bygone honor is. Yes, there's just one. I'll trust you, Gregor. Use this ego to hew into the night's charge. Split the waves. Use the light to split the waves, huh? I hear you, manager bud. Let's do this.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빛바래지 않을 테니.
I guess that's the resemblance then. The incandescent golden blades of light surged forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of these lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea and looks in our direction as if to admire it. And finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant, creaking noise before firing a bright light toward the ocean horizon. Mayers has completed the repairs. The light returneth to its house once more. Silence all. Mayers is saying something. Like Oda said, Mayers was peeking out of the window and shouting something at us. Vessel Massus is still near the shores, somewhere in the coastal sea. It moored somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit of distance away from the village coast. Confirmed. I'll radio Dr. Carlson immediately. That's all well and good, but what about that monster? Yeah, what if it charges at the lighthouse again and destroys it? I heard it talk during our battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This'll be a problem. Don Quixote, wait, don't get too close. It's dangerous. Before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the Seaborn, her eyes twinkling. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed, before asking in an energetic tone, "O mighty knight, what is the name of thy noble steed?" Rocinante? Wait, she can communicate with him? Tis quite a coincidence that my noble steed is also named Rocinante. One who is not a comrade. They are a steed, you say? Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed. It hath served me well over countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight. Wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse so? Ish, Marla. It was not the waves. The waves are darker, more rancorous. Perchance there was a tad inconvenient misunderstanding here then. Good night. I and mine compatriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important, yet, with thy obstruction we are unable to do so. Prithee, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave. And the knight and his steed, Rocinante, stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight, or if the knight just lost interest, but they both departed the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance. So they really exist. Seaborn to hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful seaborns lurk at sea. Are you alright, Donkey? You should be thankful that it somehow yielded a positive outcome. Where are you going to fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? My apologies. While Don Quixote returned the night with that bizarre conversation, Amiya raised her voice happily as though she just received good news. What, Dr. Calcid, is that true? What's going on? The doctors managed to infiltrate the vessel masses. They've already done cleaning up the decks and are now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. But it's been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. The doctor's an excellent strategist, and based on what Dr. Calcit told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. That at least means we don't have to do everything. Damn. Great, let's return to Scotty and join them. We returned to the raft and explained what had transpired. Scotty listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner as she did before. Someone's gonna have to stay behind. I'll stay. Go find the vessel in Massus. You're going to refuse again if we offer help, aren't you? Yes. Then I'll see you after we retrieve the vessel Massus. I'll let the doctor know what happened here. What an oddball. Ah, it's charming in its own way. What an insane fight. And that was the hard version too.
잘 놀다 간다. 회수하지 않은 탄피는 팁이다.
What do you mean? There's still another fight. And there's something else here too. Yep, Rhode Island. That's the name of the company. Of the pharmaceutical company. Rhode Island. Another, like right after they said that, oh, we cleared it out. Guess you didn't. This is the doctor, researcher at Rhode Island. Nice to meet you. When I, after everything we went through, finally had the chance to meet the doctor of Rhode Island, I realized that I had been building a vastly different image of them in my mind based on name alone. Heard Rhode Islanders hate Family Guy and that makes me sad. Gee, I can kind of figure, I can make a very strong assessment as to why. Probably also why people who are in whatever version of Springfield might be very annoyed when certain Simpsons fans show up. I was thinking they were going to be someone like Yi Song, Faust, or Hohenheim from LCE. But the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. The clock just ticked. And this is Dante, a manager at Limbus Company. That ticking just now was nice to meet you. Oh, okay. Thanks for accompanying Emiya. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border. I should thank you, and Emiya actually. We've been in a real pickle without her. We would have been in a real pickle without her, so... It's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Dante says that we would have been in a real pickle without a Miss Emiya. Sorry, Manager Bug, can't talk Manager Bug can't talk human, so don't worry about it. We'll take over the translation. Oh my fucking god. It is incorrect to state that a manager cannot talk human. A more accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of accessing sonic means of communication, which includes verbal communication. However, they're able to produce repetition of multiple sounds that may register on a similar scale to the ticking of multiple hands, second hands, minute hands of a clock. I don't know. Something about the way Mersault put it sounds worse? Don't worry, it is not a difficult task when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let us move on to the next steps of the plan. Next steps. Thanks to Limbus Company's efforts, we have obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel Massus and managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be the Bishop of the Deep, and his followers, have barricaded themselves inside the bridge's control room. Okay, so you cleared out everything on the deck, but we still have to get into the room. While it may seem as though they're hiding, I believe they're trying to bait us. As in, they're waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning reinforcements from elsewhere to trap us in a pincer attack. Something like that. The elsewhere is most likely to be the sea, as their reinforcements are probably more sea terrors. Fabius is a seaborn, and the ocean will answer the call of their kind. Limbus Company and Irene will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius, Amiya and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, Calcit and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the predesignated locations. I'd like to avoid getting surrounded by sea terrors before you manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the bridge. Okay, we handled a frontal assault. You make sure to prevent any backup from coming. I observed several entry points leading straight to the bridge while we were working on repairing the vessel. Your force doesn't seem numerous enough to close them all off. It's true that there are many entry points here, but we don't need forces guarding every single one of them, especially here. The hallway is narrow, long, and straight, so... Makes sense to me. How about there? Are you sure you're not overly focusing your forces to a single checkpoint? Let's see. But on closer look. Looks like Commanding Officer Otis is finally in her environment. They actually get to strategize. That's cute. Got any question, Manager Bud? I have no idea what they're talking about, if I'm being honest. Really? I saw you commanding the Sinners earlier. You seem pretty adept at giving orders and making strategic decisions. Indeed, they seem quite adept at making on-the-spot strategic commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on fundamentally different fields. No further elaboration is necessary. She is pointing out the distinction between... Yes, these are two very... They are adept in their own tactical fields. However, they do not necessarily work well in one another's tactical fields. Doctor is better at pre-planning and execution, whereas Dante is better at reactive commands. Doctor is proactive, and Dante is more reactive. Meaning Dante would be bad at tower defense, but Doctor would be bad at more minute-to-minute kind of adapting to adaptable enemies on the fly. Agreed. That particular aspect of strategizing is not one of Manager Dante's obligations, and even if there is a chance for them to engage in such elements, it may be too early to do so. Is that so? It is. At least that is what Faust has judged. What are they on about? I was about to ask that myself. I don't know. I have no idea. Having finished a discussion with the Doctor over the plan, Otis returned wearing a grim look. Is there something wrong with the plan? No, there wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency, but they are impressively far beyond my expectations. Someone who even has Otis kind of feeling inadequate. Really? That good, huh? Even when I think back to my days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. That's high praise, if it gets Otis to admit that she has some lacking. Right, so they're dependable. Good enough for me. If your strategizing's done, let's get cracking. What of you, Miss Mayers? If it's too much to face what awaits, then you need not follow us. I decided to stay here anyway. The Doctor's going to update you in real time on where the safe zones are, so please, keep that communicator close to you. I will. Hey, if Gramps... Is there something you'd like us for... is there something you would like us to do? No, it's nothing. If there's something you want to tell him, contact us through the communicator at any time. We're going to find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can, but if negotiations break down... Yeah, I know what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone. Leaving Mayers behind with her unfinished sentence, we followed the Rhodes Island team to the bridge. The bridge was as godly decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by hooded followers of Seed Hares, greeted us with a kindly smile. Welcome. I truly did appreciate thy kindness. Wherefore didst thou seek to harm us? I love Don Quixote, but sometimes it gets really hard to read her lines. Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believed that we have sought to harm you then, how would you explain that one peaceful night you had slept in Fara Morata? We have never wished you any harm. We did not then, and we do not now. Huh. Not even on the day after you folks stabbed us in the back like cowards, and you want us to believe that. Our wish has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the seas to those with capable, kind-hearted souls. Mate, we know you were just trying to turn us into sea monsters of some kind. Monster is only a name. The essence of its being changes not regardless of the label given to it. Become one with the sea, become one with the endless cycle of life, and one day your misunderstandings will end, and you will come to understand us. Looks like this fight between us is going to be unavoidable. I pulled out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabius raising his hand. The doctor seemed to have finished our preparations as well, as they and Emiya stood opposite Fabius. Incoming. Get ready, everyone. Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long it takes. Their strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifices to absolute minimum. Their commands sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow them. Rhode Island's operations were certainly impressive, but it's not exactly our style. All I can do is put my faith in the sinners and push them onward. Our style is... trust me to bring you back, no matter how many times they cut you down. Let's wipe them out. Yeah, because we don't need to even necessarily care too much if a sinner does die. What matters is if the job gets done, so we can be a lot more messy.
오, 기운이 솟는다, 단테. 가서 빨리 때려 눕히자고.
And then Hand of the Saint's still here, and it's still 14 enemies. Rout the enemy. And always trust that I can bring you back. That's the least I can do as your manager. Might as well just burn this already. Favor dominating, favor dominating, favor dominating. So if I don't need to attack you, then I'm also just gonna focus on you.
받아볼 텐가.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
아, 이런.
Please.
아무튼 놀라운 한방이네요.
Those were all such bad rolls, but whatever. It is nice though that we're at least getting to, like, they're getting to use the wave effects again, which they haven't used since,
효과적이네요.
ugh,
이 방식을 기억하는
which they haven't used since Kanto 5.
물넘고 꺾고 제차.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
It's gonna be real annoying to see who's at the end of this though.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르게 그 인간도 이걸 인정할 걸?
Sitting on that implications level will bring you back no matter how many times they cut you down, and the implications are a bit... Well, that's what's happened. Like... Cause like, even... Not even just in a literal sense. Like... A lot of things that have happened, especially over the course of this journey, especially like... Heathcliff comes to mind immediately. At least in like a very philosophical sense, because like no, the things he went through at Wuthering Heights, like no, that they cut him down continuously, repeatedly, like almost like debilitatingly, but no, it was because of everybody, including Dante, that like he was able to come back. He came back from distorting of all things. And he came back changed, and he came back better. And that happened with Hong Lu after he was cut down by Jacques. That happened with Ishmael after she was constantly being cut down by Ahab. that happened with Sinclair after he was constantly being cut down by Cromer. Like, no, these sinners are constantly cut down and undermined and just taken to like unimaginable depths. Constantly reminded of their of the horrors that they've constantly experienced. And each time, Dante and the rest of the sinners are always there to pull them back.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
And they keep coming back, and they keep coming back stronger. It's something that a good manager can do. Whereas the Doctor is more about preserving life, which works very well from a thematic standpoint as like a Sinclair. From a thematic standpoint of a tower defense game. Like, no, your goal is to minimize as many casualties as possible to preserve their life. And like, the more that you're able to protect everybody and make sure that everybody can watch over one another and work as a more succinct whole, the better your chances of success. Come on. It's a really nice, like, thematically resonant line to have, honestly. Come on.
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
If there's one thing that these sinners are, like, actually good at doing, it's persevering.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르게 그 인간도 이건 인정할 걸?
Gotta give him that at the very least. How many are here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That'd be 9, so I'm still better off holding on my, on my sun shower. Kill you, slice you.
흑수며 뒷박질 중.
토끼를
Go forth, my Heisho.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈을 끊어.
묘야. 길을 열어라.
가치 없고 죽어.
At the very least, these waves are going by pretty quickly. Which just makes me more concerned about the thing at the actual end here.
이것밖에 못하나.
That night was really intense, though. I've never heard or seen anything about that thing related, or about that thing even showing up in Arknights.
금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다.
A lot of enemies who would be really easy to cut down right now. Trying to think. There has to be something I can do that will hit multiple. I don't think I do. One, two. Nothing here. Kill, kill. Should be enough.
마감하지 못하리고
Honestly, that's partly why I really like my,
목을 떨궈주마. 넌
like the manager quote that I have, which is, we're brawling, not heroes fighting for justice.
놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
그렇게 서 있어. 목이 떨어져 있어.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
Last one.
그 인간도 이건 인정할 걸?
이제 깨우치시게.
Yeah, that couldn't be it.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르게 그 인간도 이건 인정할 걸?
Okay, and then this is the last one then. Oh, and we're all pretty loaded up too. What are you? Unopposed attack. Sorry, I'm not gonna let you do that for free. We're also at 3. So no, that actually might be worth doing, just like flat out. In that case, I'll have... I'll have like Gregor do it. 'Cause he's the one with the lowest sanity at this point right now. And she still hits it, whatever.
결과들은 하우스트가
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어.
길을 본다.
A single stab.
도려내라.
자, 숨통 끊기.
Damn, not enough. Thankfully, starting this with these like higher sanity means that these enemies are gonna just evaporate. And burning up.
총알값 아까울 놈은 알고.
나이스, 하나 제꼈다.
Power for every sinking. It sucks to be you, my guy. I want to stack Tremor on him. I can only think of like 2 ways of doing that very quickly. Because if I can get him staggered faster, the sooner I can just make him explode. Still need one more Wrath though. The only one on this team right now that has Wrath would be Sinclair. Fuck, whatever. Kinda just, yeah, reinforcing this.
발톱을 걸어.
Kinda want to see how fast I can just stack multiple Tremor on this guy. Which should also be really helpful for Yi-Sung really quickly.
많이 따가울걸요? 일단 베이면 상처에서 안 떨어질 테니까.
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이
That's enough for Sinclair.
가서 끝장내죠.
9. We can finish this relatively quickly. How much does Faust need for... Okay, one more glue. Sinclair would be better off focusing there. Yeah, and then... see if that can kill.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Oh, and this is gonna apply a bunch of Tremor anyway. That wasn't enough for the death mark. Oh. That's why, because you're using more of those moves. Whatever. Good enough. It just barely wasn't enough to kill.
버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
This also would be enough for Sloth Resonance, so worth it. Oh, and this is gonna hit a bunch of enemies. Yeah, totally worth it. This should kill them. Let's see. I was hoping to use Everlasting instead, but whatever.
이 스며들 듯하는 비 우산이 새지나 않나 모르겠어.
한 번 휘두른 걸로 이렇게나? 완전 멋있는 걸?
Same compression piston, pressure cap removed, observing terminal, vector calculation complete, transfer accumulated pass, maintain moment value, launch. There's the stagger.
나이스! 하나 잡혔다.
Oh, and probably two little dogs. Who cares? Is Marcel still sped up? Yes, he is. $81. Perfect. Oh, just killing him is all that mattered. They're pretty persistent. Fabius flees again, using Sea Terrors and his followers as meat shields. Wait, no, I see it now. It's not Fabius who's putting them in harm's way to save himself. The Sea Terrors and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure that Fabius gets away. But for all that, the only place left for him to flee on the ship, wounded and cornered by the sinners and Irene's lamplight, was the decks. Nowhere left to run, Fabius. I understand you can't help but continue to thrash and struggle to live, even knowing that there's no hope. But running will only make your pain worse. That's different. Fabi didn't run to live. A voice echoes from under the dark sky. Mayers, appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago. She approaches Fabius slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. She looks down at him wordlessly. I told you that your methods won't win their understanding, Fabi. What a shame. I thought those with such wisdom and aptitude would. I hoped you would still be able to realize your ideal here, even after I'd left. It would be realized. Fabius may die here, but we will remain. Now it's time. Devour me. When Fabius blurted out, threw us off once again, and even before we regained our footing from the shock of realizing Mare's true allegiance. People? Oh. Looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. I love you, Ryoshio. I heard it's a pretty common thing in the District 23 backstreets, but I'd rather not see it in person. Hey, I think I'm just gonna look away. That's okay, right? Just what? Doctor, weakened Seaborns willingly let themselves be devoured by stronger ones, thereby sharing their experiences and nutrients with them. This is a commonly accepted practice among them. It is but a behavior that prioritizes survival over all else. This isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. The time is here. Devour me. Set sail toward your ideal. Sorry, Fabi. I've still got some canned food left for me on the ship, and I think I'll delay becoming a Seaborn for a little while. Why? I found a new destination. I'll gain a new power from there, and then become a Seaborn. So now is not yet the time. If that is your will, oh Bishop. Don't worry, your flesh will fatten the bloodkin of the sea. Mares waves her hand, and sea tremors climb up the vessel from the ship and begin tearing Fabius to pieces. Despite the way it looked, Fabius looked exhilarated, nary a look of suffering or pain wrinkling his face as they ripped his flesh apart. We turned away from this scene that could not be described as anything less than cannibalism to look at Mares. Kalsit, is she? Don't need to ask questions when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor. What is happening? Wherefore did young Mares? It wasn't Fabius. Mares was the Bishop of the Deep. That's why they were protecting her specifically.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군.
And that was the EX too.
길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면
Light of the city.
이 홍로가 무얼 받고.
They've played us. Don't despair. We still have the upper hand. We defeated Fabius and his cultists already, and even if they were to summon more sea terrors, we should be able to handle them without much trouble. Hey Iger, just what were you thinking the entire time as you deceived us? I had a feeling I knew what she was going to say to that. She was either going to say that it was for our sake, that it wasn't a deception at all, or maybe she'll give us one final gloating. But her reply, the words of which were clearly selected after gazing out at the far ocean, was not what any of us could have expected. I'm sorry. I thought this would be the better way to approach you, but I see how it can come across as nothing more than deception. You're sorry? Why? Dante wants to know why you're sorry. Huh? Well, that's because I did something wrong. Wait, hold on. You've been deceiving us all along, Mayers? And now you're gonna... Oi, what exactly are you after? You're after the same thing that Geezer was, ain't that right? Turn us into your bloodkins. That it was all for our sake, given all kinds of ridiculous excuses to turn us into one of those monsters. I do hope that you would all one day accept becoming Seaborns. But I'm not about to demand that you let yourselves be transformed today, right here and now. I understand that we all need some time to mentally prepare ourselves. May I understand your statement to be implying that you will not be forcing this upon us, should we refuse? That's correct. It'd be against manners to do what Fabius did, shoving seed hair cells inside your body out of nowhere. Against manners? Manners, huh? Well, I was taken aback by the fact that Mayers was a bishop of the sea. It was true that Mayers had never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius who attacked the sinners directly. Well, she did almost get us in big trouble with Irene while explaining things to us. It's also true that Mayers has been extremely helpful so far. It was her who led us to the lighthouse, and it was her who stayed in the crumbling lighthouse until the repairs were done as that terrifying night continued to assail its walls. What was your actual relationship to Fabius anyways? Just someone who also once strove to realize the vision of our ideal worlds. Our goals once converged, but not now. I was pretty taken aback too, when they attacked you back at the village. Maybe he got greedy when he saw Faust and Otis repairing the ship. He got greedy? Fabius believed that welcoming capable people as bloodkin would expedite Seaborn's evolution. Cool. So you're like some cult leader, but you don't necessarily want to antagonize us. You still haven't told us what you're after, though. I'm going to the city that lies beyond the dimensional door. So you're trying to flee to a different world where the Inquisition won't be able to chase you. This isn't running away. I just want to help the people of the city, that's all. So I'm bringing the Seaborns with me to the city. You can't do that. Please don't try to do that. Don't tell me you're going to invade this city alongside those monsters then. Then the foghorn suddenly blared and the ship shook as it began to move. Vessel Masses has begun to move. Is this an automated sailing program? The vessel Masses will now sail toward the dimensional door. I'll let Rhode Island and Irene go right in front of the door, so don't worry. Did you seriously just tell us not to worry? Faust. Please calm yourself, Dante. It has not yet been determined if this is indeed the dimensional door connecting directly back to the city. No, it has to be. The warm shining light, and the voice from within. It's getting clearer and clearer. Why don't we just let them into the city? Otis, you know what will happen. The battles thus far have done well enough to demonstrate the level of danger Seaborns pose. However, I doubt they'd get very far even were they to enter the city, don't you agree? In Hongwan, we've all seen what happens when sentient, non-human entities enter the city. The head will take action the moment they realize their presence. Of course, we must prepare ourselves for repercussions in case they decide to hold Limbus Company responsible once the dust settles. Yet it is also very likely that we will fully escape any culpability, as we saw in the memories of the Kong massacre. This might be the most shitty thing that she's proposed. Your thoughts, Faust? Urban nightmare? However, considering their specific attributes, it will not take long for them to rise to become a star of the city level threat. That's bad. That's real bad. There is a reasonable possibility that they might be issued the Imperitas Civitatis classification. Is that not an acceptable risk? If not the head, they should be manageable by a wing. This isn't that terrible of a calamity. But Calcit shook her head resolutely. No. Your technology seems to be based on something else, which is neither Originum Arts nor any of its derived technology. And that is precisely what can make your world vulnerable against Seaborns. Is it because they learn fast? Yes. Those on the front lines of the war against Seaborns stubbornly stick to using traditional low-tech weapons. Deploying high-technological weapons against them is only going to make you an enticing meal. They would pose an actual threat to the city. Then can't we just let whichever unfortunate wing that ends up fighting these? Do you take into account that it may take a significant amount of time to earn their trust, even if they were to be convinced there would be other parties with alternative perspectives on the matter, complicating issues? The situation will rapidly grow out of control if backstreet syndicates or fixers get involved, unless the head designates a taboo to prevent it. Even then, considering what she has been saying, yes, we must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head's technology as well before they are expelled from the city. They're that serious of a threat. How do you plan on helping the people of the city, Mayors? By giving them a chance to become Seaborns. She's... Okay. I see now why you were so interested in the Dark Days and White Knights. What are you on about? Become Seaborns? She ain't all there either, eh? What kind of help is that? Mayors, you know that's no different from what the Church of the Deep is doing here. No, it is different. Because someone showered the city with the light. The fact that they found a way to make this all connect back to fucking Carmen. I'm biting my lips so hard. The light. The beam of light from the White Knights and Dark Days incident. How do you... could it be? Why biting your lip? Because the things I would say about Carmen and the fact that whatever she... how did she... I'm trying so hard not to use certain words. Becoming a Seaborn is to become part of a great will called We Many. By doing so, one can be reborn as an altruistic life form, but at the cost of ego, the sense of self. And that's always been my issue with it. Everyone has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels too empty to lose all of that when they inevitably lose their sense of selves as they become seaborns. Look, I want each seaborn to have their own wishes. But the light shining through the dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them toward that evolution. If only the light of the city could become more tangible, it just might be able to give every seaborn an identity of their own to remain uniquely themselves. How do you... Then why is it that you advocate towards those of the city to join the Seaborns, when one could simply learn more of the light, therefore returning here? At first, I thought all I needed was the clue to better evolution, but Don Quixote's tales of adventures changed my mind. Mine adventures. You don't understand just how precarious you all are. And how would you, when you were born into that kind of world from the very start? A place where life has become a commodity, and gold one of its few religions. The gears? The city has abandoned its yesterdays to survive today, and by doing so it has given up on its tomorrows. Just as I needed the light, the city needs Seaborns. It needs their tenacious hold to life and their absolute unconditional selflessness. Jeez! She's preaching the same words as Carmen. But at the end of the day, it still means that everyone has to turn into monsters. People ostracize the other. Something that isn't like me, something that feels alien to me, something I don't know or understand. So that fear is natural, because Seaborns are not human. But you just have to cross that threshold once. She's stealing right out of Carmen's fucking book. Miss Mayers, do you believe the nature of humanity to be evil? Humans are selfish, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good things can come from selfishness, that's for sure. But the side effects have become simply unsustainable. Doctor, you've been to countless battlefields where Rhode Island has fought tooth and nail for the rights of the infected. But what came of it? Peace? No, it's the same. But still, we're all still getting better, little by little. I'm not trying to deride those small incremental steps and call them meaningless. Change takes time, and should it continue, I believe your efforts can be a beacon of light that will lead humanity toward a brighter future. But what about everyone who's sacrificed while you're taking your time, taking those incremental steps? Every single day of that incremental change is marred by unjust deaths. Some are enslaved for no other reason than their differences. People live on in that despair that seems to have no end. I agree with what the light told me, you motherfucker! People are diseased. They're so sick that even in the far-flung future, even on a day that would end, they will continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with scrutinizing each other in search of those differences. Even when every Eiger returns to the sea, they're still going to bully and hate anyone with pointed ears, labeling them Eigers. Even when oripathy is truly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and persecute someone as the infected. People are imperfect beings. You're right. There probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves for the sake of others with nothing but perfect selflessness. As far as another fucking dimension, Carmen is sinking her fingers into more people. But not when it comes to Seaborns. They don't suffer from all this absurdity, nor are they coerced to sacrifice against their will. They have the power to progress towards a better future built from mutual understanding. Anyone hear that ominous bell ringing? Because they're the kind of life forms that seek common ground instead of scrutinizing for differences. The bells. I wasn't being metaphorical. There was actual bells that were ringing. A strange shape form shimmers and materializes before Mayers. I couldn't quite tell what it was, but it was round and it looked like a tool. It is possible that she has already met the conditions to efflorescence. A possible explanation would be the absence of the particular pull required to draw it out of her, or the insufficiency of it. You've gotta be fucking kidding me. This isn't anything like the arts. What is happening in front of Miss Mayers? Is our proximity to the dimensional door increasing the potency of influences coming over from the city? Precisely. The connection to Faust returning to normal levels seems to indicate that. Wait, can people in other worlds, I mean Mayers, also manifest ego? Internal conflict and anguish is a commonality among every intelligent entity, regardless of whether they are from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Faust is quite positive on this possibility as well. However, what does that mean? The potential to efflorescence and ego implies the potential to distort as well. The last person that we know, the last person that we had direct contact to who got this fucking close was Heathcliff. It has been a while since we've seen this red text. You've been dreaming for a long time, Mayers. Drawing your own picture of an idealized world. And you have chosen the ocean as the means to build a path toward that vision. I did not expect the collab to go this far. Yet, why have you failed to take the leap of faith yourself? I had to make preparations. Seaborns are beautiful, there's no doubt about it. It's just that a key piece was missing to really achieve what I want. She is on the precipice. You're not being honest with yourself. I know it very well that you are afraid of becoming one of them. The fear that your own creed might crumble, that you might lose your own sense of self, your ego. The fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the the ineffably overwhelming will. Isn't it terrifying that this hope can just disappear in a blink? Who is she talking to? We have no out. Is this something Limbus Company has experience with? If so, I'd appreciate an explanation. I'm sorry, boss. That might take a little bit too much time. Heathcliff. This is so good. She's hearing that voice. When that singular faith that one had absolute confidence in breaks in one fell swoop, and their ironclad will is shattered. People of the city have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. It is said that these phenomena are often accompanied by the distorting individual hearing a disembodied voice. Indeed, those who distort would oft behave as though they have engaged in a conversation. Of course, the same could be said of those who awaken ego. She is standing on the precipice. At first, I thought it was Kathy, but it wasn't her. The voice was beautiful, comforting, and even cozy. The kind of voice that pulls all deep contemplation to sleep, so calm and so warm. No, there's more to the sunshine than its warmth. The sunshine? Marcel, what do you know? You don't share your interests with other devotees. Survival isn't what you care about. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth. Ephemeral it may be. Right, we have to be about more than just prolonging our existences. What really matters isn't survival. It's what we leave behind for posterity, our legacy. Fuck Carmen. I don't have to be nice to her for everything that has happened because of her. As long as there is a guarantee that the light can indeed protect itself, can protect the sense of self, it'll be more than enough to convince people to become Seaborns. Please, you don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think, Mayors. But everyone has their own wishes. I can't just bulldoze over theirs to force mine upon them. But that's not what you really believe, is it? You know that better than anyone. While you hesitate, countless people who are bound to the inescapable brittle will continue to suffer. That might be true, but don't give her an inch. It's okay. You don't have to hide the shape of your heart, its colors. The only thing you have to concern yourself with is how you can lead the people of this city and then Terra. Okay, we can't just sit here and let this happen. You... As much as I agree with you. Operator's unable to approach. Is he surrounded by a strange field doctor? Yeah, sorry. We kind of have to let this play out. Whenever someone would distort due to reasons other than a monolith, a strange pressure would prevent our approach. as though to stop us from interfering. It is entirely up to her right now. Looks like that applies here too, all the way over in another world. Love is our collective destination after all. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk the path of thorns. Your pilgrimage need be that of suffering. No, I don't give her an inch. You don't believe in any recourse, do you? Other than this, anyway. Don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering, before more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent? Fuck. Hats off to Limbus Company for always finding a way for me going, this can't possibly get any worse. And then it does. And then it does. If there is no recourse, it has to happen faster. I can't waste any more time while people suffer. Follow your wishes. Follow your desires. And paint. Let's show them the painting of your world reflected in your eyes. Fuck. Before the compassion they believe in becomes completely worthless. The yearning afloats them. I understand the shape of your heart. What makes you want to enter the city? But we still know so little about the Seaborns, about Terra, about Iberia. Whatever may have lit the fire under your feet, I can't bring you with us to the city as you are now. Even before the sinners had the chance to translate my words, Mare slowly turned in my direction, as though she clearly understood my words. But I must, Dante. Your adventures were full of exhilarating tales, and I saw kindness in every word and action of you and your friends, but that's not enough. You don't think they'll change? No, they will. In the far, far future. An incandescent brilliance burst forth from before Mayor's. Wow. Past that light I saw the ocean. The calm sound of gently lapping, crashing waves, the immense golden brilliance. A portal? Where did it come from? Dungeon of the Fathoms. There goes my theory about there not being a Fathoms. A gate that leads into one's heart. This periphery is where LCB's department's specialty begins. While what lies beyond this periphery does not necessarily warrant Rhode Island's presence. Can you guys help? I don't know what kind of Fathoms I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're going to need your assistance. Dr. Calstit? We're only here to investigate the dimensional door, but I don't want us to turn our backs on people we can help. Rhode Island accepts Limbus Company's cooperation request. I'll go too. You're still in Iberia. I can't let Iberian business be handled solely by outsiders, let alone an incident connected to the Church of the Deep. Don't worry. It's not like this is the first time we're letting someone not in our group into a dungeon of the Fathoms. We'll be fine. More sea terrors. Given the circumstances, it seemed very likely that sea terrors that were swarming the lighthouse are coming this way as well. I'll call Scotty here. You'll be staying behind then. Mia will go with you, Doctor. Following Mayors, who had already disappeared into the portal, we take our steps into the utopian world beyond. gorgeous, but fuck Carmen. Ugh. A pilgrimage of compassion.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
I expected something. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect it to go this far. Even in another fucking world. And she's also still the... She couldn't manifest ego. She distorted too. That's fucking nuts. This dungeon shouldn't take longer than like an hour. I mean, it's fixed. I am so, like... beside myself. I'm like in genuine awe. I don't know what to expect. Also means that I really do need to have Heathcliff like actually doing stuff now. Insane. But alright, I'll deal. I'll deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's at least 5. I want 7 sec for the passive. So this doesn't give... I guess poison bleed. I feel like I want to stack towards sinking and tremor. At least they'll have like 1, 2, 3. I'd rather have you on that. Bygone days. I'm so, like, choked up. It has been
내 명을 들은 시비수.
so long since Carmen has fucking intruded like that. This is gorgeous. News of the world's getting grimmer by the day. The sea terrors are coming, swarming. This is the day when the ocean-born calamity broke and sunk Igor's seemingly infinite starward growth. Aren't you going to the surface, mares? more and more people have been getting too anxious to stay in Eiger. I'm not. If Eiger falls, it only means that the surface is soon to follow. Why? Think you'll head to the surface too? I'm thinking about it. While there aren't that many, people around me began to leave for the surface. I considered some of them to be close acquaintances. They all tried to convince me to leave with them. But fleeing my home in favor of the land didn't feel right. The foretold calamity descended. It dealt a heavy blow to Eiger, but the surface suffered much worse. It had to be them. How could I not? I had to help them. How could I not? After hearing that such a terrible thing has happened. I think I'll head to the surface. Seriously? The surface? Think hard about it before you go. If you leave now, coming back might no longer be an option. Every day must be a struggle for them. At least I don't have to fear for the immediate tomorrow. So it's my responsibility to provide help as someone who's better off than them, even by a little. I know, but if I don't go there to help, things will only get much more dangerous for the land dwellers. Maybe that danger is the very thing that'll hurt you. I still think I have to help them. I procured myself an Agarian research vessel at a cheap price to bring me to the land. Unable to even submerge itself while moving, this wasn't exactly the best ship out there, and I normally wouldn't have even given it a second look. But I thought it would at least help me navigate the coastal sea. I didn't expect this. The very first thing I witnessed on the surface was the bottomless hostility against the Eiger. They denied my and Eiger's offer for help for the sole reason that I came from the sea. They denied my compassion, my research. Get lost. We don't need your stupid research. You're from the same place as that calamity, aren't you? Do you really think we're so stupid that we trust you? They confiscated my catalyst and tore my research apart. My wish to stand with them against the calamity was devoured by the hatred born of the same calamity. Any kindness, any compassion I gave them was repaid twofold in hatred and suspicion. The terrible conditions of this land transformed them into monsters, or was this always their nature? It wasn't long before the research vessel I brought from the Eiger was confiscated out of suspicion. A few weeks later, when I finally came across the vessel by the beach, there was an uncanny name inscribed on the side, Rebellion de la Masas. But none of that was enough to stop me from continuing my research for the sake of the land dwellers. I went through so many trials and errors, somehow impede the sea terror's rapid evolution, to revive the Iberian soil contaminated by the Nether Sea brand. But my work bore barely any fruit, and I let the days slip by as I watched the Inquisition arrest the Eiger one by one. When my sea terror samples and research notes came into view, they all looked completely different from one another, some of them with fundamentally different physiologies. Even still, nothing stopped them from being us instead of I. And for the first time, I became doubtful of my efforts to interrupt their evolution. Her tales were not entirely fabrications. Mares is a bishop of the Church of the Deep, so that automatically makes her a sinner in the eyes of the Inquisition, regardless of her reasons. The more I studied them, the more I found them to be such compassionate, altruistic creatures. All they cared about was their survival, without even a hint of selfishness. They're not some evil monsters from the sea. Mares, I concede that Seaborns may not be evil, but it doesn't matter what they are, whether they are kindly life forms or whether they are simply a different form of civilization. It doesn't matter. because Iberia and her Inquisition does not define Seaborns as evil. Seaborns are our enemy. Threats to human existence. I have but one thing to say as an Inquisitor. You, all of you, are my enemy. But it would be a good thing for the Inquisition if I were to leave for the city, wouldn't it? Why would you say that it's a good thing for us to toss our problem into another world? That'll be like abandoning our pride. Unless they, the people of this city, give you permission. As an Inquisitor, I can't let you do that. Yeah, and don't get your hopes up about that either. You can wrap it in a box that says compassion for all you want, but Mayors, your course isn't exactly the direction I'd like to sail in. As the rest of the sinners prepare for a battle in silent agreement with Ishmael Stan, Mayors mutters with genuine disappointment. I didn't want to have to come to this. I didn't want to have to do this. Waves. I had no better word to describe the horde of sea terrors crashing into us. But this is the only way it could have ended. Your words are composed entirely of your own color, no one else's. Manager Dante, right? Do you speak? We will hold the line and defend this place against the sea terrors rushing in from the rear. So, in the meantime, can you take down Mayors and deal with the remaining sea terrors? Absolutely. The manager has responded affirmatively. All operators will be drawing the sea terrors towards us. We don't need to take them all down. We just need to act as a wall between the wave and the people of Limbus Company. Irene, I would like to ask for your help as well. As for Mia, please assist Limbus Company, just in case. Okay, then let the mission begin. Then she's right there. Slashing and Pierce. So this isn't too bad. Thanks for stream. Thank you for stopping by. These are usually pretty long anyway, so I understand. 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, slashing and pierce. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11.
내 명을 들은 시비수.
I should have thrown Otis in for no reason. I don't know why I didn't do that. Whatever. Small mistakes. Whoops. I might actually take like a brief break in like a moment so I can go and get something to eat. We can save this.
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없다.
혈압도 바로. 그렇게 서 있으니 고작 이 정도면 넌 손을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
I should save both of these. No, I can use this and then I can use the other one.
고작 이 정도
Insane escalation.
取り上げる
効果的でした。ドクター、
妙や
優れた式ですね。
きれいやろもらうな고작 이 정도 탕미
깨우치시길.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
지 목을 떨고 싶은 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 넌 푸름을
Easy.
틔울 수도 없겠구나.
I actually really like that. This poor girl. We come across a cavern full of sunken ship remnants, the golden treasure that have washed up inside. There are all kinds of unfamiliar sculptures and twinkling golden coins. There's a whole pile of treasure here. Hey, the records here say that this ship used to be a ship that sailed all across Terra. It must be a ship built on conquest, built during the golden age of Iberia. Look, it says here that it's a golden chalice made in Sargon. Combine an armada of tall, proud sails, unparalleled technology innovation, and a certain king's greed, and you get this. It's the kind of glory we can barely hope to retrieve now. These items will be extremely valuable outside, but none of them seem very helpful for the situation at hand. Shall we continue to look, just in case? Let's keep looking. Who will step for it? I say Fow Fow. Fow's picked up a golden compass from inside the weathered bag. The inscription on the compass indicates that it's an artifact created during the era of grand expeditions. How's this artifact still intact? This place is only a bridge made of items pulled from the groups of unconscious that are most appropriate for the Fathoms. It may truly exist, but it may not be reality. Irene stares at the compass for a moment, tempted, before turning around, having accepted the fact that it probably isn't a real artifact.
때로는 검이 문제를 해결해주기도 합니다.
When using a plus skill coin... Ooh. Okay, so additional bonus when at max. Cool. Throw Otis in there, because no reason not to. It also took me a sec to realize that I was reading so much without, like, hardly drinking water.
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Oh, this is a focus encounter, because it has this thing.
고작 터뜨려주.
시비수에게 명한다.
With the sanity offset, we should be fine.
누구 하나 살려보내지 마라. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이다.
We should be able to treat this like a mirror dungeon. This also gives me a chance to just completely build up a...
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
build up as much sanity and ego resources as I need. I think after this I'll hit BRB though, because I need to get something to eat. Because I've literally only been subsisting off of like coffee. Come on.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
We're still fine though.
목을 콱 물어버리지.
I did something for the first one on the bottom row, didn't I? At least I hope I did.
목을 떨궈주마.
어머, 놀랐어?
파쇄 완료.
I think most importantly, it's probably going to be Ishmael who keeps the sanity highest. Or definitely has like ego resources for title elegy. Thankfully, she's able to build up most of the resources that she needs for it anyway, so it shouldn't be too big of a problem. Oh, contempt.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없.
I also wonder how well either Captain Ishmael works against this, or if Blind Obsession gets the bonus.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
피가 튀고.
퉁퉁투성이네.
엘리트 오페레이터並みの腕前です
Still 10 left. It should make this pretty easy. Either Snake Fang or... Oh, won't matter.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없.
토끼를 본다.
That was almost a stagger, whatever.
해충들을 도려내라.
틈틈 이제 깨우치시게.
묘야. 넌 푸름을 틔울
ダンテ
수도
さんの
없겠고.
作戦とても効果的でした
It's so close. Whatever. I'm only more annoyed when it's like so close to a stagger or a kill. Like when it's off by just one or two.
파쇄 완료. 벗어날 수 있다고 생각했나?
그렇게 서 있으니 목이 떨어질 수가. 다음은 어디로?
このままいけば敵を食い止められます
Oh, so that means I did it right then.
이 거리는 충분해
I'll also admit,
너에게
I am partly terrified of what the boss's mechanics are gonna be.
파쇄 완료.
But at this point, I'm used to it. It's all deal.
림버스 컴퍼니の皆さんこの勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう
이제 깨우치시게.
혈압도 바로.
You didn't need to hit that, Sinclair, but okay. Top and then two more.
와일드 헌트야.
Right as I said I was about to go get something anyway. Whatever, it's not too bad.
何か変化が
20 enemies. They're getting really happy with a lot of these mass battles.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨지는 자라. 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라. 고작 이 정도 넌 푸른
敵に対して
튜스도
大きな打撃を与えました。
And it's not even like I've had to ever... It's not like I had to reset for any of these either. Like, I've been clearing these and doing the EXs in one go. On hard, no less.
効果的な攻撃でした。
But this has like been, what? I'm almost at 7 hours.
ダンテさんの作戦、とても効果的でした。
Oh, then no wonder why my throat's been dry, considering how much I've been reading for like 7 hours straight.
쏘주마
適した攻撃でなくても最善の選択だったはずです。敵は深手を負っています。
No, Gloomsta mostly works on them. Maybe I should have had Bygone Days. I'm actually way too hungry. Okay, I'm gonna let this turn play out and then I'll BRB. Because I need to eat, because I literally haven't done any. Because I haven't since I started stream. But I do want to finish this since I'm like right here. That's the hardest part about like doing like these new events and such, because there's so much to get through. At the same time, like, I don't want to split it into 2 streams. Especially this one. This one's been like really good. Like, this is a collab event, but it feels... No, I think they said that like they'll basically have as much story content as like an actual Intervallo. And like, I definitely feel it. Okay, yeah, my stomach is upset. Okay. I'm gonna do like 5-10 minute break to get something to eat. I think a 5-10 minute break after almost 7 hours undisturbed is like not too bad. So yeah, I will be right back. I need to like actually start having breakfast before I start streaming like new Limbus events, or I need to get better about actually having like lunch breaks. Because maybe I'm a little stupid. Even though this is going about as long as I expected it to. But whatever. I am simply reaping what I've been sowing. Which is really funny, because I was considering like, oh, if this event is fast enough, like, I can probably do mirror dungeons too, and it's like, I'm not in the mood for mirror dungeon. Because I fully did not expect the fathoms here. This one is more worth it. I'd rather just burn and kill this one. There's two here. In this case, I'd rather just do Blind Obsession. Because it should be... No, there's like two unopposed attacks here. Well, because I want it dead. So I could probably send Mersault after this one. Actually, that works out. At the very least, I now have a chicken sandwich. It's also nice, the doctor from Arknights is also like actually kind of cool. Like, I'm not sure what personality I either expected or anticipated, but like, no, they're like cool. Like, they're actually tactful to the point where like it impresses or like intimidates Otis. Like, they're very low-key, and I like that. Wait, who are you targeting? Ishmael. This has been a really cool event. I like it.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 전력으로 상대해봐. 전탄격발.
괜찮지 상네.
체력도 바로.
I'm loving that laugh. Each time I hear it, I like it more and more. Oh, he's almost at full stacks.
敵は深手を負っています
So I need him to not get touched by anything. Can I do contempt? No. Because there's not enough stacks to justify it.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
Welcome back.
エリートオペレーターの
Finally getting like right near the end of the event. Like I think this is the last normal mob fight. And then I have to endure a normal boss fight. Which can either be 5 to 10 minutes or an hour, depending on how bad the fight is. But even a night fight wasn't too bad. That was like that was certainly an ordeal to say the least. But it wasn't too bad, I'll say. Certainly made me interested in seeing what that thing's deal is in the main game. Still got impaired.
味方が優勢です今こそ
It took until the Fathoms for that to like finally be a factor to like impacting me.
오자 터뜨려주지.
뱀으로 꿰뚫어라. 저 해충들을
이거리는
보여내.
충분해. 너한텐 지금 알겠지만.
これがリンバスカンパニーの戦闘私もまた一つ学ばせていただきました
Mia also has just like a really cute voice. I like listening to her. There's a long line of people waiting outside a rundown building. Inside, people in hoods are just distributing something to visitors. I think the ocean's blessing. No, we only wish to help you sate your hunger, even a little. We haven't seen you around here. Clearly, you've traveled far to get here. Welcome. Sorry, everyone. Please understand. They're new here. People in hoods dragged us inside. It's not much, but this should hopefully be able to sate your hunger. Dried fish. Huh. Amia and Irene called them finbees. I don't know. Because if it's something bad, then like I really... Like that could really mess with us, but at the same time, Mersilk could heal us slightly. I'll slip them in our bags. Who will step forth? Honglu, you've got to be kidding me. We're so glad you enjoyed the food, but did you actually eat it, or... Honglu replies almost instantly, while the flavor was certainly unique, we did like it. At that, they seemed to withdraw their suspicion and turned away. You didn't quite enjoy the food, did you? Hiding it away instead of eating. Everyone turns around and looks at us, the hubbub instantly coming to a stop. We momentarily froze up, but the moment the hooded people began to run after us, we quickly got up and got away.
먹는 걸 안다고 해서는 안 됐나?
Sea Terror Jerky. Inflict defense down on all enemies and focus to counter all parts. The Sea Terrors are featured among... Ooh, okay. At the center of what appears to be an arc symbolizing the city. At the center of the brilliant golden light must be mares. Let's take a quick break here. Are you alright, Doctor? I just need to take a quick breather. You should probably work on your cardio, or Miss Amiya might have to piggyback you around. Yeah, well, once we get back, I'll start working out like how Sid suggested. Executive Manager. If it ever comes to it, you may trust me. The piggybacking. Thank you, Otis. Ever helpful. I'm good. Perhaps being in close proximity to Mayor's vision of utopia in the center of the light did something. Seaborns near us gave us a passing glance without attacking us. Something about the way they looked at us felt like they were concerned about us. The sinners couldn't help but walk away with a funny feeling. I feel sorrow, regret. Maybe these feelings are denials for all those times she spent agonizing over us. Can we really go back, Miss Mayers? Can we really bring back Miss Mayers? We'll help her return. That's what we're here to do after all. Alright, let's rest up for a bit before moving on. Fight all dead sinners and heal any surviving sinner to max HP. Sloth and Gluttony. Those are our two highest, so we're still good.
필두, 출진.
Oh, directly into the fight. Mare's despair, repulsiveness of people's ill intent, and the faint hope from the light found within. All kinds of emotions and memories rise to the surface of Amiya's fathoms, then sinks again. Those same thoughts seep deep into me as well, unfiltered. The sins that people have committed won't just go away. Humanity's ill intent will propagate unimpeded too. But the tides that Miss Mayers is trying to summon to douse it will devour humanity, their civilization, and the city they came from. So I don't think that's the right way to go. Not as long as Dante and the people of Limbus Company refuse. This isn't like the time I retrieved the ego. In place of a light, a speck of darkness casts a shadow. Reach out into the darkness, a strange power courses through me. A strange power courses through me before radiating toward the sinners. All sinners gain emotional connection for the duration of its encounter.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
Amiya! Emotional connection. On hit against enemies, 50 divided by number of coins, chance to gain 1 ego resource corresponding to the oh. When an enemy dies after an ally's unit skill attack ends, gain 2 of these. So this boss is gonna summon ads. In an encounter, gain 1 ego resource of each affinity consumed while using the following ego skills. Okay, so this is a ego feeder. It feeds resources for the specific egos of this collab. The student's pound type does not change. Take minus 90% damage from burn, bleed, tremor, rupture, and sinking. These are all significant encounters. Okay. turn end, consume Abyssal Vitality to summon Sea Terror Horde. If there are fewer than 3 Shell Sea Runners or Deep Sea Sliders on the battlefield, randomly summon either of those units until there are some total of 3 of them. Next turn, consume the number of summon units times 4 Abyssal Vitality. Or such units are going to consume 8 Vitality. If there's a spawner on the battlefield, consume 12 Abyssal Vitality and summon it next turn. If Base and Sea Reaper isn't on the battlefield, consume 20. Max 100, consume when using certain skills. Every time this effect is consumed, heal SP on self. Okay, so... every time it is consumed, so every time that one of them disappears, it'll bring one back. Every time a Sea Terror this unit summon is killed, take fixed HP damage equal to the unit's max HP. Ego of responsibility. Okay, so this is an ad fight. At 50% less than HP, immediately ends combat phase and gains new pattern. Disable the phototaxic procession passive. Gain Abyssal Vitality. When gaining this passive, when gaining a shield, activate the effects of Indelible Compassion. This unit does not lose shield at turn end unless removed by damage of certain effects. When the shield breaks due to getting hit, becomes staggered and gain 5 fragile until next turn. When becoming staggered due to raised stagger threshold, gain 5 fragile next turn. Fragile gained due to buff effects does not stack. Shield HP can stack, however, when this effect is active. The shield HP cannot be more than 50% of the shielded unit's max HP. This effect counts as a shield management effect. Turn start. What is this? At 50. Turn start. Plus 5 nervous impairment. If all enemies have less than 5. Less than 15. To all enemies with less than 15. So everybody gets 15. Everybody will get 5 if they're not already at 15. Gain fragile equal to double the number of times. Before the compassion, they believe it loses its worth. Was used during this encounter. After gaining a new pattern, reduces unit skill slot by the number of staggered enemies to turn. One on top of nose with run, gain final power plus 3. When hitting a basal Sea Reaper with this unit skill, convert credit from standby state to combat. Okay, so automatically turns into that. Alright. Unclashable. Alright, whatever. Simply better off if Mersault starts in his mode.
토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 묘야. 길을 열어라.
총알값 아까울려나.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
Wait, what? Oh, this is like entirely an ad fight. Okay. Or minion fight, I'll say. Interesting. That changes my priorities slightly. When targeting allies, heal 20% of target's max HP. So I'm still better off just targeting these enemies regardless. That also means the Ryoshu's might actually get better use out of this then. Target as gate. Target as gate. Okay. It's definitely going to be an interesting fight to say the least.
나선 속을 벗어날 수 없다.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
Because in theory, this shouldn't be too bad. It just means that the first half is an A fight and then the last half is like a normal focus encounter.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
흩뿌려져 추악한 모든 시선이 이끌리지.
효과적인 공격이었다.
총원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로. 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
I did not see that offense up game, but whatever, will deal. That's going everywhere. Okay, I need to read what this does. Because I can't just let that hit. Clash lose. Gain power down plus 3 and 3 paralyze. Happy down. Okay, yeah, so that needs to be clashed. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. 1, 2. Still 2 more to worry about. When attacking just a single target and focus encounter or core, gain counter plus 2, and take it. Wait, these have effects of killed. On hit, on trigger, no. If one or more targets are killed, deal sinking potency doing damage against 2 random. Okay, so yeah, that is worth it. But what's the weight on that? 3. Okay, that explains a lot then. Yeah, I'll take it.
오작 터뜨려주지.
떨고 주마.
피가 튀고
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
Okay, beat the clash. Oh. Okay, I understand that now.
다음은 어디로?
한눈 팔지 마세요. 내 말은 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
$356. And kill 2 targets.
確認。エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
Yeah, she's taking really good damage though. The attack power down too. That's only for this turn. Somersault can't really do much. But no, he can still. His attack's down by 4 though. I think this is gonna be stupid. Who's she hitting with that? That. Okay. Is that Sanguine Desire? Maybe I'm using this as a justification to burn more of Contempt. Maybe. Will it look cool though? Yes it will.
이제 깨치시게.
어라라지 파괴 완료.
Oh, that killed. I didn't expect that.
흩뿌려져 추악한 모든 시선을 이끌리지.
And that was bleed for all the targets too. Which helps Sanguine Desire.
날카롭게 갈았어. 저 햇빛을.
Oh, that's half. You've aged a lot since the last time we met, Fabi. Is this a characteristic of your subrace? You haven't aged a day. So, what brings you to the Church of the Deep? Seaboards are indispensable in our preparation for the impending doom. Nothing, I mean nothing else, can ensure the survival of humanity. Thus, it would only be right for me to join hands with those who will be able and willing to become Seaborns, to search for a way to prolong our existences. You're looking to use the knowledge of the wise and talented as nourishment for Seaborns. But that won't do anything more than prolong our existences. But is survival alone not enough? I thought a bishop of the church would share a majority of that belief with me. Fabi, you and I both have put our faith in the Seaborns, but the word faith might mean something different for you than it does for me. Seaborns shouldn't be our object of worship. We have to stand on equal ground as them and set our eyes on their natures. Please step aside. Desperation, sadness, sympathy. Mare's emotions gush upward, carried by bubbles. Terra, a land in which the hatred for the different has entrenched itself. The city, a place in which people crushed by the trials of life has surrendered to its absurdities. They both need the Seaborns, perfected beneath the light. This is but your wish, Miss Mayers. Faust does not believe them to be necessary elements for the city. Even in the city, there are people who are searching for reasons to live on, dreaming of a better world. We all know that it can't be possible by easy change. It can't all possibly be easy to change. There has to be some kind of worth, value, in that process alone, in the lives we lead within the city. What worth could there be in a life of the unkind? To a life of the unkind. The kind of life humanity is doomed to exist in, where all we ever do is hurt and hate one another. Listen, efficient order, natural altruism. They're both virtues humanity should never lose sight of. But there's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life. Survival is the right of all civilization, which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it. But what if there's no other way? Can you even understand what I'm saying? Some time had passed since I made Faramura my home. Unlike my prediction, the Seaborn's evolution seems to have lost its explosive progress, and Fabia seemed to be content just observing their slow development. Maybe it's because they're directionless, without a specific wish. Even still, Seaborns were the key to changing Terra, the land. To stand against the incoming calamity, we needed their survivability and adaptability. And the humanity that has turned exhaustion into ill intent needed the Seaborn's blind, selfless altruism toward their own. So while I never stopped my studies, something small but sharp continued to stab at my frustrated heart. Stultified and unable to be resolved. If we were to lose even our sense of selves and creed, assimilation into the stagnated great will. For the sake of survival, civilization had to be no more. For the sake of us, I had to become no more. The realization of that paradox made the first crack in my confidence that Seaborns were the answer to the problem Iberia, the land and humanity faced, and throughout the cracks the seeds of doubt were sown. But I'd already come too far to find a path more beautiful than the Seaborns. No more wasting time with these stupid ruminations. There has to be a way, some kind of condition Seaborns need to fulfill to retain their sense of selves, to retain their individual hopes and wishes. I stood adrift atop the indignation of years that I dedicated to this purpose, holding on to this precious hope and steeled my shaking heart. And that was the easy part. There are no better solutions. Don't look away from the answer that lies right in front of me. All I need to do is to find a way for Seaborns to hope and wish, to have them carry a sense of self. I just had to repeat that to myself like a mantra, again and again. But my drifting days came to an end when I found a new path, illuminated by the strange light from across the sea. On that day, yes, the day when the faint blue light shone, a whisper visited me. Who's there? Whose voices? What? The answer, sought through the eons by people I didn't recognize, played over and over in my ears. The voice that spoke, it was muffled but warm and beautiful. The light of the city. The hearts that were lost, the emotions that were forgotten, the sense of self that... No, that's enough of that. But I'd like to hear more about the light. The light that has sprouted from the 10 virtues. I hate her so much. It has been 7 hours, yes, trust me. It's almost been 8. No, these counters in like these intervalos can go really long. And I haven't even been losing fights. Like I haven't had to reset. Like this is just pure reading and just going through. And the image those words drew in my mind was clearer and more beautiful than ever. Terra, the city, they both failed to find a way out of this bridle. If they're going to be satisfied with living on as they are, then you can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then, even if you may be lost in the ideals, you have to keep walking. She gets it. Survival, worth of life, as I've never been too certain about either of those complicated ideas. I have no unflinching creed with which to convince her. That's not to say that the city has no need of the altruistic nature Mayors wants to bring there. That's not to say that I have a better answer than the combination of Seaborns and light. Even still, the emotions, the regrets, the conversations I found and collected over this journey alongside the sinners become my answer, and I tick on. Honestly, I don't really know the city all that well either. My memory only goes back a year, and for what is practically my entire existence, I've been surrounded by sinners in our adventure. Still, we want to keep trying. You're right. The city is an absurd, vicious place. Something new and horrible surprises me every other day, but... Mayors, that light you spoke of, I don't think that's what protects the ego, the sense of self. To protect it, you have to first look unflinchingly both ways, the path that lies ahead and the one that you've walked. Then you confront them both. That can't be right. The light, it has to. You're just working based on what you heard about the city and the light, ain't that right? How can you be so confident that the light will be able to protect the Seaborn sense of selves? Ain't that just what you want to believe? I think it's a distinct possibility. Even if the light can do what you hope it does, Mayors, it won't change anything. Turning our natures kind by transforming us into Seaborns? A convenient method like that isn't our path. Because the sense of self protected like that, the kind nature attained like that, wouldn't be our own, it'd be yours, Mayors. Protecting your own sense of self while being compassionate and kind, it's a path of unbearable suffering. We might fail some days, desperate, despite our best efforts. Some days we'll be forced to confront the sins of our past and suffer. Verily, not one of us as we are now may see the culmination of that path. Yet, I can hardly find it within myself to simply leave it all in thy hands without so much as trying. You're saying that Seaborns can't be the answer I've always sought. It doesn't make much sense if you think about it, Mayors. The sea monsters don't even know what self means. That's why they show no hesitation before sacrifice. If you were introduced the sense of self to those sea monsters, that selflessness you want will be no more. She's a seaborn-shaped distortion who is not a seaborn, and endlessly anguished contemplating distortion. If Maris wishes to achieve an altruistic world, then her desire has to be that she doesn't want her efforts to become meaningless. Seaborns may be the perfect answer for some people. Recent example, Fabius. It seems clear to me that that was precisely his wish. But that doesn't seem to align with yours. Find a new answer, Miss Mayers. You're telling me I have to go back to wandering for so much time again, in search of that new answer? You won't be alone on that path. Walk it together, relying on one another, and it won't feel so long. Honglu, you bastard. Trying to carry such a heavy burden all by yourself, Miss Mayers. It's such a prideful thing to do. Gain 1 point power for every 3 nervous impairment on main target. Consume up to 10. Gain half consumed stacks offense. Clash lose does not gain offense up. Such a prideful thing to do. They're all so high. What is Rodian at? 15. We're all at 15. She has a chance to break that. I'm really hoping that this works. That's so high. The cleansing of all impermanence and detachment may be meaningless. Still, I cast myself into that troubled world all the same. The first one to falter shall lose.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
It's so close. I had no chance. Red eyes.
자, 맛볼 시간이다.
Matters more is that binding. Tides carry away the windows to Mare's past, soon devouring them beyond vision. It's almost as if Mare and the dungeons of Fathoms. No, the ocean itself is fusing into one. A majority of distortions encountered by the bus team have assumed a form generally recognized as an organic entity. However, there is nothing preventing distortion's form from breaking that boundary and taking a different shape, as it may vary beyond the individual's desires. If a distortion is allowed to exuberate undeterred, it may eventually corrode this very space in which we stand. As we were taking some time to catch our breaths, a few small machines tumbled to the ground, shot from one of their trembling fathoms. It must be one of those mysterious machine in Mare's tones. We saw them appear into our memories. The machines continued to roll loudly as though the waves broke them. We saw that there were various apparatus attached to sockets on their sides. Expensive they appear, yet how numerous they are. Well, you know, maybe it's similar to one of those fixer fellas who are always hell-bent on picking up every new cutting-edge workshop tag. It says, "Little handy" down here. This has an oddly similar structure to the Hand of the Saint the Inquisitor brought. To shop this fantastically wonderful machine be an assistance in our battles. Rhode Island's already seem to have their hands full holding the line against the tide of sea terrors. We should probably just take just one and leave the rest to help them out. After a quick discussion with the Sinners, we decide to take just one of the machines. Oh, these are numerous. Gain effect that counteracts that would be really helpful. Gain safeguard effects against stagger. Enhance the effects of Hand of the Saint. I'd rather take this. Don't really understand how it works, but this sure sounds useful.
これも作戦の一環。リンバスカンパニー戦い方。
Coin power +1 for every 3. And so who has it? Ryoshi would still be the best to clash then. That's dangerous. Either Ryoshi or Ishmael. Yeah, no, these are all very dangerous. She has contempt. Honglu will take one that is targeted towards her. Rodian has the favor there? Just 23, that would be max of 9. Yeah, no, it wouldn't, unless? Unless it resonates. This one attack is still fixed on Ryoshi though. One of us needs to strike it. If Faust doesn't strike it, that hits Ryoshu. I want to keep her alive, though. Like, all of these attacks are going straight for her. Base of 20. No, she'd still... Because that's gonna hit her regardless. But she also has... She might have a chance. In which case, Rodion can focus on that. I'm gonna help. That's all I can do.
이 몸을 온단히 벌하심에 기꺼이 죄를 받아들이나이다.
I can't believe she won that.
꽤 끈적거리거든. 절대 피할 수 없을걸?
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
Love you, Red Eyes.
자, 맛볼 시간이다.
That killed Mistral before he can even heal.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
돈이 될 때까지
囚人が退却できませんでした。あ、ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
Before the compassionate belief is worth... before the compassionate belief, this loses its worth. Before the compassionate believe and loses its worth. I need to double check like everything here. I'm getting this passive when recovering from the saga. I'm getting a shield activates the indelible compassion. This unit does not lose shield at turn start unless removed. When the shield breaks due to getting hit, becomes staggered and gain 5 fragile. When becoming staggered due to raising stagger threshold, gain 5 fragile next turn. Fragile gain due to this buff effects is not stack. HP. Shield HP can stack, however, when this effect is active, the shield HP cannot be more than 50% of the shielded unit's max HP. This effect counts as shield management effect. Energy branch influence expands towards center territory at each passing turn. That's sinners, greatly increase sinners. Can clash regardless of speed. Would Scotty's ability be better? No, because it's still... Even that's still struggling. Ryoshu is somehow still alive. One person needs to strike that. Prioritize the target with most nervous impairment. Base power +1 for every 3 nervous impairment on the main target, max of 9. +1 for every 3. Can clash with schizophrenia, powered down, paralyze. So it'll still set her back to 50. Gain shield equal to 20% of the student's max HP. Start next to regenerate. Majesty brand and ally territory. So Yisong and Gregor would be the best options. Dimensional Shredder would be better.
나아가주게. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Can't believe that worked.
색색이 화물하고
And it hit heads.
나의 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
Very cool, thank you.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Just have to burn through the shield. Centers on top another C brand take turn and take fixed damage equal to 5% and gain 3 nervous impairment. Greatly increase nervous impairment stack. C tears on top of another C brand effect against sinners. Another C brand's influence expands towards center territory with each passing turn. Okay. Disable the fundamental Chromatic Possession passive. When gaining this passive from permanent turn start, never turn on the event. Reduce this unit's skill slot by numbers of enemies. Okay. Does not lose shield at turn start unless removed by damage or certain effects. When the shield breaks due to getting hit, becomes staggered and gain 5 fragile. So it's just a shield to work through. Becoming staggered due to raise stagger threshold. Shield HP can stack, however when this effect is active, the shield HP cannot be more than 50% of the shielded unit's max HP. Yeah, so it's just getting rid of the shield. When on top, another Sea Brand gain final power plus 3 and coin power plus 3. So it's just plus 6. So every... okay, so I have to add 6 to the start of literally everything. So it starts high rolling at 10, then plus 6, then plus 12. So that's a 20... that's 22. So then plus 6, that is starting at... it's starting at 9 plus 17. I promise I can do math. 26. That's a high roll of 26. Trying to think of what I can do. So I guess she's not winning any of those. But if I can draw her attention... if I can draw her attention away from Faust at the very least. Plus 6, so starting at 10 plus 9 equals 19. That'd be 28 maximum high roll. So I need... so Sinking and Tremor are the two ways to go here then. Or not, because that is way too low. So Sinking's the way to go. So I need to clear as much space for Ishmael and Yisong as much as possible. That's undiluting waves. I'm like trying to double check that I'm not doing anything wrong here. Because this is just high rolls to deal with. Plus 1 for every 3 nervous impairment. Consume up to 10 abyssal vitality and gain half of the stacks of offense level up next turn. No, I just deal. Yeah, that's all just gonna gain clash power. of these is gonna be easier. I don't even think averaging it out would be helpful. These are just really high rolls, and on top of nervous impairment. Because any of these unbreakables is gonna send all of these unbreakables are gonna cause somebody to stagger. That means that the only thing I can do is at least just try to break the coins. That really feels like the only thing I can do right now. And of course she drops gets this short and gets this short stick, whatever. We deal, I guess. Yeah. Of course, I lose the 5%, whatever.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
That's just too many.
바로 해주시죠. 네.
총원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로. 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
Everybody's still staggered. Like hardly doing anything to the shield. Shield breaks due to getting hit or becoming staggered. Gain +5 fragile. Gain fragile equal to double the numbers of before the compassionate leave and lose its where it was used during this encounter. Max is 6. How much fragile does she have? 2. Gain final power plus 3, coin power plus 3. Like, I have to hit that. Heathcliff still loses that clash. No. I think of first. But then that just came back. I'm not reading something right about this. Spawns in an inactive state in battles, let the Navisi brand may appear. When Navisi brand appears on the battlefield, this unit becomes active and damageable. When the unit's HP is dropped to 0 from an attack, trigger Hand of Saint and remove all Navisi brand from the battlefield. When this effect triggers, Hand of Saint becomes inactive for the next turn. This unit takes damage. Okay. But is that only for one turn? Because the shield's back. She gains bonus effects whenever she is under another C brand. It's like, am I supposed to pick and choose? How much health is Hong Liu at? It's at 3. So do I have to pick and choose that, like, at specific points in the fight? But then this right now is a crapshoot. Because even with this hitting, I'm still taking damage from the Unbreakable Coin. So all I'm doing right now is damage to the barrier. So then hit this. And that vanishes, so then...
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Still staggers, whatever.
충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Honglu's just gonna take it, I guess.
적은 이것도 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
Yeah, now another C brand is gone. Do I have to do that after the attack starts each time?
피로 다스리지.
I have to remember specifically how his invulnerability works. When activating the Eagle skill, Tears of Tarnished Blood, the end, nullify the death effect and its after effect. So it heals 60% starting next turn. Okay, so he's still kicking for a bit, I guess. Gain poise, inflict sinking, but she's just gonna stay up there. Like, her sanity's gonna stay that high, so it's entirely just about breaking the shield right now.
대신 되찾을 거다. 계속해봐라.
Even though I'm still gonna be taking these. Oh, there it is.
지 목을 떨궈주마.
Tears of the Tarnished Blood. The end.
이 한 번 바쳐.
Okay, and now those ego skills are also making sense to you.
쏟아내리. 피가 아무리 탁해졌다 한들
Has been healed.
죽지 않는다.
쓸데없는 관심 필요 없다.
Four, 7, 6. 417, and then she still dies. Honglu can probably break that still. Either Honglu breaks it or... no. Just go Otis, because why not? Okay, now I understand properly how this works.
쓸데없는 관심 필요 없다.
76. You're kidding me, I was off by 2. Whatever. Okay, and this comes back. Which means I can clash that. Okay, it's only 3... Ooh, it's only 3... 318. Rather defend that attack for Honglu. Gregor, Dawn, Honglu. So these two need to be hit. And these two are for Gregor. Hit the first one. Ooh, wait, all 3 of those are for Gregor. Okay, I'm getting it now.
여행은 목적이 있었지. $49, $269. $117. That was the stagger.
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
This is so... so precarious. How did you fail both of those?
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
243. She's still gonna get the shield back next turn, so I still need to break it again. $107. She still has shield? She does get it back. I'm trying to remember how this buff worked. Offense up, defense. Offense, damage, and attack up +3. Okay. Beat the Gluttony and Pride. Heathcliff might have to be the one too. the one to clash with this.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
I need to hit. I need to get rid of the shield as fast as I possibly can.
기꺼이 죄를 받아들이나이다.
Points for figuring out the mechanic literally right at the end of the fight. You've got to be fucking... That's so bad. And now it's at the 30. Is he just gonna keep getting stacked up to 30? That's 45. There's a stagger. This is excessive. Can I make him a... no. None of those are direct attacks. No, one is. But that's at the end. This is so weird. She didn't need to do all this. She's just gonna keep doing this. He's going to need... there we go. A turn for that one thing to activate. He needs to hit the puck literally once. Unless he just gets staggered here for eternity. I need to see how much damage he's taking. Are we just in this cycle now? Like, I can't do anything. He's just nigh unkillable because he literally can't get the turn to activate the ability.
トできます。
He is literally just never getting a turn. He can't do anything. But he's staying alive because he's never getting a turn.
囚人の皆さんのことをきっとできます。私、皆さんのことを信じています。
더럽혀진 몸은 뭐를 하는 조차 없다시 악하다는 모든 것들아
He got one,
영원토록 뻥을 잡구나.
but he still needs to hit the puck directly. He needs to hit the puck directly before he gets staggered.
더럽혀진 몸은 뭐를 하는 조차 없다시
I'm now deathly curious to see how this plays out.
영원토록 뻥을
I've
잡구나.
wholly lost like all control of this battle at this point.
더럽혀진 몸은 뭐를 하는 조차 없다시 악하다는 모든 것들아 나와 영원토록 뻥을 잡구나.
And as long as puck is not the main thing.
상념으로 맑은 하늘 가리고
Wait, now that's tarnished blood at the end?
모든 피 쏟아내리. 지나온 길을 생각하면 이 또한 내가 걸어야
He even carried that over?
길이겠지. 예전부터 한 번에 되는 일이
Can I
없었지.
see how much damage he took?
대관원을 나선 이후부터
It won't show.
언제나 줄고. 그러니 될 때까지 피를 흘리고 치고 박으면 그만이다.
Literally been going so long that the daily check-in like rolled over. Oh, it's starting all over. Okay, then yeah, I'm sticking with the Mal branch. And I'll also just stick with Family Hierarch then, because like why not? Yeah, then we go with this.
숨어들기 나쁘지 않군.
I'm just gonna win rate through this, because now I've seen literally everything. But then now I'm wondering, like, when did that puck become active? I also am only gonna call it puck, because that's the only thing that I know really how to describe it. Whoops. I'll also bar myself from...
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집.
I'll bar myself from complaining about that mechanic too much.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が
Mostly because that's something visual that you really have to kind of see. But I also didn't really have to engage with it at all prior to that fight, so...
혈염도 바로와.
Like, with all the skills and ability being up, like, I never looked down to see what exactly that was pertaining to. Because, like, I thought I was missing a status ailment, not something that's like a terrain thing.
이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나 도끼를 보았다. 넌 저 해충들을 도려내라.
効果的でしょう。
숨통 끊기.
묘야. 넌
But now we're so close to the end anyway that I have to just commit through anyway.
가치 없군.
인증투성이네.
Because these fights also didn't give me any trouble. It was literally just the boss fight. And even then it was just the last half because I couldn't understand what the mechanic was.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 정말
Because I thought I had to do something either for sanity, if that wasn't it. It was either something related to sanity, it was either something like I wasn't clashing in the right order.
이 정도 탕류의
敵は深手を負っています。
일기단천.
가치 없군.
Like I properly just didn't understand it. And when I did hit the thing, just that floor setting came back next turn, which made me think, okay, so hitting that was pointless.
없겠구나.
But yeah, now I should be able to do it no problem. Same thing as before. Let Honglu step forth.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 순 없으니. 내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
They also really did not want you interacting with any of the status ailments for that fight. Like you really had to do that fight
이 안에 숨쉬는
the way that they wanted.
누구 하나 살려보지 마라.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
Which means the phase 1 ad phase, and then the second one, then phase 2 being more focused around the environmental changes.
숨통 끊기.
Let me,
効果的な攻撃でした。
when this clears through, I want to like read the puck again. This one spawns in an active state in battles that never see brand may appear. May. See brands on a battlefield that becomes active and damageable when its HP drops. Yeah, it doesn't say. That never see brand may appear. When it appears in the battlefield, this unit becomes active and damageable. Move all never see brand from the battlefield. When this effect triggers, and this unit becomes inactive for the next turn. This unit takes damage, only becomes active when you choose it. Yeah. Centers on top of never see brand at turn take fixed damage equal to 5% and gain 3 nervous impairment. Never sees brand's influence expands towards center territory with each passing turn. Yeah, it says this, but it's not like, what's the source of it? It just says it expands towards the centers with every turn. C territory, frontmost centers. 5 frontmost, all centers. Yeah, it doesn't say where it comes from at all. It just says, hey, it'll appear and it'll creep along the battlefield. But it reads like it's a status description, like it's a status ailment. Where it's only the first 2, like there's nothing doesn't communicate that it's a visual mechanic.
잘 생각해보라고.
It says that it's a field mechanic, like the blood mechanic for Blood Fiends, but nothing like how to look out for it specifically. Like, I'll be honest, I never noticed it during any of the other fights. Like, I would just see the status sim and say, oh, I guess it's here now, and then I hit it. And it's not like it really impacted me for the other fights either. Still no Bran. Like, now I'm trying to keep like an active eye out for it. Why do I keep failing in like 5% chances? Whatever, I guess.
묘야, 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
I was wondering, like, how was I supposed to counteract the enemy being able to just have an additional +6 to their rolls now? Still no Bran. Like, like, I'm not seeing it from like the enemies casting anything.
목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
Now it's creeping in. But like, why? Like, is there a trigger for it? I don't understand. But now it's like, but also now that it's coming in, like, these enemies are almost dead. There's no point in me caring about this mechanic.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
이건 예상 못했나봐.
Enemy staggered. Like, now it's hitting the front row, but doesn't matter.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수 없겠구나.
I was wondering why that thing, like, would get attacked at the end of those turns. I thought it was just like, oh, okay. I guess it's just hitting whatever it considers to be an enemy.
사냥감인가?
Like, is it here too?
끓어오르는군.
Yes. So, I don't understand. I have no problem reading the status elements or like trying to understand the boss mechanics. But just kind of saying, hey, be on the lookout for this thing. And I'm looking at the enemy skills. And none of them say anything about it. It's not exactly very clear about what I should be doing. Still not creeping in.
물어버리자고.
목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도
Like, does it come after a certain number of turns? Like, I don't remember. I don't remember what the turn count was that caused it to appear. Or when it appeared.
훌륭하군요.
敵は深手を負っています
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
I really did nothing, huh?
토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
ダンタさんの
I was done in one hit. Alright.
길을 열.
適した攻撃でなくても最善の選択だったはずです
But at least now that I know what to do, it should be a lot faster then. Because I also just need to kill the... whatever enemies spawn. And that phase wasn't even too bad either. Like, you just play it out like you normally do.
혈압도 바로.
もっと効果的な方法が
It's still like 13 enemies left to go.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
That nervous impairment's like a really annoying status too. That was so close to a stagger, whatever.
このままいけば
Now it's creeping in. Turn 5. 5 turns for a status thing to like actually start?
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리. 숨통 끊기.
모든 무상무장
Like I hardly noticed their final power even being higher. Like that probably would have been like the clue, but I literally just thought nothing of it.
놀랐어?
Especially because it's only a +1. So unless like you're really like on the cusp, it's not really gonna matter. You'd only really care when you start taking damage.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
이건 예상 못했나봐.
다음은 어디로
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です
뚫어보이겠어.
What's that? There.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
That means attacks that wait, like are still useful. You just target the puck first. I literally don't know what else to call it other than like a hockey puck.
떨궈주마.
Please.
혈압도 바로.
That immediately removes the status ailment.
多数討伐確認
That immediately removes the effect from the field.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
So depending on whose speed matter. Okay, so fastest would be most useful for attacking that then.
날개를 펼치고.
Because whoever's higher clears that, and then everything else after that is one power lower. Which just means for the boss fight, somebody's gonna have to take the hit. Or whatever hit goes, unmitigated.
숨통 끊기.
림버스 컴퍼니の皆さんこの勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Do that for free aura farming. Through the ocean wind blowing between white buildings, someone stands with the lamplight and looks around and the bloom illuminating the piles of sea monster corpses. Given the clear similarities between his and Irene's outfit, he must be an inquisitor too. What are civilians doing out here on the front lines? Inquisitor is leading our evacuation. Who will stop for it? Oh, the Inquisitor must have been leading you out of here. You seem quite new, Inquisitor. Do keep up the good work. Ah, but before you go, would you please take this lamp to the Inquisition? Please tell them that there was an Inquisitor who walked through these mists, its trials, and eventually made his country his fate. The lamp is bright and warm. This must be what the Inquisitors of Iberia are fighting the ocean to keep lit. We take the small but weighty lamp and continue.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 순 없으니.
Effect applies to the identity with the earliest deployment order. First attack skill to be used gains final power plus 3. If the attack skill was an ego skill, it gains final power plus 4 and deals 25% count. If this unit has impairment stacks, consume up to 4 of it. For stacks of it but gain, stacks consumed times 2. Burn. Okay, so I guess that's some type of mitigation tool for it.
뱃대에서 내려. 전장으로.
I've literally almost been doing this all day.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が
It's so not fair. No, because it's not worth it. So I just have to... No, this is still the retreat order. So I just block all these regardless, because it doesn't matter.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
敵が来ます皆さん戦闘の準備を
Target all the normal enemies first and just kill them.
목을 콱 물어버리자.
시비수에게 물어봤다. 이 앞에 숨지는 자 누구 하나 속기를
고작 이 정도
How are you constantly failing that 5% chat? Please, please. Please, Honglu. I'm like trying to like you more.
優れた式ですね。
きれいや
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。
So all we have to do is clear out these enemies. That'll deal half damage to her. Then we worry about her actual phase of the fight.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
効果的な攻撃でした。
That was so close to a stagger. Whatever.
このままいけば敵を食い止められます。
Just almost leading to that. Kill. 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 1, 2. You're almost at a stagger. But also you might need a little bit more. Yeah, you.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Just one stagger. So then I'm still better off just using, like, this time to build up resources. Because in turn, if I wasn't just building up resources, I'd be using the... I'd be using the event ego to steadily build up their power for phase 2. Which I think is the real purpose. That thing has a little bit too much health. Can use branch on you, so that way you're not pulling that much attention. I'm not exactly full autoing, but I am kind of just like clicking to get through. Because I want to get back to the phase where like I died. Because this was not the hard part. There's also the pucks here in phase 1 too. Oh, I actually didn't expect that to stagger, but whatever. Sinclair, I love you, but sometimes you drive me insane. Now the thing's coming through. So this comes in every 5 turns, so I literally just never noticed that. Yeah, do that, cleans through, and then all the... Then the power-ups, like, don't mean anything to me. She has to almost be at half health by now.
혈압도 바로
She's almost at half. She's at 281.
捕まえては敵を食い止め
And
る
like half health is what, like 1,000 something? 1,500? I also don't have Ish on the field, so it's literally just kind of swinging and hoping.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
The offense power up, that's what got it. It's so high. I should have killed it a little bit faster. I should be fine killing the other enemies before it becomes too much of a problem.
혈압도 바로
You're like hardly taking anything. Will admit, didn't see that skill.
地面者を確認至急対処お願いします
Straight up, just did not see it. Okay, because now I'm getting just sloppy.
불가
I'm getting like really reckless.
막아내지 못하리. 모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아.
もっと効果的な方法が
이 스며들 듯한 비 우산이 새지는 않나 모르겠어.
여기에는 네 약한 부분도 쓰였지. 자, 여기.
It's like killing 2-3 more enemies. That should get the phase over. I just need to not be stupid. This thing is not worth my attention right now. I wonder. No, because it'll attack her, and I don't really care. I really only care about just getting back to that phase. All this is just intermediary before then. Yep, and there it is. Okay, and now I can focus on this boss fight. And do I have like several units bleeding? Oh, no wait, it's under this thing. Also, this thing is already slower than me, so I can do this. Where are you targeting? So no skill already prioritizing this? No. Yeah, Sinclair would just have to take that hit.
일기당천. 이날이 보기 토끼를 본다. 모험하고
Please. He still got staggered from that. Whatever. I don't care enough. All luck. Oh! She won. Even though she still takes damage, whatever.
지켜보고 있었지.
여기에는 이 약한 부분도 쓰였지. 자, 여기.
And then he's still gonna get staggered. Yep, and then he explodes. Max HP. Oh, all that did was increase max HP. Didn't heal, whatever.
그럼에도 이상이요. 내가 봤어. 내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이요.
Who's better off for this? It is still Faust. But it's guaranteed 18. Sinclair really doesn't have much of a choice here. She has a better chance on this.
일기당천.
Alright, Crimson Strike.
무상은 없어.
Then Crimson Spring for free.
불끈한 지원이.
Oh, that threat went off too. Cool, thank you. Six, 6, 8. I'm still He should activate Tarnished Blood soon.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
보상은 없음.
Crimson Spring.
불끈히 지원해.
She's still alive. I'm honestly shocked Sinclair's also still alive. $181.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 내 마음은 당신에게. 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
$68. She's so close.
囚人が退却できませんでした。ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
Hit her. Just hit her. She has to be at the stagger.
숨통 끊기.
Whatever, I'll take it. As long as I get the heal.
기도할 것이니 넌 반드시 부서진다.
味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
I'll hold. It doesn't matter. No, because it does matter, because it hits everybody. But then in that case, I can spend an attack that isn't going to matter on it. Which would be this one. Actually... I can use this for setup too. Death Mark. Might have been overly precautious. No, I think it's fine.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어온다.
Limbus Company の皆さん、この勢いに乗って
Actually, I think if I did do one more, it would have been fine. I am actually gonna spend this for this. And have Mare do this again.
일기당천.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
This is mostly just for precaution.
이 몸을 온당히 벌하심에 기꺼이
Should a death vortex happen again.
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이니 넌 반드시 부서진다.
味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
Because the because the I didn't expect the stagger to actually get up that high. It's worth it.
말로 바랍니다. 저 해주들을 도려내. 물론고 꺾고 제쳐라.
300.
오여 길을 열어라.
560. Pharaoh 8. $167. 81. This should kill?
전탄격발.
Thank you, Mersault.
Mission accomplished.
It's true that people scrutinize others for differences, to find something they can hate. But it's also true that it is often those very differences that people look up to. And admiration usually goes hand in hand with overestimation. Yes, and Miss Mayers admired these two unknowns, Seaborns and the Light. She thought they would be the solution to everything. Mayers, do you still want to go to the city? No. I'll remain here in Terra. I'll broaden my studies, and I'll talk more. To find a new path toward realizing my wish. As for what will happen now, Miss Mayers, we're going to need to have a long talk with the Inquisition, but we'll help too. We'll help you in your search for that path, if we can. The great arc built from the city crumbles. Light fades and gives way to shadows. And we found ourselves back aboard the vessel masses. Battle complete. Vessel masses. It's slowing down. How's Miss Mayers? Here, unconscious. The mental strain seems to have taken its toll. It's all happened inside the dungeons of It all happened inside the dungeons of the Fathoms. But I can't help but it can't have been too easy on her mind to send so many waves after us. What'll happen to Miss Mayers now? First, we'll wait for the Inquisition's ruling. Then, bring her to Rhode Island. Her efforts were misguided, but she also had Terra's best interests at heart. Together, I'm sure we can discuss a better way forward. What if she's sentenced to death? Then we will need to offer a different proposal. We can consider it when we get to it, Doctor. It's finally over. All we have left to do is go back. As we were preparing to leave with our hearts much lighter than they were earlier. Hold on, everyone. Something's rapidly approaching us. A low-thrumming roar vibrates the air as a strange shadow looms over the ship. Where'd this shade come from? Wait, is that? Almost as if driven by instinct, Ishmael takes the radio from Gregor and runs into the control room. Something must have clicked in Otis's head, as she also turned and ran after Ishmael. If those two are running into the bridge... Brace, grab onto something. Oh, bollocks. Mucking it up right before the finish line. Doctor, Dante has advised that we grab onto something. I see. They're preparing to turn the ship around. Everyone, brace for impact. Stay alert. Something's coming. The ship leaned heavily as it hurried toward port side, and I caught a glimpse of a massive shadow gliding just underneath the water surface, right where the ship was seconds ago. It's a seaborn, about the size of... no. Slightly larger than vessel masses. Amiya's communicator buzzes with Ishmael's voice. The currents are going wild. Wait. No, something's causing these currents to go wild. We'll try our best to maintain evasive maneuvers for as long as possible, but we can't do this forever. If the situation does not improve, we may have to take vessel masses to cross the dimensional door. Does Rhode Island have a way out of this quarry? Not at this moment, but we have to come up with one now, and fast. Dante, does anything come to mind? We should first figure out why the Seaborn's coming after us. Copy that. I'll focus on steering the ship, so keep us updated. With that, the ship immediately begins a sharp turn, narrowly dodging the ponderous body of the Seaborn as it swims by. We can't just take the whole ship across the dimensional door. We're not the ones on it. We're not the only ones on it. But the sea is too wild to simply turn around and let the others leave. It's almost like it's obsessed with this ship. Just why could it possibly be coming after the ship all of a sudden? Could it be that Fabius's order? It's coming after me. What? Scotty, you... Yes, I'm their enemy, an Abyssal Hunter. As though to prove it, the giant beast began to charge against the bow of the ship the moment Scotty repositioned herself there. Just what are the Abyssal Hunters? Why are they so gung-ho about trying to kill you? Abyssal Hunters are those who hunt sea terrors and seaborns. Of course, this isn't based on any emotion, such as vengeance or resentment. It's Scotty's... well, that's not important right now. What matters is that they're solely targeting Scotty. Operators of Rhode Island are heavily fatigued at this moment from their long defense against the waves in a dungeon that fathoms. The same can be said of us and Miss Amiya, who have battled mayors in the meantime. To engage at Seaborn in this particular circumstances, something shakes the vessel masses once again. What's this now? There's more? There are indeed multiple entities surrounding our ship, however. A violent destructive sound crashes toward the waves, toward vessel masses. Past the sudden wall of mist there was... we're lucky. Or was it simply how it was supposed to go? Ishmarla. Sir Knight. 2 Seaborns? It's going to be fine, Miss Inquisitor. If he's the same knight we fought earlier, I doubt he'll be able to stop himself from charging at that giant of a sea monster. Like Honglu said, the knight charged straight at the giant, rough wave, at the great Seaborn, as though he had hardly noticed our presence. If we can help the knight repel the Seaborn, we just might have a shot at sending Limbus Company back through the dimensional door, and escaping aboard the vessel masses ourselves. Can everyone still move? I'm almost at my limit, but I still can move. Can still move. I've got a plan, and I'd like everyone to trust me on this. Things weren't so bad outside after you'd entered the portal. Now's the time for the hunter to get to work. The bright ray of light from Irene's lamp shines upon those atop the deck, while Scotty leaps tall into the air and using the ship's bow as her launching pad. The operators each scatter to their appropriate positions as commanded by the Doctor. Ishmael and Otis both exited the decks as well, presumably having found someone to steer the ship. Is it okay to have you two out here? This... Calcit seemed to know enough about seafaring to take over. While this crisis is far from over, she was good enough that it was reasonable for us to leave the ship steering to her and descend the decks for our return. It doesn't seem like we'll all be able to bid you goodbye. Are you sure you're all going to be okay? You can stay a little longer and help. I appreciate the sentiment, I really do, but... Amiya pointed toward the dimensional door, which had shrunk significantly smaller since the first time he saw it. You don't have much time. I wonder if it was only supposed to open for a set period of time, or what if it's closing now because our work here is done? There's precious little we could learn about it now, but it was obvious that our time here was coming to an end. Thanks, Amiya. We would have been lost for a while in this world if it weren't for Rhode Island's help. Well, thanks to you, we should be able to sufficiently study the dimensional door before you return. Time to say goodbye to the Iberian Sea Breeze, I guess. Do you have any idea how big of a pile of paperwork is going to be at the Inquisition? Merida, try not to drop into Iberia next time. You get that? Sure, let's all stay nicely put in our own worlds. As the Great Seaborn briefly falters at the combined might of Scotty and the Knight, the ship's bow managed to stop inches from the dimensional door. Manager, now's your chance. Get to the dimensional door. Someday, I hope we can meet again. There are others here. We shall take our leave. Let's return to the city. The sea had turned into a brutal battlefield. Terrible wars contended with one another. After one final look at Rhode Island defending the vessel messes, we leaped into the pitch-black darkness at the center of the dimensional door. I'm swept away by the tides of consciousness. The river draws out my memories and consciousness, sublimating them away. Then... we're back in Hongwon. Where is this Yi Hongwon? I look around and see the sinner strewn about the room, dozing off. I see Heathcliff crash like that all the time, but how did everyone crash at the same time, sleeping against the walls? A bizarre sensation that something was truly amiss crawls up my spine. You have come too. Shiren! Now that you've come too, I request that you continue your rest in your chamber. Your presence here makes it difficult to conduct cleaning activities in areas adjacent to your body. Huh? What? We just came through the dimensional door after Rhode Island. Roads. You were transferred here after the LCCA discovered your company unconscious at the entrance of a Lobotomy Corp branch. I feel like I just went through a memorable experience, but I can't recall what. There was a hole in my memory, and this strange emotional tug in my heart, an ego I don't ever recall extracting. Nom, Rocinante, pretty, avail me but 5 more minutes of. Scheduling winning training dummies to wake you up in 5 minutes. But the bizarre sensation naturally settles. What was that abnormality? What just happened? I don't have any answers to either of those questions, but... Wait, where's Sod? She said something about how there's been a delay or something. I couldn't find Sod, who's been bringing us odd jobs here and there during our stay, anywhere in Yangwon. But on the desk, I did find a note filled with various requests and a letter, both presumably left behind by Sod. We've got a distortion contract. Come on, time to earn your keep. You weren't going to lounge around until we got a message from HQ, right? Are they allergic to giving us time off or something? In that moment, a certain voice briefly surfaces from the abyss of my memories, before sinking again. There's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life. Which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it. The worth of life. I don't quite recall who said that, or even where I heard it from. Honestly, I don't even understand what it means. You can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then, even if you may be lost in the ideals, even still, some of those words left a lingering impression on my heart. You have to keep walking. Unable to sit still, I got up from my seat and began waking up the sinners one by one. Yeah, it's not like we're getting anything done here. On your feet, guys. Time to get to work. The sinners each began waking up, some of them looking around to get their bearings, like they were just pulled out of a long dream.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍어는
That was
그제야 알게
everything
되겠지.
in one go, all hard, all EX done.
무얼 바꾸었지를.
Easily get those first. That was, no, like, that was really good. Like, damn. That might be, legitimately one of the best gacha collabs that I've ever played. Even for not having, like, a contextual basis for, like, a lot of stuff that happens in Arknights. Like, it didn't feel out of place. It felt consistently relevant. It felt like everything that they had talked about were elements that connected from the game, connected from Limbus. It's a really interesting introduction to the setting of Arknights. And I think that serves as a really, like, no, that was really cool. That was pretty good. No notes. But yeah, I am rise from the long dark journey with the torturous nightmare to your sea. No, that was really cool. I think these ego are really cool. I think it's really cool that they found a way to make some type of story relevance for why Gregor got the certain characters. Honglu's the only one who's kind of just like out there in terms of like not somebody who you saw. No, this was a really neat event. Really fucking long. So I kind of regret that slight decision of not splitting this in half, but you know what, whatever. I'm gonna go lay down because I was literally doing this all day, way further than I expected. But no, this was fun. I'll now need to look up information about things related to Arknights. But yeah. That's 45 free pulls. I ain't spending that. I don't care how cool these egos are. I am not spending those. I'm saving those for next Walpurg. But yeah, thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I'm not gonna raid anybody right now just because I really need to just lay down and probably get something more proper to eat because I only took like a 10 to 15 minute break during all that, and that's like 9.5 hours. This legitimately might be the longest stream that I've done in one sitting in a very long time. So yeah, thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. The atelier is closing. You don't need to go home, but unfortunately you can't stay here. And yeah, I will think twice next before I try to sit through an entire... How the fuck was this longer than the spring cultivation? Like, I don't even know. Yeah. Anyway, later.
한번 봐버렸다냐. 눈을 떼지 말도록.